I hear you perfect. Can you hear me? Oh, hello. It's on. I turned it on. Thank you. I'll just keep rehearsing. The next generation of boxing stars are looking for a spot. They're trying to looking to secure their spot in the quarterfinals.
After 4 rounds, all three judges have the same 42-36. For the gold corner, Shabila.
Hello, Jason. Doing well, and I hear you perfectly. Good. Let me Ooh, knockout. Hello and welcome to Cool Arena. We're right here. That's a lot of talking. Thank you. Thank you. Because I didn't know if you were talking to me. Sorry. Hello and welcome to Cool Arena right here in Boulevard City for the second phase of the inaugural WBC Grand Prix. There's a lot of boxing coming our way for the next 2 days right here in Riyadh, where the next generation of boxing stars are going toe-to-toe to get that spot in the quarterfinals. And if the first phase was anything to tell us about what's going on this weekend, I assure you, we're in for a treat. That was a nasty knockout. Sure. Hello and welcome to Cool Arena right here in Boulevard City, where we're ready for phase 2 of the inaugural WBC Grand Prix. We have a lot of boxing coming your way from Riyadh, where the next generation of boxing stars are going toe-to-toe to find that spot in the quarterfinals. And if the first phase was anything like what we're gonna be having this evening, especially the la la la. You want to do it again? Yes. Hello and welcome to Cool Arena right here in Boulevard City, where we're getting ready for phase 2 of the inaugural WBC Grand Prix. We have a lot of boxing coming your way for the next 2 days from Riyadh, where we have the next generation of boxing stars going toe-to-toe to, get that spot in the quarterfinals. And if that first phase was anything to go by, I assure you, we are in for a treat.
They say champions are born, but in this world, they're made. This is the road to greatness. It's long, it's brutal, and only the strong survive. Every day, before the world wakes up, they grind. Every punch thrown, every mile ran. It's all for one purpose. No shortcuts, no excuses, just sacrifice. Because this game is about facing adversity.
It all comes down to this.
Doubt may creep in.
Oh, he's in trouble. The Russian is pulling Canelo.
The body might beg to quit. The dream keeps them going.
Who's gonna have more in the tank? What a shot! Wasao down in a heap.
This is the proving ground. This is the WBC Grand Prix.
Hello and welcome to Cool Arena right here in Boulevard City, where we're getting ready for phase 2 of the inaugural WBC Grand Prix. We have a lot of boxing coming your way for the next 2 days from Riyadh, where we have the next generation of boxing stars going toe-to-toe to, get that spot in the quarterfinals. And if that first phase was anything to go by, I assure you, we are in for a treat. This is our final day of the whole week of boxing.
Absolutely flattens him with another right hand.
This is a dream of my father. Now it's a reality.
So right here? No problem. I just don't have any feedback, so I don't know where you're at. Yeah, okay. Okay. Am I gonna be able to see that whatever you have running, whatever I'm voicing over, in any of this? Yeah, but I have no. I don't know what I'm.
Hello, Barry
Okay,
Jones
no
here,
worries.
Talking absolute rubbish.
No. Let's just. It's just. We can.
Screens.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if you had it on those screens on top. I could follow the screens on top.
Oh.
Dale. Yes. And I'll just keep it short. WBC Grand Prix takes center stage. Riyadh. 32 fights over the next 2 days. Today we focus on super lightweights and middleweights before the attention turns into featherweights and heavyweights tomorrow.
The Zone is the home of boxing, with over 150 live fights a year.
It's over! There's no way back from this, surely! gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! How do you like it? How do you like it? That is unbelievable.
These guys will be legends in their own country, but also in the international basketball world forever.
That is what sport means. That is what the EuroLeague trophy means. Are you not entertained?
I'm not supposed to be cheering, but this is X Series. I can do whatever I want.
Everything is difficult in this life, so still you need to be on it.
It all comes down to tonight. Don't miss the biggest night in MMA. PFL is more than a fight.
Catching up on any NFL game is easier than ever before.
Looking to the end zone for the win! Oh my gosh, one of the great games you'll ever see.
The competition is back, and the UEFA Women's Champions League looks set to be bigger and better than ever before.
It's their time, a night to remember.
The following program is recommended for those 16 and over, as it contains sporting violence, possible bad language, and flashing imagery.
They say champions are born, but in this world, they're made. This is the road to greatness. It's long, it's brutal, and only the strong survive. Every day, before the world wakes up, they grind. Every punch thrown, every mile ran. It's all for one purpose. No shortcuts, no excuses, just sacrifice. Because this game is about facing adversity.
It all comes down to this.
Doubt may creep in.
Oh, it's in trouble. The Russian is pulling Canelo.
The body might beg to quit. But the dream keeps them going.
Who's gonna have more in the tank? What a shot! What's Gaio down in a heap?
This is the proving ground. This is the WBC Grand Prix.
Hello and welcome to Cool Arena right here in Boulevard City, where we're getting ready for phase 2 of the inaugural WBC Grand Prix. We have a lot of boxing coming your way for the next 2 days from Riyadh, where we have the next generation of boxing stars going toe-to-toe to, get that spot in the quarterfinals. And if that first phase was anything to go by, I assure you, we are in for a treat.
For years, we've heard your cries that you wanted prospects to be match tougher. Well, what if we put 128 of them in a tournament and made them fight one another?
We've delivered a festival of fighting just for you.
Oh my goodness, what a shot! Picture perfect!
Stay tuned, and it's the opportunity for the super lightweights to take center stage.
Oh my goodness, what a right hand, and that is it.
Not getting up from that.
64 fighters have laced it up for the last 2 days, 64 more to go.
And this one is over in an instant!
This is our final day of a whole week of boxing.
Ow! absolutely flattens him with another right hand.
This is a dream of my father. Now it's a reality.
32 fights over the next 2 days, and today our focus is on super lightweight and middleweight before our attention turns into the featherweight and heavyweight division, and that will take place tomorrow. But right now, I'm right here with a good chunk of our team, the boxing bully himself, Barahas, and the former world champion, our very own Barry Jones, and of course, we're in for a treat. But let's start with what happened in phase one. Great surprises, great boxing. What was your take on that first phase?
First of all, it was amazing. And I think that you got a worldwide network like the Zone covering these fights. So these guys are getting things that they probably wouldn't have gotten until later in their career. But most importantly to them, I think they proved to themselves that they have what it takes, the guys that passed on. Because you usually don't get matched up like this. Not this early in your career. You got some guys pro debuts getting matched up against somebody who's really good. So you're 5-0 and you're matched up against another guy. So you can expect the confidence coming at extreme levels. And also, since two guys just won last phase, these guys are even better now. So it's going to be even more evenly matched.
We got the best of the best. Now we're down to 32, looking for that position in the quarterfinals. But Barry, this is an innovative type of tournament, a lot of countries being represented. You come from the amateur ranks and the pros. What are your thoughts on this format?
I think it's fantastic because as an amateur, you're used to this sort of format in high competition. So, you know, it almost gives you a comfort, if you will. And as Barack was saying, gone are the days where you could build up a massive record of undefeated record of boxing nobodies just to get a profile. Nowadays, people are match hard and fast. So a tournament like this, where these fighters might box undefeated fighters anyway, but they would be at number 2 of the bill at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you know, on a top bill, but no one sees them. Now they're sharing the spotlight with all their peers, and with the opportunity to become number 1. I think it's a great idea. It accelerates your growth in the sport and your place. It gives you a title, gives you a good chunk of change as well if you get to win it. Let's not forget that. But it gives you the experience and the confidence. And that's important. The confidence to move on. So when you do fight for titles, you haven't just got an undefeated record. You've beaten good kids. You know you're good. And you go in with a different attitude then.
Let's add something else. Tonight we have super featherweights and middleweights, but let's talk about the exposure. This is a worldwide type platform. This is not the place where you want to look bad. How much pressure does a fighter coming in a lot of times as a pro debut?
Right, it's a lot of pressure. You see guys that are the champions, you know, when they get under the lights, they do their first pay-per-view or whatever, and they sell it out. They get a little shaky, they get a little nervous, you know. So this right here is a great proving ground early in your career. So the pressure is on. But once you get past the first phase, I think the pressure's gone.
I think the biggest winner is obviously us and the audience because we're in for a treat. And we are on the second phase, but for those that missed the first phase, let me just give you a quick reminder of what this format is all about.
The WBC Grand Prix is split into 4 separate weight divisions: featherweight, super lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. In total, 128 athletes will compete, 32 in each division, representing 41 countries. Fighters' age limit is restricted to 26, and they must not have a professional record of more than 15 bouts. The competition is split across 5 events, hosted throughout 2025, culminating in the finals on December 20th. This is the second phase and will be held across 2 days with super lightweights and middleweights paired together on day 1, while day 2 sees the featherweights and heavyweights in action. There will be 16 fights taking place each day, 8 in each weight class, with the winners progressing to the quarterfinals. There are no draws, ensuring decisive outcomes in every bout. Every fight is set for 6 3-minute rounds. There will be open scoring at the end of round 2, 4 and 6 to enhance transparency. There will also be instant replay for accurate and fair officiating. The winner of each weight class will receive the Jose Sulaiman Trophy and the honour of being an inaugural WBC Grand Prix champion.
We're all set for the first fight of phase 2. We begin with the super lightweight division. Let's head on to the ring and join Mr. MC, Mr. Thomas Streiber.
Live worldwide on DAZN, let's first welcome to the ring, Wu Ju. And now let's welcome to the ring, Intetelelo Nkosi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Riyadh season WBC Boxing Grand Prix from the Cool Arena Boulevard City in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey, Al Sheikh. This great event is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, OPI since '82, and Sella, along with their great sponsors, Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudia Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, The Ring, and Box Raw. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We now get phase 2 started with the super lightweight division. All bouts scheduled 6 rounds, and they are sanctioned by the Middle East Professional Boxing Commission, President Jose Mohan, and supervised by the International Boxing and MMA Consultants, President Joel Campuzano. The 3 judges assigned for this contest will be Nawaf Al-Mohamid, Steve Morrow, and Francisco Ayosa. Our referee in charge will be Steve St. Germain. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 141.6 pounds. His professional record consists of 15 wins, just 1 defeat, 2 draws, with 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing China, here is Wu Ju. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 141.8 pounds. His professional record, 8 wins, 2 defeats, with 5 of his 8 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing South Africa, here is Intetelelo Nkosi.
Consider that all good? All good. You both receive my instruction in the locker room. Protect yourself at all time. Listen to my command all the time. Touch gloves. Good luck, both of you.
So we are ready to get the action started. Hello, everyone. I am Corey Erdman alongside Barack, the boxing bully, and Barry Jones. Pleased to be calling the action for you all day long here today. Upwards of 9 hours of boxing coming your way, and we hope that you'll spend your day with us. And we are kicking that day off with Ntetalelo Nkosi taking on Wu Ju here in the first of 8 contests in the 140-pound bracket. Nkosi coming off one of the most impressive performances of the opening round, a 3rd-round TKO victory over Marwan Matboli, and Wu Ju scoring a unanimous decision over Joaquin Garcia that, guys, has aged really well considering we just watched one of the prelims that was not aired, and Joaquin Garcia looked fantastic.
Oh, amazing, amazing. So I love it when the opponent that you beat somebody good. You know, it just shows that your win was even better.
And Nkosi coming off a good win against Matboli, of course, but this is a different prospect for him here. He comes against a guy who's clever, spins off the target really well, and snappy with that right hook, so it's going to be a harder test here for Nkosi.
Wu Ju, one of the more experienced competitors in this tournament overall, with a record of 15-1-2, as he landed a nice left hand there a moment ago. He's a national youth amateur champion in China.
Corey, I don't know if you noticed that before the fight started, the trainers just exchanged flags. That's something common, like maybe they do in the Olympics or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's new practice here. South Africa versus China in our opening contest. Nkosi, a part of arguably the best stable of South African fighters, led by Damian Durant from the legendary Durant legacy. And Damian Durant has effusive praise for Nkosi in particular, maybe even above and beyond many of his other fighters. He says that he is guaranteed to be a world champion, and that one day you're going to come up to me and say, yeah, you told me so.
Well, maybe so. After that last performance, it was a 3rd-round knockout. Incredible power, incredible patience is what I saw. And then once he got you hurt, he's jumping on you.
Okay, just struggling a little bit here, just to find the target clean. A good right hand there from Nkosi, but for the most part, I think Ju's just doing well here, just spinning around. That left hand on the pipes working really well for him, and just a different look here for Nkosi. Just struggling there just to get that right hand into play.
Right. He's finding it hard to get in proper distance, but Wu was just keeping him back, you know, keeping him at the end of his jab.
Lovely balance as well, hasn't he, Ju?
Oh, absolutely.
Really good work.
Matter of fact, the way he steps
body there as well.
The way he steps back reminds me of B-Ball. You know, the way he has that quick step back and jab while he's moving backwards.
Oh, a combination there from Nkosi. He tries to steal the round at the end of the opening frame.
That's where you don't want to be if you're Wu Ju, on the ropes.
And I thought that was one of those rounds there where I thought Wu Ju there was pretty much boxing and winning the round quite comfortable. They was moving around, using the jab really well. That left hand right down the middle was working good for him. But then there's 2 or 3 big moments, and they all belong to this fella here, Nkosi. So you're starting to think if this fight is a draw at the end of the 6 rounds, then and it goes back to that enhanced scoring.
Yes.
Will those big moments play a factor?
Right. I believe we had 2 of those last phase.
It worked as well, didn't it?
Sure did.
It's round 2 underway. Things to like from both Nkosi and Wu Ju in the opening round. Left hand again there from Ju, the pride of the Qingdao Combat Club. Good body work there again from Nkosi, and he is capitalizing on these opportunities. There have been only a handful of them so far, but When Ju has found himself trapped on the ropes, Nkosi immediately capitalizes and flurries to the body.
Yeah, I was thinking, I know he's finding it hard to close the gap, but when he does, yeah, he lets his hands go, makes the most of it. If he just dips his legs and throws the right hand to the body, that'll start his attack off for him. Even he hasn't got to land with it, but the fact that he's low, he can come back up with the left hook over the top. Just throwing that right hand will always make you drag that left foot to the outside automatically. Then it gives you the leverage and the angle to get that left hook over the top with a little bit of a purchase.
Ju just missing over the top with that left hand. And Barak, you can kind of see Nkosi's thought process in trying to get inside. He's trying to bat the hands of Ju down. He's trying to kind of swim his way to the inside, almost fighting small to do stuff like that, land that right hand to the body.
Right, and also he's doing it with his feet as well, cutting them off, you know, making sure that he's keeping them at least close to the rope so he can push him back and get in there like he's doing right now.
He's giving Ju's allowing himself too much time here. I think, you know, if anything, he can probably do more work, but he's allowed to let his hands go before Nkosi gets close to the target. Just sitting on that rope is the only thing that you can say he's doing wrong here. Ju just waits on that rope's a little bit too long. Sometimes when you're a mover, you got to think of that the bottom rope is not like an electric fence. As soon as it touches your leg, that's your movement to spin off straight away.
Right. You know, a lot of fighters can't really punch hard from that high guard position, but Nkosi reminds me of a Glenn Johnson who can actually knock you out, have his hands up real high, and then all of a sudden, bam, he can hit you with a shot that hurt you.
He's almost as vocal as Glenn Johnson was as well.
I'm not the best, but I'm willing to fight the best.
30-second horn. If you weren't tuning in to phase one of the tournament, that is one of the WBC's innovations. That horn kind of meant to entice a little urgency in each and every round out of both fighters. Nice little check hook there from Ju. So we're now inside the final 10 seconds with combination from Ju as he spins off the ropes. Little adaptation there.
That's the
first Chinese representative.
First time Ju actually got out of the corner quick enough not to get hit.
Well, Jake Paul is back to face his toughest challenge yet on June 28th as the problem child steps into the ring with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. You can go to DAZN.com/boxing for more details on how to watch this unmissable event.
来，你听我讲啊，你先听我讲啊。OK， 哥们，你先听我讲啊。他现在就是撵着你，你的距离要再快、再远，距离要多快，左右，当当，左右，当，不要再打中间，明白了吗？他现在左右，他前面就压你前脚，你左右都可以变的，明白了没有？明白了没有？非常好，非常好。
So round 3 underway. You heard Thomas Treiber announcing the WBC open scoring in between rounds, 20-18 twice for Ju, and one judge has it even to this point in the fight, and already you could see what that does to fighters, Barry. There's a little urgency out of Nkosi right now, even in the opening 30 seconds.
Yeah, and it doesn't help Ju, but it helps Nkosi for sure. Because even if he was winning the rounds, it doesn't help Ju. Because if he was losing the rounds, I should say, because he wants you to come onto him. He wants to make you miss, make you pay, and spin around the target. So if you intensify the pace, it sometimes can help him. But if you sit off him, that's not going to help him either.
Yeah, and Barak, you immediately see how this kind of changes the formation of a fight, because if you didn't have open scoring, Nkosi would have been realistic in thinking that, okay, I'm doing pretty well. I didn't lose those opening 2 rounds, and in fact, one judge had him winning one of those 2 rounds. Now he knows certainly and is already making changes.
Right, and you hope that the corner is telling the truth and actually analyzing it properly. And when you come back, it's going to say, hey, listen, you need to step it up. He's jabbing you. He might have won that round. But open scoring eliminates all of that, you know? So this is great. And yeah, you can see that Nkosi really stepped it up a bit.
Good sweeping right hand there from Nkosi and a little bit of swelling starting to develop on the outside of the left eye of Wu Ju now, I think courtesy of those right hands from Nkosi, who brings one up through the middle, make it two uppercuts, and a right hand over the top from Nkosi, who is really putting his foot on the pedal here in the third.
Right, I think he's seen that punch is ready and available for him, right up the middle with the uppercut, the backhand.
Ju's a smart counter puncher, but he should be using the jab a little bit more. Just stopping Nkosi from walking too close.
I think Nkosi is really doing good work. The body up top, really cutting off the ring, great.
Oh, lovely work.
Keeping them angles. Good work by Nkosi.
Barry, I think the one thing that Nkosi is seeing here is where Ju is carrying his backhand. He's countering really well, but usually to the body. But with that sweeping right hand coming over the top, it's mostly unprotected.
Yeah, and as you mentioned it there, just again, another sweeping right hand from Nkosi. Well, and also because he leans back, which works for him, but he doesn't bring the glove with his head, so he leans back, the glove stays on the chest, and that chin's massively exposed. Nkosi, that's it. If he dips low and goes high, Nkosi, whether it's a right hand to the body or jab to the body, throw that right hand over the top.
This is only a 6th rounder, but the way Nkosi is working, his work rate, you can get tired by the 5th round working like this, or maybe even early. He has to be really conditioned to keep up this pace.
Or you could tire someone out, which is his plan right now. Oh, what a right hand there from Nkosi, snapping the head back of Ju.
He's hurt.
And he felt that one, and the bell was his friend here in the 3rd round.
Absolutely. Fireworks already.
Really good solid round here from Nkosi there. Real effort after hitting. He was down 2 rounds. Just quickened the feet up. Not a lot, but just a little bit more activity with the hands. But just putting Ju under pressure, make them feel uncomfortable, not giving them the time and the space to make you miss and make you pay. And then the gaps appeared, and that right hand over the top was a real good weapon for him. 2 big shots there from Nkosi, and the one at the end of the round, that hurt Ju. And maybe if that was 30 seconds earlier, it would have been a different outcome.
Well, speaking of the adjustments going on in Nkosi's corner, let's bring in Claudia Trejos, who was there a moment ago. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Thank you, Corey. They're very satisfied with Nkosi's performance. They're concerned about the scoring, but they understand that he has to keep smothering Wu. Not only that, but if there's productivity right now in this 3rd round, he has to let his hands go even more.
Thank you so much, Claudia. I mean, if you're Nkosi, you probably just want to replicate that 3rd round about 3 more times here.
Well, momentum's a funny thing. It gives you confidence. So the last thing you want to do is allow Ju a chance to get a bit of space. That is good technical work come into play and give him that confidence. So you've got to keep the pressure on all the time. Remind him the last round was hard. This round's going to be just as hard. And when you've got technically a good fighter, the more pressure you put on them, the more they rush their work. The more they rush their work, the more mistakes they make.
Yes. You got a southpaw against an orthodox, and I like how when Nkosi has Wu Ju in the corner, he kind of sticks his league leg out so that Ju can't go around to the right-hand side.
Nice right hand to the body and a left hook there from Nkosi, but Ju in there firing away as well. Nkosi getting the best of that exchange. Ju holding his ground and trying to trade here with Nkosi. There's a nice left hand.
See, Nkosi's clever in what you give him credit for. He looks like he just comes forward with high energy and high output, and which he is. But he's realised very quickly what he did just then is block and counter. So he's moved forward. He knows that Ju, after he throws his punches, doesn't really move automatically straight away. So he's happy to take the shot and know there's a target to hit after.
Nice left hand to the body there from Ju.
He did an upper block in the martial arts world. That's what it's called. You know, you meet the punch where it's at.
Okay, yeah. So stunt the power.
Yes.
Good shot.
Instead of letting it come to your face and blocking it close to your face, you can still feel some of that impact sometimes. And they can go around the glove.
It's a classic Bernard Hopkins trick. And Barry, you know who uses that a lot as well? He's got a fight coming out. Galal Yafai.
Yes.
Loves to just kind of use almost like a shield, pushing that lead hand up.
Right.
Final minute here of round 4. Considering the condition Ju was in at the end of round 3, this is a good bounce back round for him. Yes. He lands another good left hand to the body, but Nkosi just overwhelming him with this work rate right now.
And even though you say he has to have a good engine, he's dictating the pace. So however hard it is, it's at his doing, and that makes it a lot easier because you're regulating your breathing for your attacks. Where when you're the reactive fighter, you'll have the change-up breathing all the time, just to try and cope with what's coming next.
I think
Ju really,
I think Ju really wanted to land some power shots to make Nkosi a little honest. It's just he's landing them. They're landing flush. It's just not stopping Nkosi. Good check hook by Wu Ju.
Good left hand to the body again from Ju. There have been a lot of those landed in this fight, and you wonder the latter portions of this fight if they could potentially help serve to slow Nkosi down. We haven't seen evidence of that quite yet. That is a fun round of boxing.
I love it when the referee is not necessary. This is great.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup is into its second round of matches, and there are 3 games available for you today live on DAZN. Benfica face Auckland, Flamengo take on Chelsea, and LAFC battle Tunisian side ES Tunis. You can catch that live right here on DAZN.
Lovely jab there, using that jab just to know his distance there, if he can get that right hand to play Nkosi. Again, just all effort, all belief in himself, but also confident enough just to stand there and block and counter as well as he's coming forward. I thought Ju sort of came back a little bit in the second half of that round, but you've probably got to give that round to Nkosi.
38-38, a unanimous draw.
So Nkosi caught up on the scorecards.
That's right. There you heard it from Thomas Treiber. 38-38 across the board. And you'll see the scorecard on your screen in just a moment as well, but this one dead even. There it is. So this fight now in the balance. And a reminder, if you haven't watched the previous iteration of WBC Boxing Grand Prix, should this fight be a draw at the end of 6 rounds, there also is the WBC enhanced scoring system, which means the judges each and every round are assigning a number that describes by what measure a fighter won that round. So how widely you win a round can actually benefit you.
And your first
quality
yes.
over quantity.
And your first thought is it favors the aggressive fighter, but it doesn't, because if he's getting caught loads of punches coming in, then it favors the cleverer fighter. I think the one who knows how to put his punches together, the one who knows how to avoid the punches coming back, and winning rounds clear, whether it's on the back foot dancing round or being the aggressor coming forward.
Or sometimes it favors the harder puncher.
Yeah.
You know, because if you can daze your opponent and that's what won you the round, I think that's going to be a better quality win for that particular round.
No good for me then, unfortunately. Again, Ju's at the point now, he's got to start throwing in 2s and 3s rather than single shots, because being overwhelmed here. Even though he's landing some good work of his own and making the round close, just the whole impression is Nkosi is dominating, or certainly in charge of the action.
I think that's
a good shot, and that one has hurt Ju.
Yes.
Ju back against the ropes again, as he was 2 rounds ago. And Nkosi starting to pour it on here in the 5th.
You know, if you look at the first 2 rounds, Wu Ju was using his legs very, very well, but I think that constant pressure and the body shots just slowed him down a little bit and kind of wore him down.
And all that just leaning back, making you miss by an inch, becomes a problem now, because you're tired, you're more tired, you start making mistakes, your reaction's just a little millisecond slower.
Well, you could tell, even with the legs and the feet of Ju right now, he is squared up. This is just all heart and effort from Ju at the moment.
Oh, God.
The tank is emptying in rapid fashion, as Nkosi just will not stop.
Nkosi has a way of blocking and punching with the same hand in that same motion.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's a good shot.
Big sweeping right hand from Nkosi a moment ago. Final 10 seconds of the round, and this will be a welcome reprieve for Wu Ju, who just took a thrashing in the final 40 seconds of that round.
And still fighting back hard. Just, you know, getting the worst of those combinations then.
Again, just marauding Ju here. Nkosi, just non-stop pressure, but quality in his work as well, landing some lovely jabs and left hooks over the top, and certainly what's been his best weapon, that right hand down the middle. Always find the home and just Ju just struggling for pace a little bit at times, but Nkosi, that constant, consistent pressure, probably his clearest round so far, when he needs it the most.
明白了吗？明白了，打完手不要带起来，明白了吗？明白了吗，武哥？最后一个回合你想赢我拼了，明白了吗？
I don't know if I was in corner if I want 17 slaps on my shoulder. I don't know.
加油吧！
What about like 2 slaps? You know, there.
Maybe like a Tito Trinidad slap to the face.
We used to get slapped in the face all the time as amateurs.
Yeah?
What are you doing?
6th and final round.
Oh, goodness.
And Ntetelelo Nkosi is picking up where he left off. He is all over Wu Ju here in the opening 20 seconds of the final round. And you'd have to think that Nkosi banked that last round and is ahead on all 3 scorecards. We don't know that, but based on how things have been scored so far and how dominant he was in that round, that is likely the case. But that also means that you could win this round and even things up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, but again, we spoke about this earlier, the momentum thing. Yeah. And it's all in the favour of Nkosi because he's the pressure fighter anyway, and he's been able to dictate, even the rounds he lost, he was dictating the pace. So Ju's got to show something that he hasn't shown for the last couple of rounds.
Right, and the good thing about open scoring is if 2 of the judges gave Nkosi the 3rd and the 4th round, you just keep rinse and repeat. You know, you keep doing the same thing, and that's what he actually has the ability to keep doing it. He's doing the exact same thing he did last round, Nkosi.
He just had a bounce step there, Ju. He went 1-2, bounced out, came back with another 1-2. I don't think he got the energy to keep that up, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the question. How much of that bounce can he continue to produce? Because he's just getting bounced against the ropes.
And he's actually landing good shots, too. They're just not having the same effect as Nkosi's shots on him.
Oh, lovely. Really clever footwork there from Nkosi. Really good work. Especially the pace he's fought at. They still come up with that.
I think Wu Ju is a warrior. He's just getting a little bit overwhelmed by the pressure.
Good stiff jabs there from Nkosi over top of the right hand of Ju, and then another quick combination on the inside. Final minute of this contest. Big sweeping left hook there from Nkosi.
I think with Ju, he shows when he's hurt. Certainly when he's tired, he shows that. And that'll give you, as a fighter, a real burst of adrenaline. Shot.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Barry. He's wearing his trauma on his sleeve, so to speak, both in terms of his fatigue and getting hurt by these shots from Nkosi as well.
It's going to be tough for other fighters to beat Nkosi in this tournament. Wow.
Final 30 seconds. Big shot, and the mouthpiece of Wu Ju just went flying, and now he's taking these shots unprotected, and Nkosi won't stop punching, so there can't be a break in the action.
Nkosi thinks it's finished.
Good, no, right. Good call by ref to stop it there, though, because they thought it was the bell, and that was a 10-second clap.
And he never took it to the corner to get washed. He put it straight back in.
Yep.
What a fight to open up. A long day of fights here from Saudi Arabia, and what a performance from Ntetelelo Nkosi.
What he gave us for the second half of the fight really was just constant, consistent pressure. But the work as well, I think economically he lands with almost every shot he throws, Nkosi, because it's not just raw aggression coming forward with no thought. He started that last round just swinging like a bit of a maniac, then settled down, picked his shots really well. And even if he had to take a load of shots, he has a good chin, which is a real plus for him, against a good fighter in Ju, who really picks his shots well. But he just overwhelmed him. Pressure, work rate, strength, and a little bit of intelligence there from Nkosi for what I think is a really good win. Great finish as well, wasn't it? Fantastic finish.
Beautiful finish. Actually by both fighters, but Nkosi just did a little bit more. But to be able to have that level and that speed, that work rate, and to place your punches properly the way he did is just amazing. He never neglected the body this entire fight.
Yeah, I mean, his work was really good. Even the blocking and countering, coming up and not retreating at all. Or,
yes.
He just really thoughtful in his work. But ultimately, his engine and his work rate and his fitness got him through.
We're going to be heading to Anaheim on June 28th as Jake Paul takes the next step in his pro boxing adventure. But the problem child faces his toughest test in the shape of former world champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. That's next Saturday. You can buy it now on DAZN.com/boxing. All right, it looks like we are ready to make this one official. So let's send it back up to our MC, Mr. Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Nawaf Al-Mohamid, Steve Morrow, and Francisco Ayosa are in agreement. They all scored the same, 58-56, for your winner by unanimous decision. Intetelelo Nkosi!
Congratulations to Delelo, and as well as hosting a feast of boxing right here in Riyadh over the next 2 days. The Zone is also the home of this summer's FIFA Club World Cup. In the United States, all competing to be crowned the winners of the FIFA Club World Cup. We have another 4 live games today, including Chelsea versus Flamenco in Philadelphia. And remember, you can watch every single game with us on The Zone. And back to Thomas Treiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Eric Easy Bosron. NYPD, and that's on that's who you get, huh? NYPD, LAPD, NYPD, that's your motherfucking clique, huh? NYPD, LAPD, NYPD, you a motherfucking snitch, huh? NYPD, LAPD, NYPD, niggas wanna shine like me, rhyme like me, they don't walk around with a 9 like me, they don't wanna do it 3 to 9 like me, and they ain't strong enough to take 9 like me. And now let's welcome to the ring, Danilo Lozan. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the super lightweight division. The judges are Fabian Guggenheim, Paul Landeros, and Christian Garduño. Our referee in charge will be Mark Lyson. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 140.5 pounds. Undefeated with 8 wins, 3 of his 8 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Canada, here is Eric Easy Bosron. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 141.5 pounds. Undefeated with 10 wins, 8 of his 10 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ukraine, here is Danilo Lozan.
Okay, boxers, I've already spoken to you both. You know what I expect. Stay professional, obey my commands, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Also, when you hear the buzzer, there'll be 30 seconds left in the round. Good luck to you both.
So an excellent looking matchup here between Danilo Lozan of Ukraine and Eric Bozon of Canada. Lozan, the most recent European under-23 amateur champion, as he's bounced between the amateurs and the pros. Eric Bozon, a 4-time Canadian national amateur champion, 8-0 in the pros. And Barry, as we saw in the opening round against Isaiah Johnson, with a style and an amount of movement that can make for a nightmare of a night for anyone in this bracket.
Yeah, and he'll need that against Lozan as well, with that movement. Just a little safety first approach that he has, Bozon. It works for him, but sometimes you've got to be a little bit busier when you get the opportunity to let your hands go. And for against someone like Lozan, who's technically very good, that movement might cause him a few problems, though.
Yeah, styles make fights. I think that was a tough fight for Bozon against Johnson. Close fight, but he won it. But yeah, it was his movement.
This quick combination there from Bozon. And that matchup against Isaiah Johnson, Barack, was kind of an example of two guys that had similar ideas and might have made for maybe an uglier fight than Bozon would normally be in. And we're seeing here tonight, Lozan applying pressure, and it's naturally picking up the tempo for Bozon.
Right, that's why I say styles make fights now. You're going to see either Bozon continue to look good like he's doing right now, a couple of shots moving to his right, or the pressure might get to him like in the last fight we just watched.
He showed a brilliant engine, Lozan, in the last fight, in the last first phase. He's a good fighter, so he's not going to be afraid to let his hands go when he has the opportunity. But he's technically very good, so he won't throw wildly either. A good start here from Bozon.
Yeah, 3 good right hands landed there from Bozon. But you're right, Barry, that win from Lozan in the opening round against Cameron Eshmatov, that's about as tough of a draw as you were going to get in this particular bracket, and he came out of it as the 13th seed, no less.
Yeah, there were stages in that fight. It looked like he was going to be up against a fight which was a bit too good for him, but kept his shape all the time, technically pretty good, and also just the engine that he had.
Let him up. Box.
Can't sit in the ropes here, Bozon. That changes the direction. That's what's going to work for him. If he wins the fight, that's going to be it. Not being able to be walked down, but sometimes when they square up on the ropes and they stay there for a second, I always find that a bit dangerous.
Here's the 32nd horn. We're not far from the Bozon corner as well, who's giving him kind of time updates as the round is going on as well. About 10 seconds of the opening round. An excellent start here for Eric Bozon. Can he continue to fend off this pressure from Danilo Lozan for a full 6 rounds?
Keep feigning and pawing, right? What happened in the corner there is because you stopped feigning and pawing, yeah? And the ropes there, so don't do that. Keep feigning and pawing, keep them guessing, yeah? Keep looking for different shots. Don't keep looking for the same shots, okay? Eric, see anything?
Timing him well with the right hand coming in. Halfway through the round, time with the right uppercut.
Мало серій. Ну, помниш, був розговор, 2-3 серії за раунд. Мало. Here's the 32nd horn. 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 Here's the 32nd
Round 2 underway. Good start for Eric Bozon. You could hear instructions in the Bozon corner as well, kind of echoing what you were talking about, Barry, identifying, you know, that one moment where Bozon maybe hung on the ropes a little bit too long. Other than that, nearly a flawless round.
He boxed really well. He got his distance right, kept changed direction, moving, you know, flicking the jab out, and taking a little step back to get that right hand into play.
Oh, gosh, good lead uppercut by Bozon. I like when he leads with his straight right as well.
But that little lean to the side, that Lozan, it didn't work for him. That little lean to the right to throw that right hand from a different angle. I think he should stick with that. If he can slide that front foot over that right foot over the outside of Bozon's left, and then let that left hand go with that angle as well, it's going to be almost impossible to defend against.
Yeah, and I think what Lozan is doing, he's moving to be in front of Bozon, but he's not cutting the ring off where he's stepping forward as well.
Yeah.
He's just moving to his right or moving to his left, staying in front of him at all times, but not cutting him off, getting closer. And that's why he's missing like that.
When you close the distance, especially a move, but you're going to feint and commit, or double jab your way in, you might miss with one or even two of those shots. But what it does, it allows your front foot to get close to land with a more significant punch. And also, or just be a presence, but pressure on your opponent.
A couple left hands snuck in here from Lozan here in this round.
He tried the double jab last round, Lozan, and then he started feigning. He started fading and just coming in with his hands up high. And I think he had a little bit more success with the feints.
Yeah. Because the way he's moved, because he's always on his toes, on the balls of his feet here.
Oh, what a left hand from Danilo Lozan, and Bozon is in a heat.
He was momentarily out there. Wow.
6, 7.
Bozon's corner telling him to take his time. I think you're right, Barack.
Oh,
I think he was out and came back to life here.
Yes.
Big opportunity for Danilo Lozan.
Smart holding right now.
A pretty miraculous recovery here for Bozon, but this has changed the dynamic of the fight entirely.
He's just got to rush his work now, Lozan, not get too close to smother his work. He's still got to punch with a bit of range. Shot again.
Oh, a shot behind the head there from Lozan, and that I thought might buy Eric Bozon a couple of moments. He might need them right now. He got caught with another left hand. He's still firing back, but another big left hand rains in from Lozan.
Just missed the target, like right under his chin. And I think the feints are the difference, you know. You want to see what your opponent is about to do.
A little wobble from Bozon as he heads back to the corner.
And what we said about stepping on the outside, leaning that head over, just letting that left hand go right down the middle. He sort of leaned into it as well, didn't he there, Bozon? You see that he goes, dips to his right. Oh, he just walked right onto the shot pretty much. But sort of volunteered his chin. Shot. Nice neat punch. That's punching with your body, that is.
Right after he closed the distance. Yeah. Beautiful. Wow.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges have the same 19 to 18.
Be tight when you're throwing with them.
Gold corner. Lozan.
It's round 3 underway. Danilo Lozan putting Eric Bozon on the canvas and nearly got him out of there in the second round. As we see the scorecards on the screen, 19 to 18 across the board. Of course, Lozan scoring that knockdown. Ahead on all 3 cards, excuse me, as he flurries to the body there. Nice reply there from Bozon.
The only thing you want to know about Bozon's confidence now, because getting hurt like that will make you just put an extra thought in your brain, which slows your feet down, slows your reactions down, because you're thinking too much sometimes. And if that happens, then Lozan can be able to walk right through him here, potentially. But if he still has that belief, you know, if he still keep his concentration back down, keep that movement, which is very difficult to do anyway without being knocked down, then, you know, then he can maybe pick up a few more rounds and then as it always going to be the case, those last few rounds are going to be hard because of all the movement that he's done.
Excellent pressure being applied there from Lozan. You see the head movement, different looks he's giving Bozon on the way in.
But just look how he's able to get those feet closer now without having to do anything too much.
Oh, and a little shot on the inside. I think that's produced a cut. And it'll be scored a knockdown. Bozon on unsteady legs right now.
Good to see that again.
Little bit of a strange moment there. It looked like kind of an innocuous shot in the midst of a break, but obviously it has hurt Bozon and busted him open.
Well, Bozon's saying a head clash, and there is a mark on the forehead of Lozan as well. I wonder whether they did clash a head there. But a shot hit him on the way down, didn't it? So I think that's why the referee called the count.
Well, luckily, we do have instant replay, of course, here in the WBC Grand Prix. Nice left hand there from Lozan.
Losing his shape here, isn't he, Bozon? His feet to slow down.
I mean, the way Bozon stopped the action, you know, and then fell down, it kind of leads me to believe that maybe it really was a headbutt.
Right, well, and you can see the
fighters
welt.
like to sell that.
Look at the welt on the forehead of Lozan as well. You know, I think we're justified in being a little bit confused as to how that happened.
Right.
And again, we do have instant replay that will help us and the official.
And it's good because the referee sees
bad cut.
The referee sees it from one angle.
Yes.
Hard shot there from Lozan, and down goes Bozon for a third time.
No headbutt there.
5, 6, 7.
He's really hurt.
8.
Bozon unsteady, and that is it. Danilo Lozan, absolute destruction here in the second round.
You know, we're not going to go to replay for that headbutt now, or supposed headbutt now, but what if it was ruled a headbutt? And what if Bozon had a few more seconds to recover? Who knows?
No headache.
But in real time is hard. It's hard for the referee to see everything.
Right, and since an actual knockout happened later on, I think that's the only question you could ask is, if Bozon was given a little bit more time to recover,
maybe
would that last knockdown and knockout have happened? You can debate that, but you can't debate whether that was a knockout.
Oh, no, that was a knockout.
But also, I think whether it was a clash or a headbutt, that cut put a panic on Bozon and he lost his shape.
So that's the knockout from the opening round. Barry, you can take us through the next two.
Yeah, and I think that after this knockdown right here, he never really recovered 100%. Even though he was throwing hard shots the next round, this knockdown right here really affected him.
Well, it dents your confidence for sure, and he did slow his legs down. But this here, for me, look, there's the head clash. That's a beautiful, well called there.
That's it.
But no, after that, when he gets up from here, he's panicking about that cut, and he lost his shape completely, and that allowed him an easier target to hit for Lozan to get.
Wasn't a hard headbutt neither, you know. And I thought he was selling it, but he could have been still a little druggy from the knockdown in the first round or second round.
Possibly, but you know, I think he might be overreactive in here. But
I thought he was. Wow.
See, I don't see a real definite clean shot there. See, when he was first out, before he stumbled back to the corner, I thought he just panicked and looked for the floor.
Right.
That was my initial reaction. But maybe it was a shot round the sides he doesn't really see.
Yeah, I think it's that right hook.
Yeah.
Still even not super clean. That's why I said I think that first shot really messed him up.
Yeah,
and he just wasn't all the way there.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup is into its second round of matches, and there are 3 games available for you today, live on DAZN. Benfica and Auckland, Flamengo and Chelsea and LAFC against ES Tunis. That's today, live here on DAZN. All right, looks like we are ready to make it official. Let's send it up to Thomas Stryker.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes 50 seconds of round number 3. Our referee in charge, Mark Lyson, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Danilo Lozan.
So Danilo Lozan, victorious here in the second round of the tournament, and he will advance to the quarterfinals, a TKO victory over Eric Bozon. A little bit of a bizarre set of circumstances there, guys, as we went over through the replays, and we'll look back on it once again. But nonetheless, even taking that aside, that is two straight very impressive performances from Lozan to start the tournament.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's shown that he can be technically quite good with a good engine. He's shown there that he can find, he can find the tag against a real tricky opponent and close the gaps and hurt him and get the stoppage. And you got to ride with your luck. I think that head clash, really helped in there. That put a panic on Bazran, but ultimately for me, when it came down to it, I think just Bazran panicked. But before that, he's boxing really well. But this, he just makes a little mistake, dips down as Lozan's throwing a lovely left hook, just catches it flush. And here the head clash there. It's not much of a head clash. Doesn't take much though, the corner of your eye to hit the forehead. And there's a cut, and then he goes on the floor there, panics after that with that blood. And I think when he's up against the ropes here, not really watching the target, and a shot just sneaks along the side of the glove, he goes down. I'm not sure how really hurt he was, but I think, as you say, Barak, for what happened in the previous round with that really heavy knockdown, not quite full in control of his senses. And when he got up and steady on his legs, and the referee had only one call, and that was to stop the fight. And you're right, another good win for Lozan, and he goes on as strong as ever.
I think Lozan also proved that he can fight two different styles,
Well, speaking of excellent Ukrainian fighters, with the Club World Cup now underway, we thought we'd have some fun and ask the heavyweight champion, Alexander Usyk, who would make his dream five-a-side boxing team.
I am Alexander Usyk, is in my boxing team. Loma, because Loma a good player of football. It's like same Messi. Tyson Fury, goalkeeper Derek Chisora. Manny Pacquiao, and me. Because it's my team.
Well, thank you to the heavyweight champ for weighing in on that. We are ready to keep the action moving from here in Riyadh. And to do that, we'll hand it back to our MC, Thomas Treiber.
Let's welcome to the ring, Alan Dutra. And now let's welcome to the ring, Mujibilo Tersenov. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the super lightweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamid, Barry Lindenman, and Francisco Ayosa. Our referee in charge will be Ansi Perayoki. Introducing to you first, Fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 140.9 pounds. Undefeated with 15 wins, 9 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Argentina, here is Alan Dutra. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 140.8 pounds. Undefeated with 6 wins, 2 of his 6 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Uzbekistan, here is Mujibilo Tersenov.
Okay, gentlemen, I wait a good, clean fight. Follow the rules, obey my comments. This is the belt line, this is the belt line. No punches below this line and no rabbit punches. May the best man win. Tough gloves, good luck.
So a fascinating clash of styles here in this one between Mujibilo Tersenov, who presently is still one of the very best amateurs in the world, the 2025 Uzbek Elite Amateur Champion, 6-0 as a pro, took a 6-round decision over Michael Adesodin in the opening round of the Grand Prix. Alan Dutra probably produced the singular most memorable moment of the opening round of the tournament with a really frightening knockout win over Kristek Basildua. This is a guy who has a pattern throughout his career. If you look back at his win over Ramiro Lucero, Barry, of being hurt and down in fights and then scoring spectacular knockouts.
Yeah, well, he was getting beat, wasn't he? There's no two ways about it. You know, it was looking like a very extremely hard night for him, but then that sweeping left hook that he found from nowhere, you know, just turned the fight on its head. It was unbelievable. I mean, how many times can you keep pushing that envelope, though? I mean, you keep pushing your luck. I just think he's up against a guy who's technically very, very good and also patient with his work. You know, you're looking for the guy to make a mistake.
See a tight, compact defense of Tersenov. Might make landing that sweeping left hook of Dutra his hallmark a little bit more difficult, but again, Dutra just needs a split second of an opening. As he tries to find one here in the early going. Popping his jab out there as Tersenov tries to find a right hand to the body.
Not to like it there about Tersenov because he's technically very good, patient with his work, but he's always looking to work, and I think that's important. Always trying to walk you down, shifting those shoulders, not giving you just a square angle to hit, and always looking to work away, quality work.
Nice right hand to the body there from Dutra. Heads
see
coming together there a moment ago as well.
Sorry, you can see the snap in his punches, though, can you, Dutra?
Tersenov just continues to creep forward here. We haven't seen, to this point yet, Barak, that kind of extravagant Uzbek footwork. He hasn't really needed it. He's just trying to kind of bull his way to the inside at this point.
Right, he's trying to get his distance right. He's catching him. He's just not getting him at the very, very end of his punch. So you just got to get a little bit closer to really connect flush.
And of course, look, this is the second phase now. They've got to see their opponent in the flesh for probably for the first time. They might have seen tapes of him in the past, but now it's in the flesh. So he'll be well aware of that power not to make a mistake.
Plus, the competition has stepped up. You know, they all made it to phase 2. We should actually see less knockouts.
Oh, it was so good the first time. You could make another competition with the losers from the first round, which was arguably just as exciting and as quality-driven as this.
Good body work there from Tersenov. That has been consistent since the opening bell. Good shots landed from Dutra in that opening round, but overall, you'd have to think that's a Tersenov round as we head back to the stools.
Tenemos que ir subiendo el nivel ahora, ¿está? Y trabajando un poquito más, no te quedes, ¿estamos? Muy bien. El banco, el banco.
It's round 2 underway. Good start for Mujabilo Tersenov. Elite Uzbek amateur who also moonlights as a professional, as you're seeing right now. And it would be an interesting decision, Barry. You know, let's say Tersenov goes all the way in this tournament, gets the $200,000 plus that you get, and he gets the WBC silver title and the world ranking that comes with it. What does he do then with his Olympic ambitions? As much success as he's had in the amateurs, there still is that carrot that's dangling out there for him.
You've got to go for that gold medal. If you have a realistic chance of winning it, no, you have to go. I mean, how could you not?
I mean, look how much Manny Pacquiao accomplished, and he was trying to go back to the Olympics.
He might still be thinking about it, yeah.
At 46 years old, he wants to go back to the Olympics.
Nice sweeping left hook there from Tersenov a moment ago. That one rocked Dutra on his heels.
And Pacquiao wanted to do that. Just describes every boxer. Nothing's enough.
Yes.
Whatever you do, you know,
Yes.
even people like me who did things we didn't think we'd ever get to, it's not enough. Terence Crawford, that's a perfect example. You know, being undisputed and being a champion, a multi-weight champion, is not enough for him. You got to go two-weight divisions and box for the biggest name in the world.
Maybe the 50 million too, kind of.
but he done 20 million for two easier fights, arguably, at his weight division. You know,
He's
so
not
and
hurting
get
for
the money. Yeah,
right.
Money helps. But I mean, now they're earning big money wherever they go, aren't they?
Straight right hand there from Tersenov.
He's managing the fight well here, so he's not winning the round without having to do a lot.
He's also doing so from a longer range than he was in the opening round. He's kind of taking a step back and is still having the same level of success that he did on the inside.
I think he wants Dutra to throw. He wants him to. He wants a. Because he's looking, I'll get a clean target to hit. If you throw, especially if I just readjust my distance, you might overreach or snatch at your punch. Then it comes back slower. Then I can slide in and really make you pay for that mistake.
I think Dutra's mistake is he's just letting Tersenov be first. You know, you're the taller guy, possibly longer guy. Shoot, there you go, shoot the jab out.
But I think he's worried again about the punch coming back, and if it comes back slow, you're going to get caught.
Stabbing jab to the body there from Tersenov. Dutra fighting for just the second time outside of Argentina. Lands a nice right hand to the body, and there's that left hook. Every once in a while, it sneaks in there, and you got to worry about it every time he lets it go.
He commits to his shots, man, Dutra, doesn't he? Doesn't throw many. When he does,
Dutra was trying to sit down on his shots there.
Yeah, he overcommitted, and now back comes Tersenov, capitalizing on Dutra, throwing himself off balance, but a good right hand there from Dutra right before the bell. It's Destination New York City on July 12th when The Ring presents another blockbuster card as Edgar Berlanga versus Hamza Shiraz tops the bill with Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda finally facing off in the chief support. It promises to be another memorable night of boxing from the Big Apple.
Yeah, a good solid round there for Tersenov, but when he thought he had Dutra in a little bit of trouble, unloaded, but Dutra came back and showed why he is dangerous. And you don't want to be throwing with him because he carries plenty of power, makes mistakes with it.
After 2 rounds, 2 judges have it 20-18 for the gold corner, Tersenov. 1 judge has it 20-18 for the green corner, Dutra.
So you just heard the scores. 2 judges have it 20-18 for Tersenov. The 3rd judge has given both of the opening 2 rounds to Alan Dutra. Maybe a little bit surprising, but...
He done anything.
Yeah, and if you've seen in that replay, even when he tried to throw harder shots and go toe-to-toe with Tersenov, he was missing those shots, you know. Live action, it looked like he was landing them, but he was missing those shots.
All right, let's bring in Claudia Trejos, who's been in the corners. Claudia, what are you hearing right now?
Thank you, Corey. Well, it's funny because I'm going to go with what Barak mentioned about him being first. There is absolutely no sense of urgency in Dutra's corner. They're allowing Tersenov to close the gap so he can meet him with a tap-tap with the jab and go with that upper left hook. So it's interesting how they see it. They actually see Dutra up and no sense of urgency.
So does one judge.
I mean, I also think that when you have a fighter like Dutra, who you're coaching, who has an eraser of a power shot, you're probably never all the way worried because he can pull it out at any point.
He can, but again, that's going to, at some point, that will run out.
Nice right hand there from Tersenov.
What he wants to do is get Tersenov to engage with him. That he has a chance there. You know, he can punch when you're punching with his power. You land first, or you land at the same time. Chance that you come better off.
Yeah, he's going to have to punch with Tersenov because Tersenov's defense is just really tight. If you want to land a big shot, you're going to have to punch while he's punching.
And Barry, if you're in Tersenov's corner right now, again, analyzing the scores, and one of the interesting things about live scoring, open scoring, is that you get a sense of what judges like. You know, you can kind of download that information. You probably want to block out that third judge and just say, okay, well, the two judges, that's all I need.
Yeah.
They like what I'm doing right now. If I can do that 4 more times, we're good.
He doesn't have to change anything. I mean, arguably you want to intensify a bit of your work here because there's a lot of pressure with the feet, and he's letting his hands go, certainly in this round.
This is Tersenov's best round. That was a great right hand he just landed.
Back comes Dutra with a left hook to the body as well. Not as good as that right hand to the body from Tersenov, though. And now a clubbing shot backs Dutra up momentarily.
I think Tersenov said, okay, I got to win over that third judge. That's what he's trying to do right now.
I think Tersenov takes a good shot, but he doesn't need to prove it. Good right hand there from Tersenov. You just go first and third. You go and then get closer. So Dutra can't really get loads of leverage on his shots. And then you go again. So work your way in like that. Get in close, chest, your head on his chest. Let him work, and you go again.
Good body work there from Tersenov, although might have been to a part of the body that's below the belt.
Okay. Good solid round here from Tersenov then. Just that constant pressure with the feet, working the body well. One was on the belt line there, but nice solid right hand. And just throughout picking his punches really well. Loads of pressure there on Dutra without really putting his foot on the gas too much here. So plenty left in the tank, you would suggest here for Tersenov, who's boxing smartly, you think.
Round 4 now underway. Shabila Tersenov right back to the body of Alan Dutra with his first shot of the round. Good timing on that jab as well.
And that's the punch that Dutra needs. He needs to try and push Tersenov back now if he can. Now he's landed some shots. He has caught Tersenov coming forward a few times, but not enough. Good work there, though. Good right hand.
Left hook and a right hand as well. You're right, Barry, from Dutra. Created a little excitement in his corner. Of course,
now we see urgency. Sorry.
Yeah, we do. Nice right hand there from Tersenov. Trying to match that urgency a little bit.
Being first. I like it. That's what Dutra needs to do.
The only thing I'm shocked at with Tersenov, he's moving back and forth in straight lines. I thought after he threw a combination, he would just pivot off a little bit. Especially against a guy who likes to throw after you throw with solid shots. You change the angle, it takes away his vision.
And we kind of pointed that out in the opening round. We really haven't seen, you know, that more exotic footwork that we've seen from Tersenov and his Uzbek contemporaries. You're right, it has been a little bit more of a linear approach.
It's been working the first couple of rounds, but now that Dutra's turned it up a little bit, you're going to have to use those ankles.
Supply there from Tersenov, a nice 1-2.
Yeah, but there was no speed in the shot of Dutra. That's the problem. Just threw that. He threw that right hand. It was a throwaway shot.
Oh, big right hand over the top there from Tersenov, and a left hook. Dutra complaining either about a clash of heads or a shot behind the head.
It was a behind the head shot.
Right, the official didn't agree, and now Tersenov just trying to capitalize.
And it was behind the head, but the referee is like, you're putting your head down. You see your head down like that when there's a shot coming in motion. Now that one was a little bit before, but when a shot coming in motion, you're putting your head down. You get hit in the back of the head, that's on you.
You see the official warning both men there. I mean, thankfully Tersenov missed with that shot, but Dutra was told that he is turning around and maybe inviting that shot. As we enter the final 30 seconds of round 4.
Nice uppercut there from Dutra. Could do the right hand after it though, which could work. Oh, good shot by Tersenov there. He landed with that left hook there. They both throw. He landed clean.
Yeah, the right-handed Tersenov, the better shot in that exchange, as Dutra again trying to time that home run left hook. Back he comes with a nice right hand there.
This is the fight that Tersenov likes though, high energy, because there's gaps to hit.
Fun action round of boxing as we wrap up round 4.
Good close of that round by Tersenov.
Once he gets into his rhythm, Tersenov, and that high energy, when you're firing back, he flows, he rolls, he dips, he bobs, and comes back with some quality work.
That was the behind the head shot that he just, decided to stop the action on his own. The referee didn't do anything.
No, and Tersenov, let him off the hook a little bit there, to be honest. To be fair, in slow motion, it looks like a really bad shot, to be fair.
It was. You had time not to throw that shot.
But apart from that, I think even though he's been thrown here, Dutra, I think it's been another good solid round there from Tersenov, and he finished it so impressively.
After 4 rounds, 2 judges have it 39-37 for the gold corner, Tersenov, and 1 judge has it 39-37 for the green corner, Dutra.
So you heard the scores once again, 39-37 twice for Tersenov, 39-37 according to the 3rd judge for Alan Dutra. So doing some quick boxing math here, that does mean that even on the scorecards, this could be a winnable fight for Alan Dutra based on the enhanced WBC scoring system. If he could win all of the remaining rounds, according to the 2 judges that don't presently favor him, and if he has a couple big rounds, he could still win this fight even without a knockdown or a knockout.
I mean, what you gotta hope is that Tersenov doesn't speak English, and he didn't. No, I'm not joking, because if he changes his tact, he might make mistakes. But for Dutra, he's gotta think, hang on a minute. I mean, if I can just intensify my work a little bit more here, I could nick this fight.
Well, funny you say that. We just got word from Claudia Trejos and Alan Dutra. In his corner, his father, Ruben Dutra, himself was a pro fighter as well, is telling him, hey, we're losing, you have to get to the inside and you have to hurt Tersenov's spot.
There you go. Because even the rounds that that particular judge thought he won, he couldn't have thought the quality of win in that particular round is better than what Tersenov is doing.
Yeah.
So if it came down to the enhanced scoring, I don't know.
See, single shot, especially jab's not going to work. Tersenov's just take a step back, or you block and counter it. So you've got to double your jab. You've got to stab with that front foot, so it's bam, bam, really quick. And that just gets you close to the target, then gets that right hand, left hook into play.
Dutra's listening to his corner. He's coming in on the inside, trying to bang with Tersenov.
Trying to find that uppercut is Dutra. He comes over the top with a nice right hand instead.
And followed it up with a left hook.
Good work.
I think Tersenov is just better on the inside fighting. And his defense is very subtle but effective.
Good jab there from Dutra, just caught Tersenov walking forward.
Shot there from Tersenov a moment ago, but now goes back to the body of Dutra as we're inside the final 30 seconds of round 5. Tersenov steps in with a nice uppercut. Nice counter shot to the body, a little bit low, or maybe a lot low there from Dutra.
To be fair, their back was to us there.
Yeah.
Gory couldn't really see that, could we? But the shape of it looked well, didn't it? The little turn of the shoulder.
It did, and because he just threw it a few seconds ago, it wasn't hard, and he said, okay, this shot is open for me, let me land this shot.
Oh, yeah,
certainly low. Final 10 seconds here of the round. Good idea from Dutra, exactly what his corner's been asking for.
Oh,
beautiful pull, counter right hand there from Tersenov, and that'll be the last word of round 5. Well, Jesse Bam Rodriguez returns to action on July 19th with the WBC World Super Flyweight champ. Looks to unify the division as he takes on the undefeated WBO belt holder, Fumalele Cafu, in Frisco, Texas.
Sixth and final round.
Sixth and final round here between Mujabilo Tersenov and Alan Dutra. As we mentioned, Dutra has made a career thus far out of sensational come-from-behind knockouts, and he may need one here if he wants to advance to the quarterfinals.
Not on one judge's card.
Dutra, you can tell, aware of where he's at least on the other two scorecards. All-out pressure right now.
Yeah, I think he should have done this, though. Round 2, round 3, I think. Because I think he needs momentum, forward momentum, certainly in his jab, to step with it. Does that really well, Tersenov. He dips, then he rolls. He doesn't do it one movement. He dips, then rolls, and gets on the outside of your right hand.
Better round for Dutra so far?
He's having a go, isn't he?
Good chopping shots there from Tersenov, but Dutra banged to the body there with those left hooks. Dutra's got half a round left here to produce some magic.
Good left hook on the temple there.
That is the shot. That is what he's looking for as he whips an uppercut through the middle. Now Tersenov comes back with a counter left hook of his own.
After those couple of big shots, the left hook and the uppercut, Tersenov kind of took a step back. You know, he felt those shots.
I mean, I think based on the history of Alan Dutra, if you hurt Dutra, you might want to take a step back and say, nah, I'm fine, that's enough.
Yes. Good finish here, though, from Tersenov. Ooh.
Oh, a blatant clash of heads there. I don't think any ill intent there from Tersenov, but it did not look good.
No cut.
No cut, I'm just concussed.
No cut produced there.
I mean, you went right at him there.
Yeah.
Not on purpose, he didn't intentionally want to knock him. It's all Tersenov, that one.
Yeah, the visuals of that, Barry, did not look good. Tersenov kind of with his hands at his side, just sort of leading with his head. He was trying to just sort of dip to the inside. Nothing intentional there.
The biggest shot of the night or what?
I mean, we saw just in the Eric Bozron fight what a clash of heads can do.
Yes.
It can alter everything, and it can do some serious damage. Thankfully, Dutra seems all right, still advancing forward as he rips to the body, but gets countered up top.
I think Dutra's really doing better this week. Not that it's not competitive.
Big left hook there from Tersenov. Final 10 seconds of this contest. Dutra swinging for the fences here in the closing moments. Good finish to the fight there for Dutra. And Barry, I think you made a good point. How would this fight have looked if he had done that from round one onwards?
Yeah, I think so. You can argue that Tersenov was going to be a lost jabber and make you miss and make you pay, but I think just waiting too long might really cost him the fight, possibly. I mean, he might not have won it anyway, and he might have won the fight anyway. Who knows what the judges have seen, but
definitely an unintentional clash there. They actually, both put their heads down at the same time, but that's his style. That's Tersenov's style, coming in like that.
Slide and come back up,
right.
Good fight that was. I really enjoyed that. It was really good.
Very competitive. And you know that third drop definitely gave that last round to Dutra. And I would have too.
Well, the undisputed heavyweight championship is on the line at Wembley Stadium on July 19th as Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois meet for the second time. And on this occasion, all the belts are on the line in another history-making night live here on DAZN. So we'll see if Mujabilo Tersenov, who's been winning tournaments left and right on the amateur circuit, will advance to the quarterfinals here in the WBC Grand Prix. The scores are in the hands of Thomas Driver, so let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Nawaf Al-Hamid scores it 57-57, even a draw. And both judges, Barry Lindenman and Francisco Ayosa, are in agreement, scoring the same, 58-56, both for your winner by majority decision. Mujibilo Tersenov!
Fantastic win for the Uzbek. Tersenov moves on to the quarterfinals, and we're just 1 week away from the return of Jake Paul in what could be the biggest test yet, up against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. What made you decide, I want to fight this guy?
I think this is a fight that the fans have been wanting and that I've been wanting, and it's a really good test. He's super experienced, former world champion, both the same weight, same height, and he is a Chavez, one of the most legendary names in boxing, and he has a great resume.
You know, his dad was actually very complimentary. He said, you know, for such a short period of time, you've made a lot of progress, but there's no way, no how. There is no way you're going to beat my son.
This is what people always say. They always say it, and then after I win, they have some sort of excuse. Oh, he was this, he was that, oh, this happened, that happened. So it's the name of my career is criticizing me and then making excuses after I do the impossible or no way it's gonna happen.
There's layers to this Jake Paul effect in boxing. I mean, not only are you bringing a lot of mediatic attention, you are creating spaces for other fighters. You do bring different kinds of fans, yet it always seems like the diehard fan doesn't seem to give you the credit that you deserve.
I don't really care, you know, I've seen who they cheer for, so I don't care who they criticize. And meanwhile, they're hyping up these fights where the fighters are throwing 6 punches around, you know, and it's the most boring fights we've seen this year. And so I understand why people wanted to, you know, safeguard their sport, protect it, criticize me, pull me down, all of these things, but they don't know who I am. They don't know how serious I take the sport. And the real ones, Mike Tyson, Vander Holyfield, Manny Pacquiao, you know, even Floyd, all of these people are the ones who give me the respect and see what I've done for the sport, and that's what really matters, not the reporter or the boxing critics who are, of course, going to talk about me.
Jake Paul returns to the ring for the first time since taking on Mike Tyson last year. Paul is up against former world champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. at the Honda Center in California. And you can, of course, watch him with us on The Zone live next Saturday. And let's go back to the action with Thomas Schreiber.
Let's welcome to the ring, Fiorenzo Priolo.
Fuggi in Italia, pistole e macchine, in Italia, Machiavelli e Foscolo, in Italia, i campioni del mondo sono in Italia. Benvenuto in Italia, fatti una vacanza al mare, in Italia, meglio non farti operare, in Italia e non andare all'ospedale, in Italia, la bella vita, in Italia, le grandi serate in gala, in Italia, fai affari con la mala, in Italia, il vicino che ti spara, in Italia. Ci sono cose che nessuno ti dirà, ci sono cose che nessuno ti darà.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Efe 110% Konuk. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the super lightweight division. The judges are Fabian Guggenheim, Paul Landeros, and Christian Garduño. Our referee in charge will be Analia Maradona. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighted officially at 141.7 pounds. Undefeated with 10 wins, 5 of his 10 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Italy, here is Fiorenzo Priolo. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 141.5 pounds. Undefeated with 13 wins, 1 draw, 7 of his 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Turkey, here is Efe 110% Konuk.
Listen to me. No rabbit punch. No low blow. 30 seconds before the end of the round, you will hear this sound. Yes? Protect yourself all the time. Touch gloves. Good luck. Your corner.
With our next contest here, Efe Konuk and Fiorenzo Priolo. Priolo with one of the more surprising victories, perhaps, in the opening round. 6th-round unanimous decision win over Nurzhan Serikbayev. F.A. Canuck picked up a decision win over Almo Depaz. And Canuck, guys, is kind of the exact type of fighter that this tournament was made to benefit. A guy who was born in Turkey, moved to Dubai looking for more boxing opportunities, now moved to Thailand looking for additional opportunities. He's one of those fighters that just hasn't quite found his lane in the industry, puts himself into this tournament, suddenly those opportunities open up.
It's important because people just think if you've got the talent, you're going to make it. And if you've got the dedication, you're going to make it. And it's not. It's about being in the right place at the right time, people seeing you, where you're from, what weight you're at, all these things. You know, the sellable factor for you is more important in this modern era than anything else. You've got to have all those other bits as well. You've got to have the dedication, the work ethic, and the talent if you're born with it. But the luck as well. And tournaments like this can almost take that luck factor out of the question. You get the opportunity, you put yourself in the right place. Now we'll see if you're good enough. And that's ultimately, when it boils down to it, isn't that what sport's all about? If you're good enough, you're going to win. If you're not, then you won't.
And in Canuck's case, there's another bit of luck involved, that he was chosen and not his brother Ige Canuck, who he feels is actually better than him and also fights at 140 pounds, would have been eligible for this tournament.
Remind me of the Klitschko's, how Vitaly Klitschko used to say, oh, you know what, I'm good, but my brother Vladimir is better than me.
Yes.
Somebody would argue that. I would kind of argue that as well. But Canuck just showed persistence because it took 14 fights for him to get on a stage like this.
Priolo, he was fantastic in the last phase. He was just absolute joy to watch. He really was.
Good punch variety from Priolo that we saw in the opening round matchup that we described against Nurzhan Serikbayev. He's bringing that already here in the opening round.
Well, what he showed in his last fight was to stay calm under pressure. And what that allows you to do is think, and then with that, it allows you just to pick your shots. You don't panic when the punch is raining down at you. So you keep your shape at all times.
Oh, what a shot there from Canuck. And Priolo, maybe a little bit overactive there, Barry. Got caught in between one of those flurries.
The rhythm of that shot there from Canuck was lovely. The jab, pause, right hand over the top.
Hear the 30-second horn. And F.A. Canuck with a fantastic start, scoring a knockdown in the opening frame.
That's not even that much of a mistake there from Priolo. That's just really good technique there from Canuck.
Seconds tick away. What a start for F.A. Canuck here in his second round match.
Just see now, lovely little one. Look, that's a lovely right. Look at that little dip with the shoulder. Just a lovely, lovely rhythm. Lovely time and everything.
Slip, counter.
That's perfect, isn't it? See, with that, when you take that dip to the side as well, it almost hides the shot. So you come, the left hand glove comes out, you go on the blind side of that left hand glove, but with the shoulder turn as well, you can't see the right hand start, so you can't see it finish.
And it gives you the proper momentum, boom, to throw your right hip into that shot.
Abbiamo tutto il tempo, non ti preoccupare, ce l'ha qui. Recupera bene, non è successo niente. Tieni sulle mani e non prendere colpi stupidi, tieni i denti stretti, Fio. Tieni i denti stretti.
Good work there from Canuck, trying to pressure Priolo there. Keep that hands nice and high, just walking him down. That's it from Priolo, just a bit snappy with that jab, he needs to be here. Last thing you want to do is put a lazy jab with Canuck after that right hand that he threw.
Right. That's why I think he's trying to double it up, because you don't want to get caught by that counter again. And he is trying to be first, but throwing that lazy jab will get you countered again.
Yeah. Just not enough on the punches either here, Polo, to really deter Nkosi from walking forward, who's not doing loads, but just that tight defense and be able to walk him down with that front foot.
Oh, good attempt for that right overhand right by Priola. Just missed the target.
He's staying pretty busy here, Priola, with that jab. There's not enough on the punch really to warrant there being a scoring shot at times.
Very, very competitive round this time.
Yeah, Nkosi staying nice and low there, just rolling the shoulders. Make himself a smaller target to hit.
This is where Canuck wants to fight, right here on the inside, in the phone booth.
But he's naturally the heavy-handed too, so you want your back on the ropes. So he has a target, you can tell if you to escape. Oh, good little screw shot there from Canuck there with the left hand.
Called it a screw shot.
Yeah. Sort of hook, come uppercut.
Yes.
Went through the middle.
Nice.
That was good from Polo there, nice little slip. Can he himself throwing punches here, Polo, but it's the weight of the shot that worries me. Compared to the more purchase in the shots here of Canuck.
If this fight continues like this, it's gonna have to come down to obviously the harder shots, but who's the most conditioned?
Yeah, sure. Oh, good shot there. There's been a gap.
10 seconds left.
There's been a gap where the punch hasn't been thrown yet so far in this round.
This is an ideal fight for a referee.
Both walking back to the corners there, feeling the pace, and rightly so. Canuck especially coming back, looking absolutely exhausted.
Vücuda vuracağım, aşağı yukarı karıştıracaksın, tamam mı? Yumrukları güzel açıda vuracaksın, böyle değil, tamam mı? Sakin, yoruldun mu sen? Yorulma yok. Biz yorulmadık. Efe ne olursa olsun buraya kazanmaya geldik. Bak, ilk başta ilk tane yaptın, panikli değildi, yumruk aradın. Efe yat.
A little bit calmer there in the corner there, the Italian Baro.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges
Yeah, they're always all on the board, 19-18 to the goal corner there, Canuck.
That's one around the piece, but that knockdown put him ahead. He was breathing a little slightly harder, I believe, Canuck in the between the rounds there.
And we know certainly from the last stage, the engine of Polo was fantastic and keeps his shape all the time. I was saying that the last time I said that, he got knocked out. Yeah. Just let people know, Corey Erdman hasn't been sacked. He's just some trouble with his headset. And I just been informed in my ear I'm getting paid double for this, which is fantastic.
Oh, great.
That's 2 ice creams.
Oh, you get paid ice creams? Wow. I get gum.
Child size, child prizes. My life.
Oh,
shot.
Nice.
Good right hand there from Priolo. Hey guys, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Look at that.
Welcome back.
Barry, I'll take 10%, but I don't know if you can have my entire. With left hook in reply there from Canuck. You know, the main question that I had coming out of that opening round, when you look at how that knockdown from Canuck materialized, was would Priolo be a little bit hesitant? You know, would he be as busy as he has been? Clearly has not taken his foot off the pedal whatsoever.
No, not at all. I believe he feels like, okay, I got caught in there, but I'm going to be first. I'm going to double this jab up, and I'm going to push Canuck back. Canuck is just extremely hard to push back.
You're not worked here, though. I know you always take quantity over quality, and weight of shots should have a more of a meaning, but he's been totally outworked in this round.
Both of them are just forehead first, full steam ahead.
Jab on his way out there from Priolo. Just constant motion.
I think he does best when he stays in motion. When he lands his shots and just take a little step to the right or to his left.
Right hand there from Canuck.
And that was perfect because he positions his feet the proper way. He just pivoted to the right and landed that right hand.
He leaves his back foot out there a little bit too long. If you watch it, it just makes him harder to close the gap.
30 seconds here of round 3. Priolo just keeps pumping these punches out there.
Yes.
10 seconds remaining in the round. And again, this is just it's very obvious volume coming here from Priolo. This is about 20 punches since Canuck has offered something back.
Great fighters make adjustments, right, Barry?
Yeah, apparently they do. I've never seen one.
Well, DAZN heads to Birmingham on a Saturday as Olympic and Commonwealth gold medalist Galal Yafai looks to make a giant stride towards a first world title when he takes on Francisco Rodriguez Jr. in a final eliminator for the WBC flyweight strap. And let's send over to Claudia Trejos, who has an update for us. Claudia, what's going on?
Corey, not much of an update. It's more like a corroboration of what the comps are saying, because Priolo's corner is very keen on what both Barry and Barack are saying. Keep the motion, get the flurries, but be like a ghost. Go in, throw your hands, make sure you establish the dominance of the ring, and then take 2 steps back. But exactly what Barack and Barry were saying.
Sounds like we're working the corners, Barry.
We're getting money everywhere.
Are you looking for a third paycheck now?
Oh, yes, why not?
Round 4 underway, and Fiorenzo Priolo right back to where he started.
That's better. That's better because there's a bit of weight in the shot without really overextending, without making too much more of an effort. Because the worry is how busy he is, and I want the puncher so I can say this, there's nothing on his shots, and so you can see why a judge could dismiss a lot of that work if he gets caught with a big shot after it.
Like that right hand over the top from Canuck there a moment ago, not doing a little bit of body work as well. Sweeping right hand there from Canuck.
Yeah, if you're gonna spin out to the left, you gotta put your hand up if you're Priolo. Keep that left hand tight.
That's better from Canuck. I was just thinking, you got the angle, the way your body's asked over, you put him on the ropes. There's an uppercut there that he had.
He tried right there a couple times.
Brief break in the action there. Priolo capitalizes with a chopping right hand, but you're right, this is much better work at close proximity. It's a much better space for Canuck, and Barry, even looking at how Canuck's defense has evolved a little bit, you look at his training in Thailand, that kind of Muay Thai influence, the guard trying to catching everything, that just works better in close quarters because you can catch and shoot. That's a lot harder to do from long range. It's almost impossible for him.
And against a guy who's using just arm punches, so there's not a lot of weight in the shot, you can afford to stay there and take the shots because you know you can throw, because you know it's not a massive shot coming back. If you get caught, you get caught with a shot that's just going to score, not going to really hurt you. So you can be a bit braver against a guy who's not a puncher.
A little blood under the eye of Priolo.
Barack, it's similar to something you pointed out with Nkosi in our opening contest, is the ability, when he can get in that range, to catch a shot and throw at the same time. So he's doing it much better here in this round as he meets Priolo with a big right hand, but Priolo just keeps throwing.
Right, and I think Priolo's giving up that distance, you know. He's getting drawn into that fight, but, you know, you're giving Canuck these kind of big moments.
Yeah, it looks just below the eye, doesn't it, that cut?
And those pity pass that you was talking about, Barry, they work if you're using them and then moving.
Yeah.
Not staying there to get countered. And countered by harder shots.
There's that right hand coming over the top, making 2 of them from Canuck.
You have a good little spell here, though, Priolo.
Priolo just giving judges a lot to look at right now in between those big moments of Canuck. What do you like better? Guess we'll get an update on that in just a few moments.
Sen kimsin? Efe, sen kimsin? Biz ne için buradayız? Serkat alacağız. Üstüne yürüyeceğiz.
Oh, see the clash of heads there. Nice little uppercut through the middle there from Canuck.
After 4 rounds.
That's where that cut came from?
Yeah, must be the clash of heads there, or the little cuffing hook, I think.
37, unanimous for the green corner, Priolo.
This is the kind of pressure that can break down your opponent, you know. Keep pushing them up against the ropes, keeping them in the corner.
The judges in favour of the work right there from the Italian Priolo.
Yes.
So round 5 underway, and Priolo, we now know, is ahead by 1 point on all 3 scorecards. So clearly the judges, at least to a slight degree, are favoring the sheer volume of Priolo, which is a technique that he's learned under his longtime coach, Christian DeMartinis. They run a gym together, they think alike, and he's talked about the fact that he just calls out something, I don't even think about it. I just keep throwing. I just obey. DeMartinis fought very much the same way, a high volume, high output kind of guy.
If you have a good chin, it's hard to match. I mean, you're reducing the power for it, and if you're not a puncher anyway, then that makes it even more so. So you have to, at some point, you're going to take a shot, so you have to have a good chin. Someone is going to walk through one shot to take another shot off you.
I see what Canuck is doing. See, the pull counter from Priolo is working right now, but what he's doing is he's switching up his overhand right. So some of them are being thrown from long distance, and some so he can get comfortable doing that pull counter, and then he wants to step in for that overhand right, which gave him the knockdown in the first round.
Nice little feint there from...
See, he's throwing from long distance, and then he's going to... There you go. The next one is probably going to be a step in, and then the overhand right.
Nice uppercut there from Canuck, but back comes Priolo with a right hand.
Respect to Priolo to have this kind of work rate.
Yeah, this is an incredible engine from Priolo, not to mention the vocal cords as well, because he is shouting with that. He might be as hoarse as we will be after the end of 16 fights.
Two things I wrote down from his last fight: great chin, great engine. They were the 2 things I wrote down.
Yes.
Inside the final minute here of round 5. Priolo has spent some time of late at the Salas Boxing Academy in Las Vegas, sparring with Alberto Cuello, training alongside Robesi Ramirez and Carlos Adames.
Some big names.
And you can see, Barry, how in sparring, Priolo's going to give you good work. He's going to make you work for every second of every round.
Yeah, non-stop. He's just non-stop, isn't he? If you've got problems with your engine, he's the guy to put you in the ring with.
He's good with his distance as well. He's just slipping these punches by inches.
Pivot there from Priolo. Stuck with it through a nice left hook. Seconds tick away here in round 5, a razor-thin fight. But the volume of Fiorenzo Priolo really starting to mount.
One of the differences is the engine, I believe, Barry, like you said, because I remember when I said a couple of rounds ago, Canuck was breathing harder in the corner.
Saturday, July 19th, Alexander Usyk, the heavyweight champ, will run it back with a Daniel Dubois. All the titles on the line. Guys, of course, a little bit of controversy coming out of their first fight as to whether the low blow that wasn't. I don't feel that it's a controversy, but for me, what's most intriguing about this fight is this kind of reinvention of Daniel Dubois. What does this version of Daniel Dubois do against this version of Alexander Usyk.
Yeah, you can argue he's a different fighter now, a much more confident fighter. He believes in his engine. That was always my thing for him. He knows now when he gets tired not to panic because there is another reserve of fitness beyond that wall. And that'll make him a harder fighter for Usyk to wear down. But Usyk is brilliant, of course, and he's shown no signs of decline. He is getting on in age. At some point he's going to hit that wall, but he's coming off his 2 good wins. As is, people talk about Dubois' wins, but Usyk's wins are better than his.
You're right.
Since that fight.
And controversy, shot or not, Usyk still has in the back of his mind, I stopped him.
With the jab.
There you go.
But I'm not sure if Dubois will panic at that point again. Because he will get to that point. But Dubois, like he boxed against Joshua, might just go out there and put it on him straight away. And think, he's a much smaller guy.
I think that's his best bet. Try to overwhelm the smaller guy.
So it's a rematch that you never thought anyone needed, but we're glad we got it.
If you think about it, everybody shows Usyk so much respect. Sorry to talk about this so long, but they show him so much respect and try to box him instead of trying to overwhelm him.
Yeah.
Speaking of overwhelming, the volume of Fiorenzo Priolo has been that throughout this fight, but particularly over the last several rounds. And now, F.A. Canuck, of course, knowing that the fight could be in the balance for him here in the final round, is trying to up his own pressure, but he just got blasted with a huge right hand from Priolo.
Says a lot about Priolo, come back from a knockdown to basically take over the fight.
And what gives you that? Fitness.
The recovery. You got to be in shape. Yeah. You got to be in shape to recover well.
People think it's about just physical recovery. What the fitness does, when you're really fit, it means you can still focus. So when you're being hurt, you can get that focus back quite quick, which means you keep yourself safe long enough to recover.
Still got legs.
Oh, it's unbelievable, the engine. I mean, the last round was his best round as well.
Again, the volume of Priolo, I mean, frankly, even as commentators, makes you forget about some of the work that Canuck is doing.
Yeah.
He landed 2 good right hands to the body, a nice overhand right, but since then, Priolo's thrown like 45 punches. Good left hook there from Priolo.
Imagine if you could punch here, Priolo. Imagine if he had that proper weight in his shots. He wouldn't be as busy, would he? That's what would happen. He would need to be.
Sometimes, we look at the punch stats, we look at CompuBox and counting landed punches. But with a guy like Priolo, you got to count the missed punches. He's really making you miss in there. Just by slight movement.
Tough inside work here from F.A. Canuck. Finally getting to a distance where he feels he can get some work done. Good exchange here in the closing moments of this contest.
Canuck seems very fatigued, but this is pure heart right
That is an excellent fight, a tremendous effort from both men, but in particular, Priolo getting up off the canvas and churning out that kind of output as we take a look back at some of the action from the final round.
Nice overhand round by Priolo. Really took over these last few rounds. Timed it very well, but was also concerned about that defense. And I think that, with the condition that he had, really turned this fight around.
And it was a real solid effort, especially in that last one there from Canuck. He really made a go for it, but ultimately, the busier guy, the more active guy got the win, you would think.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup is into its second round of matches, and there are 3 games available for you today live on DAZN. Benfica versus Auckland, Flamengo versus Chelsea, and LAFC battle the Tunisian side, ES Tunis. Catch it live here on DAZN. All right, where do you want us to go after this? Are we going to do this on camera? All right, we are ready to make this one official. Let's send it back up to our MC, Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Fabian Guggenheim, Paul Landeros, and Christian Garduño, are in agreement. They all score it the same. 58-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision. Lorenzo Priolo.
Pirolo, who moves on to the quarterfinals after recovering from a first-round knockdown. And here he is celebrating this new step in the WBC Grand Prix. We also have a big fight night to look forward to in New York next month, July 12th, for Ring 3, in a big night for Hamza Shiraz.
I was looking at your Wikipedia.
Yeah.
And your grandfather was a boxer.
Yeah, yeah.
Your uncle a boxer.
Yeah.
Your father was a cricket.
Yeah.
Yo, you born in London?
Yep.
Your mother Indian?
Yeah, correct.
Who the hell are you?
So listen, it's like you said, boxing was in the family. Boxing was in the family. I had to work a lot. Nothing was gifted to me. But at the same time, what you got to remember is, I understand no one in America understands where I'm from, but that's the past. I'm here in America now, where, like I said before, the future is where everything's at. No dream is big enough here. No dream is big enough in New York or wherever it is in America. And the people over here are so inspirational. So I almost don't care if they don't know where I'm from. I want them to come on my journey with me from when I've landed in America, from now. First fight at 168, going into New York, fighting Edgar Berlanga, that's a risk.
Oh, yes.
Do you know what I mean?
My God, yes.
And that's where great things happen. That's where great things happen, and that's where I want to be.
Will you KO Berlanga, taking that risk after building your foundation?
Yes, and I have no doubt I will.
The Big Apple, the mecca of boxing, Hamza Shiraz steps up to super middleweight for the first time to take on Edgar Berlanga in the Louis Armstrong Stadium in Queens, New York. Shakur Stevenson also defends the WBC lightweight title against William Cepeda. It is set to be another huge ring event, live only on The Zone. Let's go back to the action and Thomas Trimer.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Alan David, Russian Krenz. And now let's welcome to the ring, Carlos Utria.
Los caminos de la vida no son como yo me los imaginaba. La vida me ha golpeado tantas veces que eso yo no lo esperaba. Y soñé que a todo mi parcero la vida le cambié, que a mi cucho una casa grande le regale, pero la vida no es tan fácil como pensé. Yo veo a mi vieja levantándose todas las madrugadas, pa' que mi hermanita y a mí la comida no nos faltara, pero que dura es la vida cuando uno nace sin plata.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the super lightweight division. The judges are Barry Lindenman, Steve Morrow, and Francisco Ayosa. Our referee in charge is Steve St. Germain. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 140.2 pounds. His professional record, 15 wins, just 1 defeat, 14 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Argentina, here is Alan David Russian Krenz. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 141.4 pounds. Undefeated, he has 10 wins, all 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Colombia, here is Carlos Utria.
Boxer. Boxer, both belt will be considered good. You both got my instruction in the locker room. Protect yourself at all time. Listen to my command all time. Touch gloves. Good luck, both of you.
Well, this may be one of the fights to watch in the tournament. Carlos Utria and Alan David Krenz, two of the best pure punchers in the tournament. Utria with a devastating finish over Elian Guerrero in the opening round, scoring 3 knockdowns. Alan David Krenz had perhaps the best fight of the tournament thus far, an absolute war against Crisalino Beltran. And they are going at it here in the early going. Krenz trying to get to the body of Carlos Utria. And Barack, before the tournament, you talk about how unforgiving this bracket could be. Before the tournament, I was talking to a couple of talent scouts, guys who were in the business of trying to sign young fighters. Without fail, everyone mentioned Utria and Krenz as people they were looking at. They're meeting in the second round.
Right, and then after that war between Krenz and Beltran, how can you not love a fighter like Krenz? And then the incredible domination by Utria. These guys right here, you kind of hate to see them together right now, but it is what it is. That's what you get in the tournament. You're going to get the best fight in the best very early.
Good body work there from Utria, both men. Throwing some heavy leather here in the opening round. As expected, back comes Utria with a double left hook. And that one has Krenz backing up. Huge clubbing shot there from Utria.
Sitting down on every shot, Utria.
I mean, you've got 2 big punches. You think you want the guy to feel your power early, like always, but also you don't want to make a mistake, do you?
Hard right hands to the body from Utria, just winding up with that right hand.
This is why he has a 100% knockout rate.
Take that body shot in there as well. Utria.
Good defense. Slipping all of those shots.
Well, that was always impressive the last time. He was nice and calm, wasn't he?
There from Utria. Sorry to cut you off there, Barry.
Oh, did you see that? His right foot went out just to change levels. Slipped the shot and countered with the right hand. Beautiful work. That could be real discouraging as a fighter, you know, getting hit that hard, missing those shots.
Took to the body there from Utria a moment ago. Krenz trying to flurry, but just catching glove at the moment.
Good left hook there, wasn't it?
Yeah, excellent left hook there from Utria.
Oh, I know that body shot hurt Krenz, and Claudia just pointed out that the whole right side of Krenz is bloodshot red from those body shots from Utria.
Closing moments of an exciting opening round. A lot of tension in this one with 2 hard hitters going toe-to-toe in the opening 3 minutes.
Well, they didn't wait around today. They want to show who's the most powerful. Yeah, both landing with big, heavy shots. You would tend to think Utria just maybe finding the gaps to the defense a little bit easier than it was for Krenz, who just couldn't really penetrate that defense for the most part. And as Claudia pointed out, you see it there, on the right side, the body there of Krenz just raw. With the power there from the left hooks from Utria.
Dale volado, pégale la cabeza. Le diga, vamos a desgastar, no peguemos aquí.
You know, sometimes 21-year-olds say, you know, I can't wait till I get my man strength, Barry. I think Utria has his man strength already, hitting like a middleweight in there.
Yeah, some do, don't they? Naz had his man strength at 11. I saw him in the British schoolboy finals knocking people out. So you know, some people just get it young, don't they? But usually, you know, but most of it's sort of mid to late 20s.
Round 2 underway as the power of Carlos Utria on full display, and as we pointed out in the opening round, on full display on the torso of Alan David Krenz. And we're not looking at the effects of the cupping on his back. We're looking at the effects of the body shots from Carlos Utria, who coming into this tournament, his fights lasted an average of 1.1 rounds.
Wow. Credit to the chin of Krenz. Oh, God.
I mean, we saw him take a lot of leather from Crisolito Beltran in that opening round, and he just caught Utria with a little bit of a hybrid uppercut there, Barry.
Yeah, again, he hasn't had much success because he hasn't been able to penetrate that defense, but as Utria stood back there, Krenz just committed there. A little shot through the middle, right hand over the top.
Oh. Nice step back uppercut there from Utria.
Just can't get frustrated yet, Krenz.
You know, there's an impressive patience about Utria here as well, Barak. It's, everything he's throwing is hard, but it's not senseless.
No,
I mean, everything has a purpose, and a lot of it is landing.
Yes, and he definitely is a boxer puncher. He's not just a puncher. He's definitely picking the right shots. In his corner, I was told, is telling him to attack that left side of the body now. And if you notice, he did land a couple of right hands to the body early in this round.
Part of a hitter as Utria is, the bulk of his knockouts, particularly back home in Colombia, have come courtesy of body shots.
Krenz is not doing bad this round, though.
You're right. I've quite been impressed that he hasn't lost his shape yet, Krenz, and hasn't been feeling sorry for himself. Really, you know, he's throwing the right shots. They're just not having the desired effect and not just breaking the defense yet.
I thought he had a little bit of, you know, look of discouragement in the first round. Maybe the shots were hard, but how do you feel as a power puncher like Utria, and you're not visibly hurting your guy?
Yeah, but you're landing, aren't you? So you've got to, I can break him down, I can break him down.
Good shot to the body there from Utria. Sneaky left hook right before the bell.
After he slipped the right hand and landed a nice short left hook to the body.
Well, we've got an intriguing battle of Britain on July 5th as Jack Catterall moves up to welterweight for his ring return against the undefeated Harlem Eubank, live from Manchester's AO Arena and only live right here on DAZN.
I'm happy for my guy Harlem, you know, finally getting that shot after all of these years. What do you think, Barry?
Yeah, no, he's a really good fighter. I've covered a lot of his career, actually, and see how he's developed, you know, pretty much under the spotlight. It's been quite impressive.
Yes.
Good work there from Utria, moving back as Krenz is trying to push the pressure on.
For Utria, gold corner, and one judge has it even a draw, 19-19.
Back to action here, and Alan David Krenz wasted no time launching a three-punch combination, and I think he understands that it's time to turn it up. But in doing so, he is going right into the fire with Carlos Utria.
I think some of the judges agree with me. I wouldn't have probably gave that round to Krenz, but I thought he did better in that second round, and one of the judges gave him that round.
He did, and I think he kept Utria quiet. Oh, good uppercut there from Krenz, lovely shot. He kept Utria quiet for a lot of the portions of that round also, but I still thought the better punches came from Utria. Cleaner work.
Utria has his mouth open. Maybe throwing those hard shots took a little bit out of him. Maybe he needs to take a little time off. Good counter there, by the way.
Yeah, excellent shot. Well, again, listen, Utria does not have a ton of, or any, experience going this late into a fight.
Right.
Because his power has always ended them that quickly. So there is a curiosity here of what will happen if Krenz can continue to drag him deeper and deeper into these waters as he's absorbed these shots and is really ramping up the pressure here in the third round.
Does he start to lose his shape? And with that, the technique, and with the technique, then you start losing the power. All of a sudden, then those punches you're throwing don't have the same effect. But Krenz is a neater puncher throughout, isn't he?
Well, I think now we're going to see, like I called Utria earlier a boxer puncher, because he can do things like this: fight off the back foot, move, slip shots, and land his shots, and then get out of the way.
Good work.
Sneaky body shot again there from Utria.
Good movement as well off the target there from Utria. And then topped off with the uppercut.
2 of the last 3 of those uppercuts have landed from Utria.
And this could be a trap that Utria is setting as well, Barry. You know, going on the back foot, appearing to be a little bit tired, but you know you might be the harder puncher, leading him in, allowing him to be the aggressor, and then catching him coming in.
Well, unless there's a clash of heads that we've missed, Utria, probably courtesy of one of those right hands, has really busted up the face of Alan David Krenz, who, as we remember, was bloodied badly in his opening round contest as well. And oh, look at this.
I'm not sure if the feet got tangled up there, but it's a lovely right hand.
Good shot from Krenz. You're right. I think the feet came together at the same time. But what a response here from Utria, getting back to the boxing that you referenced, Barack.
Yes.
But prior to this fight, we were posing the question, how will the face of Krenz hold up after that bloodbath that he had in the opening round?
Right, so the face might not be holding up that well, but his heart is. He was able to weather the storm of those 2 rounds, and now he's the aggressor and has the confidence in his corner.
That's a lovely little move there from Utria there. Just a little shimmy of the shoulders there. Drawing that lead hand, and then that lovely uppercut through the middle, right on the chin there of Krenz. Krenz showing a great chin, as we've seen in his last contest, of course. So still piling forward, but yeah, the athleticism in total there of Utria. Fantastic.
Oh, that was just a clear punch. He was trying to move to his left at the same time, so that right hand just caught him and caught him off balance with him trying to step over with that left leg.
But I think because he got quite erratic footwork, though brilliant at times, Utria, he brings that front foot too far back as well, I think. So I think he sort of lost his balance. But if he goes down, that's a shot, and they call it.
Absolutely, that would be a knockdown.
But maybe not the danger that it first appeared.
So round 4 underway, and speaking of Carlos Utria, who's more equipped to report on a Colombian corner than Claudia Trejo? We'll get back to Claudia in just a moment. We've got a little technical issue.
But I'm actually, because I beat a Colombian to win my world title. I don't say that in front of Claudia because she beats me up. I had nothing else to say. I just had to get that out while she wasn't listening.
That slip left uppercut is working for Utria.
Kren's got to start changing the angle of his shots now. The little screw shots through the middle might help him. Just change the angle of that uppercut, and the straight shots here. I think Utria should be able to just shell up with his gloves and block most of them.
Yeah, the screw shot there from Utria that landed a moment ago. And a nice left hook to the body, and another right hand, and a left hook. You know, there's something so casual and relaxed about Utria for a 21-year-old as well.
Oh, very, very relaxed, very poised, showing the experience from his amateur career. And just graceful boxing, beautiful boxing.
Showing a good chin there as well, because Kren's hit with a lovely right hand.
Again, we've been talking about the power of Carlos Utria, but as mentioned, these are 2 hard hitters. Krenz 10 of his 14 stoppage wins have come in 2 rounds or less as well.
Good shot. He acknowledged that as well, didn't he, there, Kren?
He did. These guys,
I felt it.
I'm sure they're going to have a lot of respect for each other after the fight, whoever wins or loses.
There's that.
There it is again.
Quick uppercut as well. You know, we're calling it a screw shot, a hybrid uppercut, whatever you want to call it, the 45, as Oscar De La Hoya used to call it.
I think that's a genuine uppercut.
Just a genuine uppercut in your eyes, yeah.
But the swivel of the shoulders, that is a beautiful move.
And I think, to your point, the way that he is moving his back leg, they kind of pivot out as he's throwing it at the same time, makes it a little bit deceptive for Kren. Really hasn't picked up on that shot. It lands again there in the midst of a combination.
Let it go, let it go, let it go.
The face of Kren's really starting to show the signs of damage as we're inside the final 15 seconds of round 4.
See, Kren's haven't got the quick enough feet to close the gap enough to put Utria under the pressure he needs.
Esa es la pelea, coge tu guay. No te le confíes, eso lo trabajamos todo el campamento. No te le confíes a tu derecha, ya la estás descifrando prácticamente, oíste. Pasa, guay, muévete 2 pasos, no te muevas más. Vamos para el quinto, oíste. Ya tú trabajas para sangrarlo con el jab. Y el resto, oye, tú estás tirando el jab abajo. ¿Por qué amarras la recta? Miércoles, ¿cuándo te duele?
After 4 rounds, 2 judges have it 40-36. 1 judge has it 39-37. Unanimous for the gold corner, Utria.
Just so fluent and relaxed when he lets his punches go, Utria. Showing that he has got a decent little engine. He's been put under pressure here, but still controlling most of it as he's moving around. Just again, doesn't tense up with the shots, just uses the body just to swing the punches into range. Just naturally heavy-handed.
So even though the ties changed, not necessarily the ties changed, but the aggressor changed. So Utria made the adjustment necessary by fighting on the back foot, and he's still winning the fight on 2 of the judges' scorecards, you can see there. Well, he's winning on all 3, but he's winning every single round on 2 of the judges' scorecards.
The Kren's, at this point, is going to need to start collecting knockdowns, at least, which he has done with all of his last 12 opponents. He has knocked all of them down at least once, but to this point, outside of that one kind of borderline scary right hand that he landed a little bit earlier on in this fight, hasn't really been able to make a dent in Carlos Utria.
No, but I guess in his mind, he feels like he has the power to do so.
Big left hook there from Utria as we welcome back in Claudia Trejos. Claudia.
Corey, urgent from the gold corner. Utria has hurt his right hand, so let's watch and see if he can connect that as hard as he has done for the earlier rounds.
Oh, so that's what it is. I thought it was fatigue that put him on the back foot.
I tell you what, it just shows some great footwork there, Utria. That semicircle on the target that we always go on about, you know, with the space you dominate. The spin around there was just brilliant, and then come back again.
Braga, I think a lot of things are mounting for Kren's right now. It's the hand, it's the blood, it is probably fatigue, and it's the power of Utria. And this slippery defense as well. I mean, this is not just sheer power that he's being undone with right now. Utria is also not getting touched with anything substantial.
That's a knee strike right there from Utria. A knee fake, that's what we call it.
Mayorga type stuff, that is.
Definitely doesn't fight like Mayorga.
No.
He has like a Cuban boxing style. He's just amazing. He has he has so many tools in his shed.
You've got to admire the effort here from Kren. So it hasn't been deterred. He's still trying to pull forward, you know, push forward and land the big shots, hoping they have an effect.
Excellent right hand right down the pipe there from Utria.
I mean, this is only the second phase, but shout out to Kren. You have to be cut from a special cloth to even make it to the second phase. This is how competitive, especially this division and featherweight, so competitively matched.
Well, considering the war that he went through in the opening round and what he sustained right now,
And
I think
the
the
Beltran
cloth,
war.
I think the cloth you're describing might be steel wool. Final 10 seconds here of round 5. Another beautiful round of boxing from the 21-year-old Carlos Utria.
Kren's going back to his corner, definitely looking discouraged. You know, things changed up. Utria is making it a harder fight. He's going to have to throw a couple of feints in there to get inside, I believe, to let those hands go.
Well, it's destination New York City on July 12th when the Ring presents another blockbuster card with Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz at the top of the bill, and Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda going at it in the chief support. Another memorable night of boxing from the Big Apple.
Again, just the fluency in his work, just not having to load up to throw the shots, just a natural rhythm that gives him that power as well. Just be able to punch going forward, be able to punch in reverse as well as he leans back with that left hook we just saw. I know Kren's having a real solid effort, just a little bit more predictable than
6th and final round.
Just not making mistakes now, and he's won the fight.
6th and final round here between Carlos Utria and Alan David Krenz. We touted this as one of the fights to watch here in the tournament, and it has been a fun one to watch, but it has been relatively one-sided here on the side of Carlos Utria. And this again demonstrates the utility of this kind of tournament in terms of unearthing talent and giving a platform to talent. I mean, you look at Carlos Utria in this fight and you wonder how in the world was this guy not signed?
Well, first of all, how do you sell him? And that's where they look at it. I mean, he's a sellable product, but they still look at it like that. Bums on seats, TV. I think he's TV friendly for sure. But and it's just from the wrong part of the world, wrong part of the country, whatever it is. All those play a factor. And also what they're looking at for at that time, by the way.
Nice right hand again from Utria, right down the middle, and you can see the blood on the face of Krenz flying across the ring after that one. Another right hand down the middle, and Krenz, his face is an absolute mess, but he is still trying to dig to the body of Utria.
But his defense has gone from a 5 to a 0. It wasn't the best, but it's non-existent now. He's just putting his hands up. It's like a gesture, really.
Utria is a power puncher, but he's really dictating this fight with that jab. That jab is really busting up the nose of Krenz.
Some of the footwork he's done. Like,
there you go.
Really good, really clever.
Yeah. I tell you, he's a Cuban fighter. He's so graceful in there.
A minute left to go in this contest. You know, Utria could, with his power, as we know, he could finish a fight at any moment, but supposing this fight goes the distance, if this were longer than a 6-round fight, if you're the Krenz corner, you're probably having thoughts about whether this should go on any longer.
I was just thinking that. I mean, the blood is bad enough, but it's really the look on Krenz's face when he gets hit. Tough as nails, though. He's not backing down.
Just despondent. You know, you've done things that work for you and they don't work, and then when you can't adjust, you can feel lost.
Yes.
A really good display there from Utria. You know, going this far for the first time is one thing. Doing it with grace and keeping his composure has been fantastic. For a young man, he's showing he has a big future.
What a performance from Carlos Utria as he climbs the ropes in celebration. The blood you see on his body, it is entirely from his opponent. A beautiful mix of power, precision, and defense tonight from Carlos Utria.
Yeah, he was good from the offset, he really was. You know, I mean, there was a time where Kren was sort of in the fight earlier on when he was really, you know, forcing Utria to throw with him, but just the athleticism, the boxing brain, the composure, even the patience at the time, and he was just really good. I think that was sort of like a coming-of-age fight for him, where even though he couldn't get rid of the guy early, so he had to do boxing a different way, and he showed that he's a very adaptable young man. And I love the way he jumped on the ropes there, because that's like, I've just boxed so well. I don't know the result, but I've just boxed really well, and I'm proud of myself.
In the opponent's corner, mind you.
Well, Jake Paul is back to face his toughest challenge yet on June 28th as the problem child steps into the ring with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. You can go to DAZN.com/boxing for more details on how to watch this one. That's next Saturday, live on DAZN. All right, well, the scorecards are likely to be no surprise, but we're going to hand it off to Thomas Treiber anyway. Let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Steve Morrow scores it 59-55, and both judges Barry Lindenman and Francisco Ayosa are in agreement. They both scored the same, 60-54, all for your winner by unanimous decision, Carlos Utria.
Congratulations on an amazing win. This is a great moment for Carlos Utria that comes from Soplaviento, Colombia. And we're back in London next month for a huge night in the heavyweight division.
Live only on DAZN, Usyk versus Dubois 2, July 19th. He silenced Britain's best. Usyk, the brick breaker, fighting for greatness, for the flag, for legacy. But now, the dynamite is ready to explode. Dubois, reborn, sharper, stronger, a weight of a nation on his shoulders. July 19th, Wembley roars beneath the lights. Who will become undisputed heavyweight champion of the world? Usyk versus Dubois 2, live only on DAZN. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois are set to meet at Wembley Stadium for the undisputed heavyweight crown. Can Dubois avenge his controversial defeat to Usyk back in August 2023? Or will Usyk remain unbeaten and prove once again why he's one of the all-time greats? It's live on DAZN, July 19th.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Gerald Into. And now let's welcome to the ring, Sanatali Toltayv. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds. in the super lightweight division. The judges are Fabian Guggenheim, Paul Landeros, and Christian Garduño. Our referee in charge will be Mark Lyson. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 140.5 pounds. Undefeated with 12 wins, 9 of his 12 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the Philippines, here is Gerald Into. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 141.2 pounds. Undefeated with 3 wins, 2 of his 3 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Kazakhstan, here is Sanatali Toltayv.
Okay, boxers, I've already spoken to you both. You know what I expect. Stay professional, obey my commands, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Touch gloves. Good luck.
So an excellent matchup here between Sanatali Toltayv of Kazakhstan and Gerald Into, the #1 seed in the bracket coming into the tournament. Into coming off a 6-round unanimous decision win over Ahmad Jones. Toltayv scored a final round TKO win over Herman Brochero in the opening round of the tournament, as Toltayv lands a nice right hand to the body. Toltayv, of course, has a twin brother, Samatali Toltayv, who is also an undefeated pro, also a spectacular amateur, and they are frequently confused, as you saw on the LED screen as he walked to the ring. He was listed as his brother and not himself.
I mean, the difference
is one letter.
Is one letter. So I get that. It's like Jamel and Jamal.
Yes.
You know, there's so many times they make that mistake. It just did the other day.
Or George Foreman and George Foreman and George Foreman and George Foreman and George Foreman.
Rest in peace, Big George.
Absolutely. You know, Into had a great win over Ahmad Jones, but he also was cut in that fight. So I want to know, I'm interested to see how that cut's going to hold up.
Using that reach well here at the minute, Into.
Into matching what can be a heavy work rate from Toltayv. See the long reach.
Ooh. You showed this last fight, you had the snappy little left hand, and just saw it there again. Into.
Oh, no. Sneaky uppercut on the inside, but Toltayv firing a shot a little bit late, but the referee feels that Into is holding him at the same time, as Toltayv comes back inside with a right hand.
Shots. Really stepped into that Toltayv.
Some high-octane boxing here in the opening round. Both men doing some terrific work.
He sort of leans when he throws that jab there Into, and that just makes him a hard target to counter. It's long. Oh, good shot.
Into landing that jab, Barry, thus far here in the opening round, stepping in and stepping out.
Yeah.
Nice right hand over the top, though, from Toltayv.
Just be a little bit route one here, Toltayv. A little bit too bullish with his approach and walking on the shots.
Oh, what a shot there from Toltayv, and down goes Into in the opening round.
He just timed the straight left hand of Into.
Perfect timing on that shot from Toltayv. There's the same shot landing again from Toltayv. Into takes it this time. But in a razor-thin opening round, Toltayv just swung the momentum in his favor.
That's a lovely little time left hook, that isn't it? There, just sort of half feinted with a jab, half feinted with the right hand, and then when Nkosi came forward there with his own left, got caught with a cracking left hook. So he gets up, he's not steady on his legs, and I think he did well there to see the end of that round there, into.
And that might have been a round that Toltayv was losing, you know, and took over that round with that one shot.
Yeah, I thought Inter was boxing well with the jab, the long right hand, but left hand, sorry, but certainly the southpaw jab was really working for him.
It's round 2 underway. Tremendous start for Sanatali Toltayv. He looks for that same shot there, that sweeping left hook that had Intu on the floor in the opening round. This tournament for Toltayv kind of represents a little bit of a fresh start, although he's still competing in the amateurs off and on. He's had a lot of success. He's been national champion within his country in Kazakhstan. He's never quite been the best fighter in his division globally. He's always been stifled at a certain point. Feels as though this tournament can really be that fresh start and can show the world the levels of his ability, as we saw in the opening round of this contest. Double right hand there from Toltayv to the body and then to the head.
He's finding into a bit of a tricky target to hit clean here.
Right hand from Toltayv, straying low.
Shots.
Sweeping left hook there from Intu. A couple short shots here on the inside as well.
I mean, it's a silly shot to throw actually because you've got no balance. If you don't hit with the shot, you're in trouble. But it came off for him. He just overcommits to the left. He steps too close with the front foot there. Into when he throws the left hand, then it's, you know, the judgment's not right. All you got to do is turn from the hips and the shoulders. He doesn't need to take a step. He has the range and the reach.
Exactly. He definitely messes it up with his feet. His arms, he has a perfect jab, but he just doesn't play it right with his feet to keep that proper distance so that he doesn't get countered.
Yeah, it's a good point, Barag. I mean, if he was aiming kind of the crease of his elbow at the head of Toltayv, it would be the perfect shot, but he's overreaching on that hook time and time again. Now back to his bread and butter, that heavy jab.
You step in with the jab, and so you should. But if it pushes their opponent back, then you throw the left hand. If it doesn't, then you've got to shorten that left hand and adjust it with it.
Final 20 seconds here of round 2. Good bounce back round for Intu, considering the condition he was in the opening round. That late knockdown as he steps in with a well-timed jab once more. And that'll do it for round 2.
You notice a lot of fights are starting off like this tonight. You know, you get a knockdown in the first round, and then the one that was knocked down wins the second round. Now you got 19-18.
Well, coming up on June 28th, Jake Paul will take on his toughest challenge yet as the problem child steps into the ring with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. You can go to DAZN.com/boxing for more details on how to watch this unmissable event.
Yeah, really good round here. So that right hook that came off just clipped Toltayv's chin. Toltayv then just trying to fire back, but for the most part, a long reach to take in everything for Intu in that round.
And 2 judges have it 19-18, all unanimous for the gold corner, Toltayv.
Just like the Canuck fight, you know, you get a knockdown and then your opponent comes back and wins that round on 2 judges' scorecards.
Yes, you heard the scores from Thomas Tribert to this point. You see it on your screen here. 20-17, 19-18, and 19-18 for Toltayv. And those 19-18 scorecards, obviously, that would suggest that Intu was given that last round by those two judges. So, nice boost of confidence for Intu.
And as you said, that landed a nice little 1-2 there as well. Intu boxing really well here.
Intu, the only Filipino fighter to advance from the round of 32 here in the tournament. His countrymen, Brix Piala, Crisalito Beltran, who we referenced in the last fight, were both bounced in the opening round. Last remaining hope for his country here, the #1 seed, Gerald Intu, who's putting together another good round here in the third. Back comes Toltayv with a left hook over the top.
Just waiting too long, Toltayv. I know the reach is a problem for him. But he should be forcing into the throw so he can slip inside that long reach and then go to work.
Good slip counter by Toltayv.
Another one there with the left hook.
Good shot.
Good little sequence here for Sanatali Toltayv. Trying not to let the momentum of this fight get away from him. Got a hefty lead on one scorecard at the very least. If you're wondering, by the way, about the seeding, the #1 seed we've attributed to Gerald Intu coming into this tournament, it's because coming into the tournament, he was ranked number 24 by the WBC. Of course, we always talk about the world rankings as ending at 15. They extend far beyond that, and because of that ranking, as Toltayv will be admonished there, because of that ranking, Intu was given the #1 seed in this tournament.
He is one of the most experienced guys in this tournament. Most guys have like a record like Toltayv, 3-0, 5-0.
Rough stuff on the inside again from Toltayv. He's going to have to be careful. He's been warned a couple times.
I meant to say Intu, rather.
And I'll do it for the round.
Sort of around the two halves there. I thought Intu boxed really well in the first half of the round, but then Toltayv got his act together there to close the round, landed some good quality work and made it a close one.
All off counters.
Yeah. Look a bit tired as well, Intu going back to his corner for the first time, and whether that's going to be a factor.
Round 4 underway. Gerald Intu back to action with a left hand down the middle. All right, we're going to send it over to Claudia Trejos, who has an update on our previous contest. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Just to give us a hint of the kind of punching power Utria and Kren's had. Kren's ended up with a dislocated left shoulder, and Carlos Utria with a heavily injured right hand.
Thank you so much, Claudia. So, obviously, we wish for a speedy recovery for both fighters. For Kren's, obviously, to continue with his career, and for Utria to continue in this tournament. A broken hand, something to worry about for a guy that probably looked like one of the tournament favorites coming out of that fight.
Yeah, it'd be catastrophic, that will. You can. Just to pull out, though, you can't use it to full effect in the next round.
Oh, man.
Standing a bit closer here, isn't he, Toltayv?
Yeah, Toltayv's starting to get in the kitchen with a little more regularity here, and again...
That wasn't behind the head. he punched him from the outside of the shoulder, but that wasn't behind the head.
Wow.
I can see where the referee's done that, though.
But it looked like it hit the back of the head.
No, I don't think it did. I mean, you might be right, but from my angle here, it looked like I think caught him on the chin.
Oh.
But from the referee is,
yes,
and for what's been happening, I can see why you've seen that, and he might be right, by the way. If only we had some sort of technology where we could see what happened.
They haven't invented that yet.
I watched an amateur tournament on the weekend, and not to see replays freaked me out. You're watching it live, you also can't see a replay.
Right.
We're spoiled, aren't we?
Yes.
Good shot there from Toltayv. Into just missed with a home run shot of his own. Toltayv getting there first, and now picking up the pace, forcing Into back against the ropes.
Lovely uppercut there from Toltayv, and a right hand as well.
Well, that was a game of milliseconds. Whoever got there first in that exchange was going to hurt their opponent, and it was Toltayv who got to his mark before Into.
Oh, Toltayv's kind of letting him off the hook right now, getting him out of the corner, allowing him to get out of the corner.
He's looking for that clean shot. I know they look for that one big punch to finish it off, but sometimes just throwing shots and it'll come. Sometimes you got to force it rather than just wait for it to happen.
Just seems like he's more comfortable slipping a shot than throwing a punch. More comfortable countering rather than just throwing combinations.
Body language of Into right now looking a lot more ragged than it was in the early rounds here, and certainly more so than Sanatali Toltayv. See the face of Into starting to mark and swell as we will come to the end of the round.
Let's see that behind the head shot.
You're going to see the hook here, I think, when they both throw.
Well, you know what?
Not sure.
We still can't see perfectly from this angle, but I think you might have been right. I think it probably gauged a little bit more towards the face.
He's around the back of him.
Yeah. It would appear to have been behind the head shot, but I don't think it landed.
Yeah, I mean,
that was good eyes by you, Barry.
See, it's going to be a worse angle to see it from.
Oh, you know what?
From there, it's on the ear.
But then the elbow kind of hit behind the ear.
Well, we're the other side there, aren't we? So from me, it looks like he's gone on the back of him, but he's actually punched him on the chin. But because he's caught the chin with the glove, but obviously
that's what it was.
Yeah, and Barry, I think you made a good point earlier, too, what you were alluding to. I'll make that point in a moment as we're hearing the open scores.
37-37. One judge has it 38-36 for the gold corner, and one judge has it 39-35 for the gold corner. Toltayv.
All right, so you heard the scores: 37-37 on one card, 38-36, and 39-35 for Toltayv. We have them now in front of us and on your screen.
That's better from Toltayv. Just trying to disguise it a little bit more. That's when he really does the damage. When he's not just brute strength. Just sometimes he disguises the shots a little faint. From Into though.
All right, so we did just receive confirmation as well that the instant replay that is available here at the WBC Grand Prix, they can review point deductions like that and make recommendations, but after reviewing the replay there, it was determined that the official had made the right call. And going back to the point I was making earlier, Barry, and you were alluding to it, I think the referee was also seeing that there was kind of a general aura of kind of unruliness from Toltayv. There were a couple fouls, and I think that just looking at the way that Inter reacted, it was the right call ultimately, but I think that's what he was reacting off of also.
I think so, yeah. Well, Mark Leiston, the referee, has warned them a few times, and he was in the perfect position to see that it did land on the ear, on the back of the head.
Especially when your opponent turns his back like that, there's no real shot for you with that left hand. you'd have to land in the back of the head. So it only made sense for him to take that point away because you weren't even trying to land a legal shot in his eyes.
Big left hook there from Toltayv. Just threw away the right hand, got full leverage on that left hook. Credit to Intu for taking that one and moving forward.
He's a beautiful counterpuncher.
Intu trying to be too clever though. He was leaning over, trying to sort of give it the look to try and throw a screw shot or something, but waited too long and just give him a tag of the hit. Intu got to go 1 tooth on the line. Big long shots like he was at the start of the contest. Use your length, use your reach. Bring the punches back as fast as they go out.
Less than 30 seconds remaining in the round. Toltayv just missed with another left hook. Looked like Intu got there first. The short shot of his own. We see a little bit of an abrasion under the eye of Toltayv now, maybe courtesy of that shot, as 10 seconds remain in the round. And Intu's gonna need some big stuff like that shot if he wants to pull this one out, but Toltayv is feeling it right now.
His confidence in it. He's very confident in his defense right now.
Patay kung patay, ubusin na lahat. Ha?
Sixth and final round.
Sixth and final round here between Sanatali Toltayv and Gerald Intu. Fight that despite some messiness and a point deduction. Seems firmly in the grasp of Toltayv, unless Intu could produce something colossal here in the final round.
When you get tired, you start to lose your shape. You know, punches come back a bit slow, a little bit lower. Just it's only little things at a time. But when you got someone like Toltayv who's technically very good and strong, it makes it a lot easier. Going down the stretch, then it makes it easier for him, and it's been that in the last couple of rounds. There's still a little bit of jeopardy with him to the way he commits to a shot, but apart from that, he's been an easier target to hit the last couple of rounds.
The chin of Intu has been holding up too, after getting knocked down in the first round.
Dangerous looking shot there from Intu a moment ago. Toltayv really ducking into that uppercut from Intu as he lands a nice counter left hook with his back in the corner.
Just can't get his hand on it, can he? Intu, he had Toltayv where he wanted him pretty much, and just can't get the success. That's nice there, just a little feint. Look down low and then come up high with a left hook.
Switch of positions there from Toltayv.
And the counter came with the left hand instead of the right hand. It was beautiful overhand.
And turned it all the way over, too.
Gennady Golovkin style.
Right. Final minute of this contest. Toltayv going back to the body with a nice right hand. Intu's gonna have to find something big here. What can he do to try and set that up, Barry? You got 30 seconds to hit a home run. What do you do?
I mean, nothing you can do now. You take that silly risk, you get knocked out. You're not going to do that, are you? You know, he's had a good go. He's just falling a bit short, that's all.
Right, but if he can't go to the body, you're missing up top a lot, but go to the body. The body's there. He's slipping you from moving his head up top, but the body's there.
Final 10 seconds of the contest. An excellent performance from Sanatali Toltayv, the 25-year-old from Almaty, Kazakhstan. In all likelihood, headed to the next round. Bam Rodriguez gets back to action on July 19th when the WBC World Super Flyweight champ looks to unify the division as he faces undefeated WBO belt holder Fumalele Kafu in Frisco, Texas. The markings on the face of Sanatali Toltayv. You know, even though down the stretch, you know, we were calling that, and again, with open scoring, you kind of know where a fight is at. That was not a fight that Toltayv could cruise his way through.
No, I just wrote down on my notes now for the next round. He dominated in the end.
Yes.
But in those first early rounds, it was uncomfortable for him. It was tricky, it was awkward.
Still competitive, even though one-sided. Kind of like the rest of the fights tonight. Competitive, but one-sided. Does that even make sense?
Makes perfect sense to me, and let's let the scorecards illustrate it as we send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Fabian Guggenheim scores it 58-54, and both judges, Paul Landeros and Christian Garduño, score it the same, 57-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision. Sanatali Toltayv.
Sanatali Toltayv from Kazakhstan takes the win in massive fashion and now takes a step forward to quarterfinals. And in the meantime, if you just joined us, this is the second phase of the WBC Grand Prix. For those of you, this is a new concept. And here's a quick reminder of how this tournament works.
The WBC Grand Prix is split into 4 separate weight divisions: featherweight, super lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. In total, 128 athletes will compete, 32 in each division, representing 41 countries. Fighters' age limit is restricted to 26, and they must not have a professional record of more than 15 bouts. The competition is split across 5 events, hosted throughout 2025, culminating in the finals on December 20th. This is the second phase and will be held across 2 days with super lightweights and middleweights paired together on day 1, while day 2 sees the featherweights and heavyweights in action. There will be 16 fights taking place each day, 8 in each weight class, with the winners progressing to the quarterfinals. There are no draws, ensuring decisive outcomes in every bout. Every fight is set for 6 3-minute rounds. There will be open scoring at the end of round 2, 4, and 6 to enhance transparency. There will also be instant replay for accurate and fair officiating. The winner of each weight class will receive the Jose Sulaiman Trophy and the honour of being an inaugural WBC Grand Prix champion.
And we continue with the action here in Riyadh for a 9th bout here. And for that and the action, we go to Thomas Driver.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Spencer Wilcox.
Somebody if you just don't quit. So if you got a fire, don't lose it. If you gotta do it, die,
And now let's welcome to the ring, Bartolomé Shabila. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the super lightweight division. The judges are Barry Lindenman, Steve Morrow, and Francisco Ayosa. Our referee in charge will be Ansi Parayoki. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 141.7 pounds. Undefeated with 11 wins. 5 of his 11 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Canada, here is Spencer Wilcox. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 141.7 pounds. His professional record, 9 wins, just 1 defeat. 3 of his 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Poland, here is Bartolomé Shabila.
Okay, gentlemen, I wait a good, clean fight. Follow the rules, obey my comments. This is the belt line. This is the belt line. No punches below this line and no rapid punches. May the best man win. Thus gloves, good luck.
Time now for our 7th contest of the day in the super lightweight division. A big opportunity for Bartolomé Shabila, stepping in as an alternate tonight to face Spencer Wilcox. You might remember Shabila dropping a 6-round decision to the teenage sensation Aaron Barahas in the opening round. He was given a second crack, and tonight he'll take on Spencer Wilcox, who was very impressive in his opening round matchup against Samuel Quay.
This is why you always got to stay ready to step in. You know, even though that was a tough loss, it was just a majority decision, but he's here today. And Wilcox is a tough opponent, by the way.
It was lots of like one there, but Wilcox nice and sharp, compacted, real good solid left-hand jab as well. Seeing someone like Shabila, you could be very, very important to get that left hand into place very early.
And this is a style matchup that Wilcox is probably fond of. Shabila has talked about how the fight that he likes, that the style of fight that he likes is a fast physical fight at middle distance. And Wilcox can be very, very sharp at that distance, as you're seeing already here in the early going.
See, he accelerates into his work, Shabila, and that's what you need to do. But he's just a little bit predictable with it. You sort of know when he's gonna start. And someone like Wilcox, who does that little half a step out, step back in, that might just suit him.
Shot to the body there from Shabila.
You already see a little redness on the left side of the forehead of Shabila.
Yeah, looks like some swelling developing on the cheek underneath that eye as well.
Good right hand off in the corner there though from Wilcox, and then escaping out to his left.
both seem to have pretty fast hands. I just see that right now Wilcox has the fast feet as well.
If I was Wilcox, I would be a little bit like, chested like my front foot, but a lot of weight on my back foot to lean back. But sort of feinting, encourage you want Shabila to attack you because he commits the attack. But with that, if you can make him fall short, you got 3 punches for free.
Yeah, we're hearing that from Wilcox's corner right now. They're basically telling him, don't overcommit. Essentially saying, just let him come to you. He's going to do this work for you.
But you can't just sit there because he will steal a space. Then when he attacks, he's in range. You've got to sort of like feint him. So he throws
like that.
Yeah.
Just missed over the top of that right-handed Wilcox. And a right hand to the body will seal it for the opening round.
Wilcox has a nice counter uppercut like Toltayv was doing in his fight. It's there for him if he sees it.
I feel good. Decent first round. I want a little bit busier with the lead hand. You're countering him with the right. I need to see the uppercut. Okay?
Uppercut. He just said it.
You're looking for the counter right.
All right, Barahas.
Yep, counter uppercut.
You got one right. Well done, you.
Lewy na dół, lewy hak. Będzie czas na mocną akcję, okej? Jest, pracujemy cały czas, wyprzedzasz go lewym. Tam nie ma siły ciągu. Tam wszystko widzisz, że jesteś kurwa skoncentrowana jak nigdy, tak jest? Koncentracja.
It's round 2 underway. You heard Eric Boulanger agreeing with Barack and saying that he wants Wilcox to start firing some uppercuts as well. Wilcox, a multi-time Canadian national amateur champion who got seen for this tournament in part because of his friendship with Lennox Lewis, who's still very active in the Canadian boxing community, always lending mentorship when he can.
Yeah, just my friend Lennox. You know.
One of the best heavyweights of all time, if not the best.
He boxes apparently. He hangs around the gym a lot. I don't know. He's an older bloke to talk to. That's nice. Just good technique there. There's not a lot on the shot. If I argue, he probably stopped a little bit short the right hand, but nice smooth 1-2. Because they're easy to score, aren't they? Because they're easy to see.
Right. He's not punching through the target, but he's just hitting the target and bringing them hands back. Oh.
What you don't want to do is punch with Shabila, though.
No.
No, so that's exactly what he's looking for, and he said as much. You know, the type of fight that he likes is that kind of fight, and hoping that he can win the firefight. And it's made for very good television. Basically, all of Shabila's fights have been on national television back home in Poland on Polsat.
But Shabila just has the body type for those inside fights, you know? And his technique is really, really good on the
Beautiful
inside.
counter right hand there from Wilcox. Wilcox, of course, comes from a fighting family. His brothers, Stephen, Brad, and Jesse, all professionals, all successful ones as well. We've really seen the elevation in Wilcox's game since he's been able to train in Las Vegas with his trainer, Eric Boulanger, at the Split T gym.
I guess you never run out of sparring partners when you have 3 brothers that box.
No. Well, they've talked about the fact that that's just how they play and how they played growing up. It's just let's fight a little bit.
Right. Some people play house. Some people play boxing.
I would say some people play boxing, but we've got BoxRaw as a sponsor. I know they've got T-shirts that say that you can't play boxing. I don't want to upset any of the sponsors.
Only
here.
at home
right.
I play.
Nice right hand again. Beautiful counter from Wilcox. And that'll do it for the round. Well, the Undisputed Heavyweight Championship is on the line at Wembley Stadium on July 19th as Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois meet for the second time. And on this occasion, all the belts are on the line. It's another history-making night live here on DAZN.
After 2 rounds, 2 judges have it 20-18 for the green corner, Wilcox, and 1 judge has it 19-19, even a draw.
Round 3 underway, and perhaps a little bit of a confidence boost there for Bartolomé Shabila, hearing that 1 judge has this fight even. The other 2 judges have it 20-18 in favor of Spencer Wilcox, as you see now on your screen. Shabila, a veteran of over 130 amateur bouts before he turned pro at the age of 23. Wilcox, for his amateur successes on the Canadian circuit and even on the international circuit, he's only 40-8 as an amateur. That's the kind of amateur record you often see out of, like Japanese fighters who sort of will fight domestically in really high-level domestic competitions, don't travel internationally. Wilcox, obviously, you can see tremendously well-schooled. He lands a nice left hook to the body. Barry, what we're hearing from the Wilcox corner right now, they're telling him to move behind the jab. Can you maybe describe what they're intimating there?
Yeah, well, it's just always there. So there, then he just did it. As you said, he did it, double jabbing, but moving to the left. So you don't station, you're not jabbing and stay. So if you plant your feet and throw the jab, you get some weight behind it. But someone like Shabila, who likes to throw with you, he's just going to throw off it, right? And he knows where you are. So if you're on the balls of your feet, you know, to skip to the left or the right whilst you're throwing the jab, and usually you have to double it up to do that, because that gives you momentum to move.
And I guess the alternative is moving without the jab, which is what they don't want him to do, because someone like Shabila will close that distance and get some work done.
And Shabila has got the slowest of feet, but they're not super fast, so that he's got to turn his body to adjust. Certainly if you're moving to your left, he's got to either take that step to his right or turn with you, and that just slows you down enough for you to get away.
And that jab just keeps Shabila resetting, you know, so it's just important for Wilcox to do that. Looks like their heads collided a little bit right there.
What Shabila needs to do, he just disguise some of his work. He's just, again, like I said in the last one, just a little bit too predictable to see what's coming. You might not be able to do anything off it, but you can brace for it and defend against it.
And he's not coming in with the jab enough. Every once in a while he'll throw a jab, but he really likes to just come in with his footwork and head movement rather than throwing the jab to blind Wilcox when he comes in.
Now, if you keep this energy up, and Wilcox tires or slows his feet down, then all these things will be much more effective. But right now when a fight is fresh, you've got to start a bit more subtlety to your work coming forward.
There's the jab right there from Shabila. Just give him
Right
something
hand.
to look at.
The right hand of Wilcox came over top of it, and that will do it for the round.
Karta punktowy mamy 2 rundy do tyłu. Musimy trafiać mocniej i celnie. Nie dajemy się łapać na te paciaki, okej? Jesteśmy w balansie cały czas. Raz w przód, raz w tył, raz w przód, raz w tył. Musimy go wciągnąć kochani. Rzucamy troszkę ofensywy.
It's good for both there. Good. Shabila committing to an attack there, landing a nice jab and a lovely little lean back right-hand counter there from Wilcox. A really good shot. And then skipping away out of trouble. That's the way you do it.
The game of inches.
It is. Especially when you're my size.
Let's go, Tim.
Round 4 underway.
But you all looked at me then like there was some sort of innuendo to that. It wasn't. It was just because I'm a short guy. So, you know, being 5'6" and 5'7" is a different thing.
Nah, I'd lean more towards the innuendo.
It wasn't.
It was in your window, at least.
There's that right hand from Wilcox again. And Barack, you pointed this out in the last round. You know, the jab of Wilcox forcing Shabila to reset. And because of that need to reset for Shabila, his attacks have become predictable enough that the Wilcox corner is telling him, go now. That they can almost see when he's about to attempt something.
Right, they're timing him as well. Because he's the kind of fighter that needs to plant his foot, except when he's lunging in. You know, he can lunge in now with the jab or the left hook, but he likes to plant his foot to throw his left hooks and right hooks.
What I always got to do Shabila is just, you know, jab to the body, jab to the head. And, you know, or the other way around, I would go. Head, body, get you close. Don't matter if you land. And then you got to throw that right hand over the top. You just might drop the hands enough to give you a gap to hit. You got to think what a fighter should do and what they can do are two different things. So you can't, you know, there's no point in asking Shabila to start feinting his way in because he's not going to do that. But using the double jab, which he's done already, that could be, he could use that more.
The difficulty for Shabila, though, thus far, Barry, is that Wilcox has stayed so composed that he's not making the types of mistakes that would allow Shabila, just with sheer effort, to start capitalizing on something. Wilcox hasn't really given him those lanes.
No, but even then, it'll keep him thinking. Well, you get close, and then you have to try and work away there. So you either force him to throw when he doesn't want to, if that works, and if that doesn't work, it'll get you close.
Shabila just missed with the right hand there a moment ago, but Wilcox stepped back, landed one of his own.
Yeah, I think this is a good game plan right now by Shabila. He's not coming in. If you notice, he's standing his ground, trying to let Wilcox come in, and he just landed a right hand a little bit earlier, allowing Wilcox to be first.
It's also kind of giving him a little bit of momentum when he does step forward. He's not coming from just a standstill. It's forcing him to double jab, do something to get to the inside. And he's had a little bit of success here in the fourth.
Yeah, he has.
Don't just hesitate to be first because you're getting timed. So, you know, wait for Wilcox to take that little step in before you go.
10 seconds of the round. Good hustle there from Shabila. Couple shots landing.
Nice work by Wilcox there.
But yeah, there's
slipping those shots and
excellent
landing that
right hand. And that'll do it for the frame.
This fight is moving very fast.
Jak jesteś w stanie go wyczekać, to twoje ciosy mocniejsze pogodą. Dobra, ale jesteśmy na balansie, chcesz go trochę wciągnąć. Lewy w hit, dopiero się cofasz. Dobra? Bo jak on się cofa, to gdzieś tam cały czas rzuca ten prawy, który wchodzi nad lewą ręką, popylony.
Sneaky right hand, and again there from Wilcox. Went over the top, one little from the hip. It's a good little move there from Wilcox, and then dipping out of trouble. Using his feet, using his brain. Under pressure.
After 4 rounds, 2 judges have it 40-36, and 1 judge has it 39-37. All unanimous for the green corner, Wilcox.
So round 5 now underway. And the open scoring has illuminated the reality here for Bartolomé Shabila. The scores right now 40-36 twice for Spencer Wilcox and 39-37, which would mean that on the scorecards, without some knockdowns, this is an unwinnable fight for Shabila. So something is going to be necessary for Shabila, and something in a big way.
That's why he's throwing these knockout shots right now.
And for his sort of style, I know you don't want to walk on the shots, and it's easy to say you just got to walk into him because we're not the ones taking the punches. But I mean, for his sort of style and the way he wants to fight, he can sort of go for it now, can't he? I mean, if the shot's not hurting you coming forward,
right?
I mean, for him, I think he has to really get. No, you got to get into the range where he can swing.
Well,
and I say swing, I literally mean swing.
No, I got you, but whether the shots hurt you or not, if that's the only way you can win, you might as well just go all out anyway.
Yeah, but if you feel it when you're coming forward, you as much as you're telling yourself to do it, your body's saying no, 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 no.
Yeah, of course,
of course. But I mean, you can. To try and win a fight, you think, oh, I'm going to caught you. You bring, oh, I'm going to be smart, I'm going to be smarter. When it's a point where you can't win the fight, and they're not hurting you, then you got to go, I have to take one to give one now.
Right.
These are all things that I would never do myself. But
well, I mean, listen, we've even recently seen what happens when a fighter knows that he's getting hit with hard stuff, knows that he has no other chance. Look, Jin Sasaki versus Brian Norman.
Yeah.
Sasaki at a certain point understood that he needed to just go for broke, and it was early in the fight when he made that decision.
Right.
But there are dreadful consequences when you do that.
But sometimes fighters.
Sorry, Sasaki does that in every fight, though.
Yes, he does.
That's a fact.
I know. Yeah.
That's a great point. But sometimes a fighter, once he feels like, okay, I got this loss, I just got hit by some really, really hard shots, I'm just going to go all out. I'm going to bang my gloves, let the fans see that I'm ready for war, and they go out on a shield that way. Fans like it. You might get knocked out, but fans like it.
But it's hard especially when you box from a proper system like amateurs, when you have to use your brain as well at times, more often than you should. Then it's hard to tell yourself that. Whichever you look at it.
100%.
If it's a close fight, you got to win that round. Then you maybe do it then. But it's
right. I remember Zab Judah hurt. He's the only person that ever hurt Danny Garcia, but he didn't turn it on because he knew what could come back.
Yeah.
So you're right. Fighters are gonna think in there.
About 10 seconds here of round 5.
And sometimes the harder they try, the easier you add to hit and more comfortable it becomes for Wilcox.
It's been a relatively comfortable night for him as we head back to the corners one final time.
All you gotta do
Na drugie tempo raz i dopiero, żeby te ciosy czysto wchodziły, ok? Polujemy na ten lewy na wątrobę, dobra? Dajesz siebie wszystko. 100%, 110, 120. Ok. Pracujemy, trafiamy mocno i precyzyjnie. Nie dajemy mu odpoczywać, tak jest? Tak jest. To co robisz najbardziej, najlepiej. Nie dajesz mu odpoczywać, presja, zabijemy go. Dawaj. Przenośność.
And final round.
Sixth and final round. Here between Bartolomé Shabila, the alternate, stepping in here to face the 6th seed Spencer Wilcox, who's put on a nice composed boxing performance here tonight. Just caught Shabila with a beautiful right hand again over the top. And one thing to consider for Shabila, and listen, this may have been a fight against Wilcox that at any length was not going to be a winnable fight for him, but you look at the type of fighter that Shabila is, and you look at his wins, like his last win over Dennis Madri, that was over 10 rounds. And you look at what Shabila does in the ring, that constant threat and that low hum of pressure tends to benefit him in the latter half of a fight. But in a 6-round fight, it just never got the time to really start building.
If what you're doing in those early rounds are having an effect on your opponent.
Yes.
So I think you're right, though. I think you're right. But I mean, if your opponent's not tired by round 7, then
it's not working.
Yeah, it's not working.
Obviously.
But the way he fights, he forces you to throw punches, forces you to move. So yeah, over the shorter period, you'll have more in the tank. And also, like every fighter, once you see, you see the finishing line, however tired you are, you get that rush of that second wind, whatever you want to call it, because you know the end's near. But when you're in the middle rounds of a 12 or 10 round fight, it can be no man's land. It's a horrible place to be.
Shabila's punches probably might not be hurting Wilcox at the moment, but his style is winning this round right now.
He's a good fighter, and he'll beat a lot of good people as well. And weak-minded people, it's horrible to say that. I mean, people who can crumble under pressure. Then he's the guy you don't match him against. You don't put him against them because he'll break your spirit. And technically, he's not too bad either.
Yeah, he's doing very good this round. He's probably landing the most shots and hard shots.
But Wilcox, and it's going to sound like a backhanded compliment, he's underwhelmingly good. Does that make any sense?
I was going to ask you earlier in the fight, and I mean this lovingly, that Wilcox feels like a Barry Jones kind of fighter, like a guy who isn't going to do anything extravagant. You know what I'm saying?
If I had somewhere to go, I would leave.
If I had somewhere to go.
No,
you know what I mean?
I do, yeah. Just do enough to win. I mean, he's better to watch than I am. I would say that, but I mean, yeah, he does nothing wrong, but nothing fantastically great. So like, you just think, you watch him, you go, I could beat him, but actually, when you're up against him, I think he's very difficult to beat. He moves his feet quite well.
For some reason, he's letting Shabila in this round. He's not keeping him at bay. He's letting him in. He's not moving his front foot back.
Well, he's thinking about being safe. The fight's in the bag. He knows that because he's heard the scoring. So he's thinking about don't make mistakes, don't get caught. That's his brain. That's his brain maybe getting in the way. But he's thinking that's all he's thinking here. Just don't do anything silly.
And he did not. And we will hear the final bell.
Just like Barry Jones would have. I mean, that's worse than what I said about him. Like, he's got to come. He's going to listen to that. And he's going to go. You can't compare me to him. I feel more sorry for him than me.
I mean, most fighters would love to have your career, Barry.
I don't know about that. But anyway, he's like...
You're getting paid in 3 ice creams tonight.
I am, yeah.
And everyone
3
wants
now?
that.
It was
Yeah.
2.
Just upped his salary.
Wow.
He's a good kid, and under pressure, he doesn't crumble.
Well, Bozon heads to Birmingham on Saturday as Olympic and Commonwealth gold medalist Galal Yafai looks to make a big stride towards his first world title fight as he takes on Francisco Rodriguez Jr. in a final eliminator for the WBC flyweight strap. So a very solid performance from Spencer Wilcox here tonight, the pride of Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Looking to improve to 12-0 and advance to the quarterfinals. Solid effort from Bartolome Shabila tonight, but just not enough for the technical prowess of Spencer Wilcox here tonight. And it looks like the scores are in the hands of Thomas Stryber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Barry Lindenman, Steve Morrow, and Francisco Ayosa are in agreement. They all scored the same, 59-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision. Spencer Wilcox!
Right here on the zone, just over 2 weeks until Jack Catterall and the unbeaten Harlem Eubank meet in Manchester.
The warrior is strong.
So sharp. Best shot of the fight so far.
His wisdom, an amalgamation of precedent.
This is the kind of action that we wanted.
He is rather fueled by divine inspiration, ascending from the heart. For his true assignment is to deliver evidence of superior behavior.
It's the Battle of Britain as Jack Catterall moves up to welterweight for his ring return against undefeated Harlem Eubank. That's live from Manchester's AO Arena on July 5th, only on the zone. And we continue with more action right here in Riyadh, and for that we move on to Thomas Stryber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Orlando Adron Barahas Tirado. And now let's welcome to the ring, Misael Cabrera Urias.
Yo creo que nadie esperaba que el sol me pegara y que en la sombrita iba a quedar.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the super lightweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamed, Fabian Guggenheim, and Christian Garduño. Our referee in charge will be Analia Maradona. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 140.6 pounds. Undefeated, he has 7 wins. 2 of his 7 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Mexico, here is Orlando Adron Barahas Tirado. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 141 pounds. His professional record consists of 16 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw, 11 of his 16 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Mexico, here is Misael Cabrera Urias.
Caballeros, les recuerdo no aplicar golpes en la nuca, en la espalda, ni golpes bajos. Faltando 30 segundos, escucharán este sonido. Tienen que seguir peleando. Se saludan, choquen guantes, suerte a los dos y a sus rincones.
So an all-Mexican battle to wrap up our day of action in the 140-pound division. Misael Cabrera, one of the most experienced fighters in the bracket, taking on the 17-year-old Aaron Barahas, who you might remember if you watched the opening round, was handpicked by Mauricio Suleiman to enter the tournament. He entered as the 32 seed and scored a win over the man we just saw in the previous fight, Bartolomé Shabila, to advance here to the second round.
That was a really good fight. And what you saw in that fight is a 17-year-old look confident no matter what. And a guy that just put immense pressure, you know, on Wilcox. He was calm, collective, patient, and he won that fight.
Cabrera, a man who has fought here on DAZN even prior to the tournament. Fought to a draw against Randy Leon in Aguas Calientes on the Hernandez-Lugo undercard back in 2024. A little bit of a lackluster fight. However, certainly bounced back in a big way with that win over Joseph Abudi in the opening round of the tournament. And now training with Panda Najar, who you see in his corner tonight. Of course, the trainer of William Zepeda, former trainer of Subriel Matias, and a man who is quietly becoming understood to be one of the better trainers in the sport, and a man who demands a lot in terms of the fitness of his fighters.
I mean, that's 2 things a fighter has to do. I always say it. Get fit and make weight. But those 2 things are very difficult to do, of course.
Work to the body here from Barahas. Nice counter left hook there from Cabrera. Mexican national amateur champion. Kind of two different generations of stellar Mexican amateurs here. The 25-year-old Cabrera and the 17-year-old Barahas, who somehow, before turning pro, racked up over 200 amateur fights by the age of 16.
I don't know what. He didn't have time to go to school.
Oh, good left hand by Cabrera.
Yeah, that one momentarily buckled Barahas. Momentarily switches stances to get out of danger. Now back to his flow as he puts a couple shots together, mostly caught on the arms and gloves of Cabrera.
Let's get lower, Barahas. You gotta get as low as he's been in the shorter fight, you've got to get even lower than that.
Ooh. Oh. Another good left hand by Cabrera on the inside.
Oh, good right hand.
I think Cabrera thinks he has him hurt.
He was caught square-footed there, but it was a solid right hand.
And those couple of punches, those last 3 punches that had an effect on Barahas might have won him that round.
And there is Mauricio Suleiman, the WBC president, who, as we mentioned, handpicked Aaron Barahas to be in this tournament.
Oh, hold on. He's texting me right now. Hold on. He's texting me.
I was hoping he was tweeting nice things about us, but we're going to get answers on that front because we hear that he's going to be chatting with Claudia Trejos a little bit later on.
Yes, he always does. He always has very wise words to share with us. And like you mentioned, he did pick Barajas, handpicked him because of his attributes. Let's not forget, 140 pounds. That is a division filled with Mexican talent. That's why this is important. We have Mexico versus Mexico. The most important factor from my standpoint is youth and Panda. Panda is perhaps the most important factor for somebody like Urias.
It's round 2 underway. And that Panda camp that you referenced, Claudia, obviously in Jicapilco in Mexico at super high altitude. A really grueling road work and mountain running schedule that goes on there. And you can see Cabrera now picking up the pace, maybe leaning in to some of that fitness.
And when you look at Cabrera, we got to remember, Panda uses the Cuban-style boxing that there's really no divisions. He has everybody sparring everybody. So that gives you not only stamina, but the ability to withstand not only speed, but power.
Good right hand over the top there from Cabrera. Back comes Barahas, trying to stand in there and bang with Cabrera, but the heft of these shots of Cabrera is becoming more and more apparent.
Well, it looks like 2 different weight classes, and I don't mean the next weight class. I mean like literally 3 weight classes difference. The size on Cabrera compared to Barahas.
But they both made weight.
Yeah, that's right. It just always turns out sometimes.
You did say that's the most important factor. Show up and make weight.
That's all you have to do. I mean, all the other stuff, you know, is important, but that's the 2 things. Be fit. That's why you always be fit. Above everything else, be fit.
But what was mentioning Barack a few fights ago, it was growing into the man body when we were talking about young men that look like they've already developed. And that's the case of Cabrera. Even though he is 25 years old, the young man at 17 doesn't look that much smaller. It's just the fact that there's a slight difference in stature.
Yeah, and I see that Barahas is just a lot more aggressive than his fight with Shabila. It could be the styles, or it could be that his camp is saying, his corner is saying, listen, we can't win by majority decisions anymore. We gotta make it a clear victory. Because he was pretty nonchalant in that Shabila fight.
This is Mexico against Mexico. Different. This is a completely different level of opposition.
I got you.
That's
that
why
makes
it's
sense.
important. That's why you guys brought me in to do comps with you guys.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Good shot over the top there.
So this is basically a championship right here tonight.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It has the caliber of being such a thing. Because the 17-year-old has absolutely no respect to the young man in front of him.
Yes.
The 25-year-old veteran that trains with champs in Jicapilco.
Barahas countering well with his back against the ropes.
Not what he wants to be, though, is it?
No.
Cabrera punches long as well, doesn't he? He did bring that right foot forward there at that point, made a bit of a mistake, but for the most part, he did punch nice and long.
The only 17-year-old who should be countering with his back against the ropes is Wilfred Benitez. The Zone heads to Birmingham on Saturday as the Olympic and Commonwealth gold medalist Galal Yafai takes another step towards a first world title opportunity as he takes on Francisco Rodriguez Jr. in a final eliminator for the WBC flyweight strap. Barry, an excellent looking fight, and what a test there against Francisco Rodriguez Jr. has really been a stalwart of those lower weight classes for many, many years.
And boxes at a pace that's hard to live with as well, and takes a good shot. So a lot of jeopardy there for Yafai, but he's shown a bit of a special quality, Yafai. This fight so far already, as you expected, two Mexicans, has really lit up.
Two judges have it 20-18 for the gold corner, Urias, and one judge has it even a draw, 19-19.
So if you overheard the scores there, 20-18 on two scorecards and dead even on the other, the 20-18 scorecards in favor of Misael Cabrera.
And that's right, he's won the first 2 rounds, hasn't he, I think.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Just based on ring generalship, he's definitely commanded not only the aggression, but also the timing, the rhythm of the fight.
Yeah, he's just landed with a better shots throughout. I think, Barahas has landed some good punches of his own, but not the same effect or frequency, I don't think.
Yeah, this is a much different looking version of Misael Cabrera than we saw against Randy Leon about a year ago, both in terms of pace, in terms of confidence, and we talked about the new camp that he's in. He spent time with Alfredo Caballero, of course, that Gallo Estrada and Miguel Berchelt camp for a little while, now with Panda Najar, but sometimes, Barry, it's just it's the betterment of facilities. Where he was training before in the 410 gym, it was basically a ring with ropes. The ring was just gym mats on the ground, and now you're in an elite training facility. It stands to reason that you would have big improvements in your game.
Of course, but it's whatever suits you. I mean, that's ultimately horses for courses, they say. And if you like to live in the dirt and do it that way, some people they need that. Some people need all the high-tech stuff, and whatever works for you, you've got to find what's right. Same with trainers. Brilliant trainers all around the world. If it's not suited to your style or your temperament, more importantly, then it doesn't work.
I remember being in the gym with Danny Jacobs and the Chin Checkers when they were like teenagers in the projects in the basement, Coney Island. And that was a tiny, tiny gym with a ring.
Sometimes there is no ring. It's just chairs denoting the corners.
I never saw that. Wow.
I've seen that.
My first 5 fights, I never sparred in a ring.
Wow.
Literally, jumpers round the corner. It's a true story.
Oh, okay. Wow.
What I like about this young man, Barahas, is his will. I mean, let's look at the grand scheme of things. This is a global platform for a young man at 17, and he understands the competition he has right in front of him, and yet he doesn't get dissuaded.
Claudia, I'm in awe of this young man right now, seriously, because maturity doesn't rest in the mind of a teenager.
Nope.
And you see a lot of maturity in this kid right here. He's not getting flustered. He's getting hit by some hard shots. He's not getting flustered. He's sticking to his game plan. He's good at what he does. Oh,
yes.
There you go.
Nice counter uppercut
beautiful
there
counter.
from Barahas.
And look at the switch. He changes angles so quickly.
Very skillful boxer.
Yes.
Inhala profundo. Agua. Inhala profundo. Inhala profundo. Tengo que soltar las putas manos, güey. Ya no sabe qué hacer, está frustrado. Ya no me tome tanta agua. Vamos a empachar ahí. Jálame. Jala aire. Estás haciendo un buen trabajo, pero me estás empezando tarde. Escucha lo que te estoy diciendo, hijo. No tienes ciencia. Tú no me vas a hacer nada diferente a lo que has hecho. ¿Ok? Ocupo yo vengo a aplastarlo, vengo a machucarlo. Yo no voy a venir a este lugar a hacer algo diferente que hice en el campamento. Voy a hacer lo que hice en el campamento.
Back to action here. Fun fight between Misael Cabrera and Aaron Barahas. Claudia, what were you overhearing in the corners?
Jacob Najar being very precise with Cabrera, saying, listen, you did the work, you came here to win, stop playing. You have to finish this. Very precise.
And by finish this, do we think he means go for the knockout? Do we think,
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
The thing is, he's landed with the shots, and he has enough time, I think, to set up a shot as well.
I think they all saw that he was able to at least stun Barahas in the first round, so maybe that's why they call him for that. But this is no easy task.
Right hand, the left hook to the body, and a little extra zip on it.
Yeah, Barahas is willing to punish Cabrera back.
And he pushed him at the end of that, too. Say, yeah, you're a big guy.
I know
I'm not afraid.
Sorry. I know Barahas is a natural counter puncher, but I think he has to try and slide inside those long arms now. I mean, sitting back here, I think Cabrera's not. No, he throws that right hand and brings that right foot forward at times, but for the most part, he's behind the jab with the left hook, and he's punching long. And if you can't get inside there, you've got to come second best, and that's what's happening at the minute for me.
Sneaky left hands there from Barahas. Nice right hand over the top there from Cabrera. That one backs Barahas up. Hard clubbing shot there from Cabrera. Well, he has heard those instructions from Panda. He's behaving in a much different way here in the fourth. There's a meanness about the work of Misael Cabrera here in the fourth.
Great response on there from Barahas there. Off the ropes, got caught with two big right hands and flirted his way out of trouble.
But at 17, Barahas is assimilating that kind of punishment like a grown man, because he's getting hit hard, and yet he doesn't take a step back.
Yeah, tough kid.
Good body work from Barahas a moment ago, but there's Cabrera again. The nice right hand. Look at the footwork of Barahas. This is one of those fights where whether Barahas is winning or not, I'm marveling at the smoothness of the footwork of Barahas. Sometimes you see fights like that, you know, like Sonny Edwards in fights where he lost. You still look at the caliber of his skills, and there's something to admire about that. And you're seeing that in Barahas here tonight, too.
Well, you can see the potential, can you? I mean, that's what you can see with him. If he can get it all right, what he can do, and certainly with age maturing, he'll be a much better fighter for sure.
Agreed.
You know, I think with the culture, the way culture of boxing is right now, a matchmaker will look at this tournament and say, well, you matched them up too tough, too early. But we can change this culture with tournaments like this.
We are back in New York City on July 12th as the Ring puts on another blockbuster with Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz atop the bill, and Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda, stablemate of Misael Cabrera, facing off in the chief support. Another memorable night of boxing from the Big Apple.
Just going back to your point, and I totally agree. I totally agree with you. But for matching people, no, you haven't got to be matched too easy over throughout your career. And for a spectator, you like fights like this, are good to watch. But let's hear the scores first.
One judge has it 40-36. The other two judges have it 39-37. All unanimous for the gold corner. Cabrera Utria.
What were you saying, Barry?
But with that, and it's been a spectator sport, better for the public to watch fights that are competitive throughout. Because it's such an intense sport, this is the health of young men and young women. We have to remember that. So having a short career is not a bad thing in boxing because you're not in it for too long.
Yeah.
I mean, why do you want to be in boxing for 15 years taking more punches? But also, we have to be aware of, because you have to learn pretty much on the job in boxing. You don't have a fixture list, then it makes it's more intense, so you have to be a little bit careful how you match people as well. Not every fight can be the fight that can elevate you or put you back down. Some fights have to be a little bit of a oof.
That's a good point, because you might not ever get to where you want to be, which is making money in this sport.
Also, by the time you get to where you want to be, you're spent.
Yeah, I guess
With
so.
Happens to a lot of fighters in the 80s. That's why titles in the 80s changed hands so quickly, because by the time you got to that level, you only had 2 fights left in you anyway.
But if the culture of boxing changes with tournaments like this, and people realize, hey, this fighter has 2 losses, but he's a great fighter because he lost to other great fighters, then you'll get that opportunity, even with 2, 3 losses,
and then you'll be out quicker. Yeah, of course,
right.
yeah.
All right, let's send it back over to Claudia Trejos. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Well, I just had a chat with the corner for Barajas, and they understand that he's in the cards, he's losing, but he's doing a great fight. He just wants to stay behind the jab, use the uppercut, but moreover, stay in constant movement and let his hands go. They are aware that this is an uphill battle. He's only 17, but they're very, very satisfied with today's performance. Irrelevant of the result.
No, and listen, if there is a boxing culture that is receptive to fighters taking losses and coming back, it is the Mexican boxing culture.
Exactly.
You think of someone like Orlando Salido or Jorge Arce or any number of fighters who have taken losses and have come back and are still stars, are still fighting in main events, and have had success later on in their careers.
2 countries, Mexico, Japan.
Yep.
Yes.
It's almost irrelevant of what your record is. If you can fight, you can fight.
This kid has a bright future.
Yeah, the coach is very excited with what he's seeing. He understands that Cabrera is just much bigger.
Yeah.
And he's a grown man.
Yeah.
And a tough opponent. But he says, I needed to measure his capacity.
Yeah.
Cabrera's been good as well. Let's not forget, we have to give him his due here, because he's boxed composed. He hasn't rushed into his work quite often. Early, the first few rounds, he brought that right foot forward. He hasn't really made that mistake since. And he hasn't allowed Barahas into the fight. For the most part, anyway.
Barahas switched southpaw. Switch back to orthodox.
And that'll do it for round 5. 1 to go in the final contest of the second round of 140-pound action.
Ciérreme, cabrón, ciérrame bien. Ciérreme bien, Misael, asegura su pinche viaje, asegura. Asegura sus fondos, asegura su feria, ¿ok? Vamos, que nadie se lo va a dar, nadie se lo va a regalar. En México no se gana este dinero, ¿ok? En México aquí no se gana este dinero. Tiene que venir aquí para ganar dinero. ¿Quiere seguir viviendo bien? Vamos a pelear, cabrón, no me ande viendo. En México le van a pagar en pinche boletos y en pesos, ¿eh? Vamos, cabrón, no me baje la mano, no me baje la mano. Vivo. No. Sigue inteligente ese pinche morrito, es vivo, ¿ok? Mírame, mírame.
Sixth and final round.
I guess it's not enough for the corner of Cabrera to just be winning every round.
No. He was.
He's like, stop playing around. That's what I feel like he's saying.
Pretty much. He said, you need to close this, you need to finish, and remember, you need to come all the way over here to make money. Back home, you're just going to get paid in tickets. How can you live like that? Do you want to live well? Is this the way you want to live?
He said all of that?
All of that, yeah. Welcome to Spanish. We speak very fast.
That is an inspirational speech.
Yes.
Right there.
You have to come here to make money.
Right.
Good left hook. There's been 3 of them already in the early going of this round from Misael Cabrera.
Cool. That right hand just missed. And that was a powerful right hand by Cabrera. Good defense by Barahas.
He just tucks that chin in, doesn't he? Barahas tucks that chin in a little bit, just turns his body to the side, just takes the sting of a lot of those right hands.
Southpaw again for Barahas.
See, and even, I just think changing southpaw, the way he sets his body up, that's just taking a little bit of the, not confidence from Cabrera, but the willingness to go for it, as the corner are asking for. But he knows he's being set up for something.
Might be a little winded too, Cabrera.
Yeah, we speculated that should not be the case given the training camp that he's in.
And he's used to going past
he's used
6
to going
rounds
beyond
so
this.
many times.
Right. I mean, Cabrera, again, one of the more experienced fighters in the bracket, technically had too many fights for the parameters of the tournament where fighters were supposed to be capped at 15 pro fights, but an exception made for Cabrera to enter the tournament.
And this is why the corner of Barahas is resting easy with this possible loss right here.
Because think about it, it doesn't, when you look at the record, the loss is against of a very high caliber opponent. So a lot of times we get stuck with the numbers, going back to what Corey was saying. A lot of times we get stuck with the, undefeated, but who have you fought? In this case, if he does take the loss, look at who he lost to.
Right.
And also talk about him being tired a little bit. See, when you're training hard, you're punching the bag, you're punching the pads, even the sparring, you're very rarely missing. Missing punches is such an exhausting exercise. I know more about that than most. I mean, it's very difficult. It's really hard. I was so fit. No, but it tires you out. Even if you're dictating the pace, it tires you out.
Yeah. And then this particular pace is a hard pace to fight at.
I think we're watching perhaps the best quality at 140 pounds right now. This could have been easily a final.
I agree. High level.
Well, that will do it for the contest. And we will assume that Misael Cabrera will advance to the second round, continuing what is kind of a storybook tale that he's on. A man who earlier in his career suffered a back injury that was considered career-threatening. They didn't know if he was going to be able to walk properly again, and here he is in this tournament, and in all likelihood picking up another victory and advancing to the quarterfinals.
It's good right hand by Cabrera. That right hand was hit the target, but he was also concerned about incoming fire, so aware of defense at all times. I think Barahas could go back to the drawing board, hold his head high because of the competition that he fought and the way he fought, but don't ever get comfortable with losing.
We've got an intriguing Battle of Britain on July 5th as Jack Catterall moves up to welterweight for his ring return against the undefeated Harlem Eubank, live from Manchester's AO Arena and only here on DAZN. See Mauricio Suleiman in the ring, of course, greeting Aaron Barahas, who he knows quite well, congratulating Misael Cabrera. And it looks like we are ready to make this one official as we hand it back to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Fabian Guggenheim scores it 60-54. And both judges, Nawaf Al-Mohamid and Christian Garduño, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 59-55, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Misael Cabrera Urias.
So Misael Cabrera advances to the next round as he improves to 17-2-1. Most experienced fighter in the bracket. Takes out the Cinderella 32 seed in the 17-year-old. And we welcome you ringside here in Saudi Arabia. That will do it for the 140-pound portion of today's broadcast. We've had a lot of terrific performances, but guys, I think that we would all agree the best performance thus far came from Carlos Utria. Of course, the Colombian puncher dominating Alan David Krenz in their contest, but some stories coming out of that. Of course, the injuries to Krenz, the dislocated shoulder, the facial lacerations, obviously you saw those, but Carlos Utria also sustaining a broken hand. So as good as that performance is, there are now some questions as to what's going to happen with him come August in the next round.
Because not only the hand mending, and you've got to train with it, you've got to commit, you've got to throw with it with conviction. Are you going to do that and risk it breaking in training camp to lose not fighting in the tournament? And if you don't do that, and it happens in the tournament again, it could be catastrophic if it happens early in a fight. So yeah, it's a real problem. And I hope it's mends itself because he's a really talented fighter.
I mean, we've seen some fighters come back from cuts like Into, but to come back from a broken hand, that's going to be it's going to be pretty tight, pretty tough.
It also shows why, if you're a fighter who's in this tournament, why, as you mentioned, you should continue to stay ready. Alternates can step in. We saw it with Shabila stepping in. He did not win
Shabila might
his
get a
fight,
third chance.
But he might step right back in for Carlos Utria. Who knows? But that was an exciting day of fights in the 140-pound division. And for more on that and for more on the tournament overall, let's hand it over to Claudia Trejos, who's standing by with a man who's putting it all together.
Thank you, Corey. Yes, we are here with Mauricio Suleiman, president of the WBC, and obviously the creator of this tournament. And my goodness, that last fight, Mexico against Mexico, Cabrera versus Barahas. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, every time two Mexican fighters are in the ring, it's a guarantee that there's going to be great level of boxing. It was a sensational fight. Very young kid, 17-year-old, against a potential finalist in this great tournament, and I'm so excited.
I did say it. That had a taste of final, that
Yes.
last fight. But moving right along, we have the middleweights coming up. What can we expect?
Well, I'm thrilled. The level of boxing that we are watching in the Riyadh season, WBC Boxing Grand Prix,
yes,
it's unbelievable. I feel so proud. It has been a lot of work from so many people. The Zone has done the unbelievable production. All the kids feel like world champions. They go home and they go like heroes, and it's just something very special. So middleweights, we expect bombs coming, very hard, very good matches.
That's usually a combination at 160. You have boxers and punchers. Talking about punchers, obviously, we follow up tomorrow with the heavyweights. That has always been a division, the marquee division. How are we looking at that?
I believe there will be many knockouts. From what we saw in phase one and what we saw at the weigh-in yesterday, there's bad blood, and they really, everything is on the line. The loser go home.
Yes.
The winner advances for the August, then October, and then December, the grand final. The winners are getting a lot of money. There's ratings. There's fighting for the Silver Championship, fighting in a Riyadh season card. So it's a great weight at stake. So they're putting everything on the line.
You know, you mentioned losers, and earlier in the broadcast, the gentleman and I were speaking about the level of competition. Even the losers look so good. They've already been in other people's eyes, like promoters and stuff. Is that what this event was looking forward to?
That's what it is all about. It's like a scouting for like a draft in the NFL.
Yes.
Promoters can look at all these kids. They already have offers to go and fight on undercards in Turkey, in other places. So I'm very, very happy. I'm convinced that the support from His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh was fundamental to make this dream happen, and the product is just amazing. And
I was just going to ask you.
This is the Jose Sulaiman trophy for the winners, and we're just very happy. We're honored, and just the level is at the highest.
We're so excited. And with that in sight, we're going to go back to the ring because Tom Triber is ready to start the action with the middleweights.
We now get phase two and the middleweight division started. Let's first welcome to the ring, Carlos Sinisterra Palacios. And now let's welcome to the ring, Haji Muhis. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome you to the Riyadh season WBC Boxing Grand Prix here at the Cool Arena, Boulevard City in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Well, we would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey, Al-Sheikh. This great event is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with the World Boxing Council President Mauricio Suleiman, OPI since '82, and Sella, along with their great sponsors. Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, STC, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, The Ring, and Box Raw. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We continue now with 6 rounds scheduled in the middleweight division. The judges are Barry Lindenman, Steve Morrow, and Francisco Ayosa. Our referee in charge will be Mark Lyson. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 162.2 pounds. His professional record, 11 wins, just 1 defeat. 9 of his 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Colombia, here is Carlos Sinisterra Palacios. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161.6 pounds. Undefeated with 7 wins. He has 2 draws with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Finland, here is Haji Muhis.
Okay, boxers, I spoke to you in the dressing room. You know what I expect. Stay professional, obey my commands, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Quiero uno pelea limpia, obedece mis órdenes, protégete en todo momento. Touch gloves, good luck.
So we are ready to kick off the action in the middleweight bracket. As this man, Carlos Sinisterra, coming off a 6-round unanimous decision win over Dakong Wong, takes on the sentimental favorite, Haji Muhis of Finland, who stepped in on short notice to take out Jeremy Alvarez in the opening round after getting dropped in the first round, rallied back to score a knockdown of his own in the final round, and then gave a really incredible emotional interview with Claudia Trejos afterwards that has a lot of people rooting for Haji Muhis tonight.
And he's not had to want to win, to root for, because he's coming in late notice and really taking on the mantle like that of nothing to lose. And even though he got dropped in the first round, I thought he boxed well in the first 3 rounds, regardless of that. But then had to dog it out in the last 3 as well, and so he showed a different side of his game. I saw him previously he was very lucky to get a draw against a fellow called Kakande, who ended up knocking out a real good prospect called Dan Toward, so a good kid. That could be a knockdown, I mean. I mean, he loses his footing, but it's the glove.
Yeah, I mean,
it's one of those soft knockdowns, but I mean,
right. I mean, of course, we have the benefit of
replay,
instant replay, were that to happen.
I'd love to see that.
I mean, I'm glad it's not, by the way.
Yes. He's, of course, born in Finland, but a member of the Peacock Gym in London, alongside the likes of Dan Aziz and Denzel Bentley. This trainer, Martin Bowers. And that corner work from Martin Bowers, Barry, in that fight was really one of the more illuminating in terms of what the corner can do with the information that open scoring provides. Because every round, Bowers would seem to be taking something from those scorecards and was helping Muhis make adjustments, and clearly the proper ones as he won the fight.
And also, and then you get to see how smart the corner is. See, good trainers and good cornermen are not exclusively the same thing. But I know Martin Bowers. I know he's a good guy. He's a good cornerman. He's a good trainer as well. So he's lucky that he's got all 3 of that. But to take that information and give you, maybe in his mind he has a different idea, but he had to change it because of what's going on with the score in the fight. But what he showed that he can dog it out as well when he has to, and that's a quality you can't train, you can't teach. You've got it or you haven't.
A couple hard shots to the body there from Carlos Sinistero.
Just not turning those punches over.
Right.
He's landing those punches, but the soft part of the glove is not the knuckle that's landing, so it might not be having a big effect.
We certainly know that he can do that, as all of Sinistero's wins, aside from his pro debut and his most recent win, have come by way of knockout. 9 knockouts in his 11 wins overall. As we will head to the corners at the end of the first round.
Come on, babe. Can I open this one?
I got you.
I've got it. Right. Don't back yourself into the corner. Yeah? You're doing very well, but we've got to keep that centre. We can't let him get comfortable. We can't let him get comfortable. We go round and take that centre. Listen to Dan and listen to me. Yeah? Come on,
Es muy peligrosa para la parte de atrás. Necesito que me muevas un poquito más la cintura, que me le frente un poquito más y no me le camines más, no me le camines, ciérralo para que se me desespere y cometa errores, ¿ok? Y cuando él venga más cerradito, no siempre lo cruces, déjalo que entre y te quedas aquí con bien abajo, ¿listo?
Round 2 underway. Our opening contest of the middleweight draw here tonight between Haji Muhis and Carlos Sinistera.
Nothing much happened in the first because he's doing the right thing, just, in and out with the feet. Not wanting to really commit to anything just in case he takes a big shot coming in, and Sinistera just trying to walk him down, but not really letting his hands go. So,
right, there's a lot of ring reconnaissance going on because, like I said before, you made it to phase 2. You're fighting a tougher fighter. It should be less knockouts, just like I said, and we only had 1 knockout in 8 fights, so they're gonna be more evenly competitive matches.
All right, with more on Haji Muhis and perhaps what's going on in his corner as well, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos.
Thank you, Corey. They want Muhis to keep his distance, stay behind that jab. Do not let Sinisterra close the gap. He's dangerous in the short distance.
Thank you so much, Claudia. See, Muhi's doing some good work to the body of his own when he has been at short range, like that. Nice little uppercut right along the belt line of Carlos Sinisterra.
Just from that southpaw stance, when you throw that body shot, just got to be careful leaning over to your left, because you're leaning right onto what could be a right hand there. So you've got to try and slide that foot on the outside, and with that then you can turn the body and still get the body shot in, but also you're almost unhittable from that position. Yeah, you got the foot there. He could have thrown that right hook there from that position.
Good work to the body there from Sinisterra. That seems to be the money shot for Sinisterra. A kind of catch and shoot left hook to the body.
You could hear the snap in the punch, couldn't you?
Sinisterra with just one loss on his ledger, but that was against a really good prospect in Suleiman Mohammadi, the French prospect, in a bid for the WBC Youth World title. And in effect, this tournament is kind of replacing the WBC Youth title overall. It still exists,
right,
but it's kind of the same thing. It's fighters under a certain age who are matched up against other prospects. So Sinisterra has been in this position before, even before entering the tournament. I don't know, 10 seconds here of round two.
It's a little bit scrappy, but I think that suits Muhi's a little bit. A little jerky back and forth movement he has.
One final left hand from Muhis, and that'll do it for the round.
Evan? Yeah, good. It's good concentration, but again, don't let people walk us into them corners. Your movement wins this fight, remember? You walk backwards, you go round. Got it? No, man. Heads up. Right, you've really got to concentrate now, yeah? Keep with it. And that lead hand's got to come a little bit more. Yeah, you're waiting just a little bit long.
Necesito que te relajes más. La derecha de él, la de atrás de él, la de atrás de él, cúbretela bien, la de acá, cúbretela bien, mueve más la cintura, ya vea más, no te tires y cuando estés allí, aprieta corto, corto y más volumen para que te veas más superior.
19-19, even a draw.
Anybody surprised by the scorecards?
I mean, I think that illustrates how close this fight has been.
It's
You
all
can
over the
see
place.
it all three ways, basically. 20-18 for Muhis, 20-18 for Sinisterra, and 19-19 through 2 rounds is how the judges have seen it thus far.
I thought Muhis, for me, I thought he won. I mean, again, nothing happened, see, so you can't argue with it. But
Yeah. I could see it either way. It's just a close fight.
Good work.
It does seem like one of those fights where very minor moments are going to make or break a given round, and that's something I picked up in the corner of Muhis with Martin Bowers. He was telling him, you really have to concentrate.
Yeah, well, you can't make a mistake, can you? And certainly with the guy who on paper carries some power. So, and the fact that they know Muhis not a massive puncher himself. He's not a puncher at all. So, the impression of Sinisterra's work is going to look like it's better than yours when he lands. Also, Dan Aziz, you mentioned Dan Aziz. I didn't realise he was in the corner as well.
Just counter left hand there.
Yeah, the pull count is kind of working.
Yeah,
now.
it is. Landed flush there from Muhis. He's fought in the last 2 Olympic qualifiers. He's yet to achieve that dream, but there's a bigger dream here at play. Of course, a world ranking, a WBC silver title if you do go all the way and win the tournament. An extraordinary turn of fortune for Muhis if he could pull it off. A guy who's talked about how much money he's personally spent on his own career, his parents having to help him out financially to invest upon his career. And you forget that is the reality for so many fighters, that, even when they're getting whatever payday, how much of that just goes back into training or offsetting the expenses that they've incurred just to get in the ring.
90% of fighters.
Yeah.
I mean, more fighters should work because they can't afford the box, but they don't, and they struggle too much, and then they pack it in completely. They give up completely because it just doesn't make it financially viable.
Counter right hand there from Sinistera, right on the top of the head of Muhis, knocked him off balance there momentarily. There he is, back to that left hook to the body.
But like I tell all those youngsters in your 20s, to chase a dream is a gift. Not many people get to do that in your life. Even if it doesn't work out, you've got to go. You chase something that most people don't have a dream, but you've got one and you're living it.
I chased mine in my late 30s.
There you go.
Still haven't got it yet, but I'm here now.
Still looking for mine.
Some good inside work.
You're working next to me. You're living a dream, brother.
Good inside work here from Sinistera. A couple good uppercuts breaking through, and that might have been enough to notch him the round. It's a Battle of Britain on July 5th as Jack Catterall moves up to 147 in his ring return as he takes on the undefeated Harlem Eubank, live from the AO Arena in Manchester, live only here on DAZN.
Pero necesito que entre y quede bien posicionado porque la adentro no sabe, huevón. Muévele más la cintura, que él no sepa que vas para adentro. ¿Sabes cómo más?
You know what, Bruce? The lead hand jab, easy. He's standing fucking tall. Easy.
And round 4 is now underway, and we're going to send it over to Claudia Trejos, who's been in the Sinistera corner. Claudia, what do you hear?
I had a chance to speak with the coach, and he says it's time to put the pressure on, let his hands go, and close the gap. The one thing that Muhis doesn't want, but they want to make sure the judges see him as the one controlling the ring.
Thank you so much, Claudia. I mean, if you extend this round back to the final 30 seconds of round 3, Sinistera is having a lot of success on the inside with those short uppercuts.
And it's a valid point as well about, you know, the impression in a close round, the impression that you're trying to make the fight. I mean, coming forward, that always gives you a slight advantage in a judge's eye. It not always means you're winning the round, but it gives an advantage if it's nothing in it. So for Muhis, he has to make sure when he doesn't mount his attacks, they're quick, precise, and then he has an exit route that highlights the work you've done. And for Sinistera, ironically, even though he's a tall, a long-arm fighter, as you already said, Barak, he fights well inside, and I think that's where he needs to be.
Well, if this continues the way it's going right now, I think Sinistera is going to be leading on 2 scorecards and tied on 1, because he definitely turned it up.
Like that, nice little slapping left hook on the inside. Didn't turn that all the way over, but it connected.
No. And a lot of these are arm punches too. He's not really sitting down on and putting his hip into these shots.
Well, I think he lacks a bit of technique, Sinistera.
It's possible.
He keeps his shape up, but the way he throws his shots, he doesn't really turn the body.
It's very possible. I know, like, guys like even Shakur Stevenson said after winning the title, he said, I'm learning how to sit down on my punches.
Yeah.
You know, so definitely, I can see that.
The thing about boxing, once you learn how to box, you forget about the basics and fundamentals, and when you shadow box and warm up and do the pads and the bags, you do all the other stuff. Like in any other sport, they do the basics to warm up every time.
Yeah.
Passing drills for rugby and football, I imagine, you know.
Good point, brother.
They do, and we don't do that. We should.
Good point. You know, you learn how to drive with 2 hands on the wheel, and then after that, you freestyle.
Yeah. You wouldn't pass your test now, would you?
No. Good point.
Are you driving with your knees?
Oh, how do you know? I definitely do that.
But ultimately, when you're tired or hurt, the fundamentals are what you need the most.
Yeah.
Good.
Nice right hand there from Sinistera.
Sinistera's blocking a lot of these shots as well. Not that one.
Muhis is visibly working a lot harder in this fight. And again, judges can perceive that one of 2 ways, either that the effort is as a result of a struggle or because you're making the fight in some way. But right now, it looks like Sinistera is the one having more offensive success as we head back to the stools.
Come on, you can do better. What's the matter with you? Come on, listen. He's going to nick this off you. Do you understand me? You're going to let it fucking happen. No. Oh, come on, wake up, look. Wake up, come on. Get in it, Mo. Go.
You hear the corner advice there from Martin Barros, and it's spot on. He's going to nick this from you. Do you want that to happen? And that's what's happening. Sinisterra is not doing loads, but his work's a little bit sharp, a little bit more, punching through the tag a little bit better, a little bit heavier-handed. Not dramatically a lot, but more. And he's just walking him down a little bit here. So he's needs that second wind. And Sinisterra just needs to keep his foot on the pedal.
Look at me. You're not doing it. You got me? What are you doing? Get fucking moving. Come on. Come on.
After 4 rounds, one judge has it even, a draw, 38-38. One judge has it 39-37, and the other judge has it 40-36. Both of those for the green corner. Sinisterra Palacio.
Yeah, so just like I said, all of the judges gave the last 2 rounds to Sinisterra.
We'll have those scores on your screen in just a moment, but 38-38 even on one card, and then 39-37 and 40-36 for Sinisterra on the other 2 cards, which means that Muhis could, on the scorecards, thanks to the WBC enhanced scoring system, could theoretically win a split decision.
If he wins the next.
If he wins them and wins his rounds more convincingly, but it would take some extra math for him to do that.
The thing, it'd be interesting because Sinisterra hasn't won his round convincingly.
There you go.
Right, exactly.
I mean, this you talk about Barry Jones fights. This is it. This is me and my essence.
How many Martin Bowers-esque speeches did you get in the corner?
Yeah, a couple, just a few. I've been slapped on the face more times than most people, I'll tell you that much. He's having a better round here, though, Muhis.
Again, we've talked about Bowers in that first fight, identifying when he needed to step in and help his fighter step it up. And it looks like he's given him the correct advice. The question now is there enough runway for Muhis to work with in order to pull this fight out?
And also, you can only do what you can do. I mean, no, you got to do it, but the other guy's counteracting what you're doing. He might have more tools in his tool bag than you do. I'm not saying that's the case here. But there's those different factors that sometimes mean you're listening to your corner, you're trying to do it, you just can't do it.
Another left hook to the body there from Sinisterra.
Well, he's got to throw in 3s and 4s and just change the level of your height. So you feint, dip low, and just work up the ladder with the combinations, then spin off. And none of them are heavy shots. They're not going to hurt him, but they're going to be clear scoring shots. You'll get away with it because you're changing the level of the punch as your height goes up, and you can move away and make him chase you.
You know, Barack, you kind of alluded to this, but Sinisterra, he's got to be a frustrating opponent to face because he's really not moving a lot. You know, you described as throwing arm punches, and that is true, but he's just sort of right in front of you, slinging these shots, but because of the timing and the length, he's banking these rounds.
Yeah, and arm punches might not hurt you, but they get to their target faster.
Right.
You know, because you're not actually pivoting, you're not actually trying to put power into it, so it gets there faster, and you land the shots. But this was a pretty good round for Muhis.
We need this, just look, what you're doing is you're doing your work, and then you're just like looking at it. What's the matter, can't you go again? Come on. No, listen, I'm telling you, we don't get a big round here, we're going home. We're going home. Yeah. You got me? So you... Carlos, well done.
Oye, una cosa cuando vas así que baja la mano, tápale la recta y después viene el gancho. Tienes que tirar más doble.
Yeah, good round there, Muhis. This is his corner, came out full of energy as much as he had anyway. Bounced to his step, trying to get that rhythm to his work so he could throw in combinations. Sinisterra called it back a little bit at the end, but still, good round for this guy here.
Got it? Got this in tape? Yeah, come on in.
Sinisterra could have won that round. I just think that Muhis just stepped it up a bit. But I like what his corner said. He said, listen, if you don't put your foot on the gas, we're going home.
Well, Haji Muhis, who said that his dream was to box in Saudi Arabia, doesn't want to wake up from that dream, so to speak, now and head home after the second round. Quick counters there from Sinisterra.
You just dip the legs there. That's all you got to do. Dip the legs and attack from that position.
Again, we remind you of the scorecards at the end of 4. One of them was even. One of them was 39-37. The other out of reach on the cards unless Muhis can score a bunch of knockdowns at 40-36. So, again, not impossible for Muhis, thanks to the enhanced scoring system, to win on the cards. But you want something conclusive if you're a supporter of Muhis here. And you have to hope that the judges saw the previous round in his favor as well.
I think he won the round, to be honest, but again, it wasn't conclusive, was it? That's for sure. But either way, whatever happened, he's got to win this round, and Sinisterra's just got to be safe here.
Double left hook there from Sinisterra. Downstairs and then whipped it up top.
And again, just catching Muhis coming out there as well. Sinisterra's good work.
Good defense by Sinisterra.
Yeah, Sinisterra all night long, just not overextending himself. Nice left hand over the top, though, from Muhis. Remember, he did score a knockdown over Jeremy Alvarez in that final round, so there is a little bit of bite in that left hand. Final 45 seconds of the contest.
Nice little 1-2 there from Sinisterra.
All right, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos, who has something on Sinisterra. Claudia, what are you hearing?
Real quick, the reason why he hasn't been able to throw that left is because that shoulder is injured. I just got notified in the green corner.
Okay, all right. Our second and perhaps major shoulder injury of the night. Carlos Sinisterra having a little bit of difficulty here, but the odds are in his favor that he will emerge victorious here tonight as we will head to the scorecards.
How do you feel? Español. Supporting, man. One.
Oh, good shot there from Muhis there. Nice little left hand there, dipping over to the right. And that shot go. But was it enough in that last round? Not quite sure. I think Sinisterra might have just nicked that last round, and with that, we'll get the win, and rightly so.
Well, Jake Paul is back to face his toughest challenge yet on June 28th as the problem child steps into the ring with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. You can go to DAZN.com/boxing for more details on how to watch this unmissable event. The disappointment on the face of Haji Muhis and his corner, not seeming very hopeful of what would take a little bit of a mathematical miracle for them to pull this one out. But we will make it official as we send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Barry Lindenman scores it 58-56. Judge Steve Morrow scores it 59-55. And Judge Francisco Agiosa scores it 60-54, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Carlos Sinisterra Palacios.
So Carlos Sinisterra victorious with the decision victory over Haji Muhis. Guys, Sinisterra kept his composure, did exactly what he needed to do in this contest.
Yeah, he did. I thought, he boxed quite well, didn't he? He kept his shape all the time when he was bouncing back and forth on his feet. Could have done a bit more work. I thought he's capable of doing that, but when he gets close, he's effective. He's heavy-handed without being a crazy knockout artist. And a good solid performance and a good win.
At the end of the day, you got to be happy for your boxer to win, but just doing enough. You got to say, moving forward, we got to do more.
Yeah, and now there is also the question of what is the extent of that shoulder injury? Will it hamper him leading into the second round? It's the second time we've heard that here tonight. And again, in a professional tournament format, that is a major concern, especially when you're trying to fight at this kind of pace. But right now, we're going to send it over to Claudia Trejos, who's standing by with a special guest.
Thank you, Corey. We closed 140-pounders with a golden coin because we have Misael Cabrera, who took that win. Mexico versus Mexico. That was a very, very tough battle. What did you take from that opponent? Una batalla de México contra México, cerrando con broche de oro las 140 libras. ¿Qué sabes de tu oponente? ¿Qué te llevaste de él?
No, la verdad es un guerrero. Yo creí que no iba a soportar mis manos porque es joven, pero es muy inteligente y tuve que ser inteligente también.
Well, he's definitely a warrior. He could stand my punch. He could stand my hands. I didn't think he was going to be able to withstand it, but he's a very smart fighter. And with that being said, moving forward, you have the crosshairs on top of you. Everybody's going to want to take a win against you. You're now, at this point in time, looked upon as being the finalist. How does that make you feel? En este momento tienes el blanco aquí. Básicamente todo el mundo te está mirando como ya el finalista. Y todo el mundo te quiere ganar. ¿Qué se siente?
Se siente bien, que vengan. Yo voy a estar preparado para el que sea. Mi oponente mexicano creyó que yo iba a ir para adelante como la pelea pasada. Pero yo salgo con una cosa nueva. Cuidado, sé boxear y tengo cojones. Vamos para adelante.
He's ready for it. His previous opponent, he thought he was going to fight like the fight before that, but he's very smart. He has the ability to bring something new every time he walks into the ring. Plus, he has something else that I cannot really say on TV right now, but he has a lot of that. So be careful because the next opponent is going to get a lot of that. And with that being said, representing Mexico here, your thoughts on that? Representando México aquí, ¿qué se siente?
Se siente muy bien. Estoy muy orgulloso de mi país mexicano. Y yo sé que soy el campeón. Estoy listo para el que vengan. Voy a venir mejor y más fuerte.
I'm very proud to represent Mexico. I'm definitely the best, and I'm here to take the win. I am ready to be the champ. And with that being said, felicitaciones, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Te vemos en la próxima ronda. And we continue the action here in 160 pounds. We go back to Tommy Triber.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Lancelot de la Chappelle. And now let's welcome to the ring, Isaac Torres Busnegos. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds, In the middleweight division, the judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamid, Fabian Guggenheim, and Christian Garnuno. Our referee in charge will be Steve St. Germain. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 161.5 pounds. His professional record consists of 16 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, with 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing France, here is Lancelot de la Chapelle. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 159.6 pounds. His professional record, 15 wins, just 1 defeat, with all 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Colombia, here is Isaac Torres Busnegos.
What's up? Trunk is a little high here, so I'll accept the full belt. Protect yourself at all time. Listen to my command at all time. Touch gloves. Good luck, both of you.
So we are ready for our next contest. Isaac Torres, a hard hitter from Colombia. All of his wins coming by way of knockout. Taking on Lancelot de la Chapelle, who was the French super middleweight champion, a title he vacated in pursuit of this tournament and other international opportunities. We saw him scoring a split decision win over Nurkanat Rais in the opening round. Torres stopped at Rashid Adeyomo to keep that glowing knockout streak alive in his opening round contest. De la Chapelle, another one of the fighters in this tournament who have kind of been going back and forth between the amateurs and the pros. He fought in the most recent Olympic qualifiers, He fell in the European qualifying stage. And for De la Chapelle, part of it is, of course, his Olympic ambitions. Part of it is the realities of fighting on the French domestic circuit is that if you get on the national team, you get a stipend as well. There are some big financial boosts to making the national team that might not come with just winning domestic level title fights at home in France.
Yeah, it's a huge incentive, isn't it? I mean, they don't call it amateur boxing anymore because you can't. You know, some of them are getting better paid than professional fighters. And we have the same luxury and problem in the UK, I would say, in equal measure.
In Torres' case, as you see blood already on the face of De La Chapelle, he'd kind of maxed out what he could do in his weight class at middleweight back home in Colombia. He was kind of beating up on the previous generation of fighters from his region, names like Bradis Prescott and a 44-year-old Diomedes Miranda, who was 21-6 at the time.
Wow.
So Torres now fighting fighters around his own age and fighters who could challenge him, but to this point, no one has been able to stand up to his power.
He's a smooth puncher as well, isn't he? Nice and loose when he lets our hands go, so you can imagine there's a bit of speed attached to it. Makes it harder to read.
Very hard puncher, already busted up the nose of Lancelot.
Inside the final 30 seconds here, the opening round. As Torres just whips that right hand around, you can see blood on the cheek of De La Chapelle and really splattering across his chest, pouring out of the nose already.
Keeps his shape quite well, De La Chapelle, but he just lifts his chin up when he lets his hands go, and that's a worry.
Closing moments of the opening round. Terrific start for Isaac Torres.
Ça va? T'as fait un peu ouais, ouais. C'est pas grave, c'est pas grave. Fais-y plier ça. Tu vas cracher, hein. Tu vas te trotter dedans. Attends. Crache. Voilà. Là, t'as pas levé les mains assez. Regarde, quand tu bosses en direct, tu les prends. Ton crochet, il est un peu trop bas, ton gauche. Essaie de le monter dans l'eau, ton hyperkick, dans l'eau en gros, crochet. Crache, crache. Crache. Tu veux voir un petit coup?
It's round 2 underway. Torres comes out firing here in the second round. I was going to say that De La Chappelle's corner had that nose tidied up, but I think a couple right hands from Torres might have erased that work already.
And open that faucet up again.
Yeah, that was a good left hand there from the southpaw stance, De La Chappelle. I think that's sort of the right tactic from Torres. No, I think there'll be the punch output, which should be great. I think that don't allow De La Chappelle chance to throw that left hand right down the line. But he just rushed it a little bit there. Maybe a little bit too over-eager.
He's some really big middleweights.
Yeah. Just think they get too close there. De La Chappelle there, and too easy to hit. You got to try and get that foot on the outside to get the jab going.
De La Chappelle has talked about wanting to improve his defense over the last year or so. He describes his offense as being diverse, that he likes to mix in uppercuts and hooks when he can. The problem, Barry, is that even the best offense could be betrayed by a leaky defense.
Yeah, of course he can. Yeah, I mean, he lifts his chin up when he comes forward, so that's his biggest problem there. You know, if he gets caught trying to be aggressive and he gets caught, walks onto a shot, it's double impact, and you're in trouble. And also, he's very stiff. Which means once you aim for the target, unless he blocks it, you're going to hit something. And if he blocks it, you'll still hit something. But I mean, unless he blocks you, you're going to hit the target because he's upright. So he lacks that natural movement you probably need, especially when you're coming forward, trying to slip inside shots if you can.
We've seen that, Corey, in the career of the young Kurt Scooby. You know, he was a good prospect coming up. His offense was amazing, powerful guy, but he ran into Dakota Linga, and he didn't have defense. And now he seems to have got defense part of his game now.
Yeah, and you can even see some similarities between the Scooby case and someone like Isaac Torres, who took a loss on DAZN on the Hernandez-Matisse broadcast. Took a loss to Julio Barahas in a fight where really just seemed to check out mentally entirely. For him, this tournament was an ability to kind of reinvent himself and was giving him a reason to be motivated again. And this looks like a motivated and energized version of Isaac Torres, who has appeared again tonight.
Yeah, guy coming off of a nice win. 5th round stoppage.
He's just allowed De La Chappelle to be a little bit more aggressive here.
This round,
Torres, yeah. He started off like too fast, arguably, but that was the right idea. But he sort of retreated a little bit too much and maybe gave that round away there at the end, possibly.
All night we've been watching that, and then later on in the night we've gotten a word from Claudia. Oh, there's an injury. Oh, perfectly timed by De La Chappelle.
It's that whole thing about, you know, being aggressive, but leaving your chin out there, and not thinking about defense when you come forward. Just losing your shape, trying to get that big shot in.
After 2 rounds, one judge has it even a draw, 19 to 19. And the other 2 judges are in agreement, both scoring it 20 to 18 for Torres Bustamante.
It's round 3 underway. And you were right, Barry, at least in the eyes of one judge, It appears that Torres did allow De La Chapelle back into that round, enough for him to win it. One judge has this fight even right now, but the other two have it scored for Isaac Torres, 20-18.
Lovely 1-2 there from De La Chapelle. Really well timed.
De La Chapelle starting to carry his hands a little bit higher now, starting to maybe simplify his offense a little bit.
See, getting your foot on the outside when you've got Southpaw and Orthodox, it's not, you don't have to, but it helps. And in this case for De La Chapelle, it's the fact he's not doing it means he can't throw the jab. It's taking his jab away. And he's trying to walk, you see him edging too close, and then it's Torres who's throwing first.
Right, when you're on the inside of the foot, then it takes away your power hand from the best angle. If you're on the outside of the foot, then your power hand is straight down the pipe and you got the most momentum on it. But a lot of fighters, they feel like on the inside, they get closer. It's closer to the target.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
And that's why
you don't have to do it, but I mean, no, just for the basic rule, though, the fact that you throw your jab over their jab, which means, if you put your foot in the inside, you throw the jab, it can be counted quicker.
Yes.
Because they can throw on the outside. If you throw from the outside, they got to take a step to counter your jab with their lead hand. It's not always about the backhand, the power hand that we think it is. It's about that as well, for me. And also, you're punching down the middle. They're squared up to your shot.
Yes, exactly.
Slip there from De La Chapelle as we'll tidy up the corner there.
They could have wiped that up while the action was still going.
They can't come in the ring, can they?
Here's the knockdown.
Ooh. I mean, we are in an ice rink in Saudi Arabia, and that is what it looks like.
Well, last time you guys were like, oh, that's a knockdown. I was like, that's a slip. Remember that?
Oh, no, yeah. I didn't, but I'm glad you reminded us.
See, De La Chapelle, again, keeping that right foot inside the left foot of Isaac Torres still. Obviously, I hear what you're saying. That said, because of Torres' activity dipping a little bit in this round, De La Chapelle is having success by just throwing first.
But he's throwing the jab now, but earlier on, De La Chapelle was creeping forward and getting too close.
These are those stretches of kind of passivity that we talked about with Torres in that Julio Barahas fight that eventually just cascaded into a full-blown meltdown in that fight. We'll see if Torres can get back to his ways of the first two rounds here. There he is, back on that right hand.
Sidebar, I'm looking at Sinistero right now. He has ice on his right shoulder, so I think it was called out his left shoulder, and I was like, that's funny, because he kept throwing his left hand. You know, so I guess it's his right shoulder that has the injury.
Bam Rodriguez is back in Frisco, Texas on July 19th as the WBC World Super Flyweight Champ takes on the undefeated WBO champion, Pumalele Cafu. That's live here on DAZN, Saturday, July 19th. And Barry is already pumping his fist.
Rather than watch that, I got to go and sit in Wembley Stadium, of all places, Wembley Stadium, watching two big fellas fighting out. Dubai music or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know. Sounds familiar.
I mean,
please send your condolences to Barry Jones on social media.
Whatever. If you're ringside of either one of those, you're not a loser. That's all I know.
100%.
I know it's not in Phoenix, but I've been telling people Phoenix is the Belfast of America. By that, because for me, Belfast is one of the best boxing cities in the world. It's for watching fights, and Belfast, Phoenix for me, to watch a fight.
Right hand here from De La Chapelle. Torres.
He had to stop that.
Turning his back, and yeah, those shots were behind the head. There seemed to be a shot at first that caused that. I mean, that was a bit of a confusing sequence. Torres is reacting as if he's hurt, and he is holding on. He definitely is.
What's the referee saying?
What are you doing? I do not know what is happening here.
Well, he's called break, but I don't know why he's called break. I mean, listen,
Why?
he was holding, but I mean, not long enough, I don't think.
No, all I saw was punches. I don't understand.
Torres is still hurt. De La Chapelle back just doing the same thing he was doing before.
It's a bunch of 1-2s, and some of them are sneaking in.
That's what you got to do, just rain those straight punches down the line now.
Nothing coming back from Torres whatsoever.
You got to take a point here, haven't you?
Oh, come on. Come on.
I mean, I don't know who's in more imminent danger, Torres getting stopped or De La Chapelle having a point deducted.
No,
but Torres is all over the place right now.
Let it go. Let it go. Stop.
He's spent here, Torres.
Torres waving over top of the ropes, and this will be waved off.
And the towel came in at the same time.
Lancelot De La Chapelle from out of nowhere.
He beat the boogeyman.
Knockout victory.
Oh, he's hurt. He didn't really seem. I didn't see a shot that probably did it, but.
Well, I think in the first exchange when he was on the ropes, you know, but I think that was it. First of all, I think he got hurt there, but also I think what's happened there is the energy's just drained out of him.
Yeah.
He had no fight left in him.
Definitely didn't have any more
more
fight
than
in
being
it.
concussed or being on the way of being knocked out,
right?
Per se, it was that.
Good point.
Oh, makes him miss lovely there. There's a shot here.
There's that right hand. There it is.
He that wasn't going to knock him out, but that's just drained the life out of him. That has. From there on in.
So that back of the head shot, I'm glad it landed like it did because it didn't contribute to none of this. It hit his back first.
He makes him miss lovely there. This shot here, no. Been unfortunate there for Torres. But boom.
And that's just pivoting and positioning yourself first.
And Torres has come out of a huddle there, so he didn't know where he was when he was looking. But the follow-up, no, that could have been stopped any time, to be honest. I'm glad the referee saw it never, but the reigning, he kept it straight. That was clever there. He kept it straight, didn't get too close.
Okay, now I see why. Because for a second they were, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No.
For a second they were holding and the referee said stop.
Yeah.
But then right after that, it was like 3-4 more punches after that.
But I think the referee should have left it for a while. I think De Chapelle could have pushed Torres off and carried on.
He didn't give it any time.
Good win though, great win for him.
Yeah, great win. This is how he closed the show.
And a good engine there, because accurate with his work, commit to every punch.
Yep.
Didn't mean much to him though.
And he advances to the quarterfinals. Lancelot De La Chapelle. You got a guy who has 100% knockout ratio, just got stopped by a guy who has about
with 4 knockouts.
A 40%, not even.
Yeah.
25% knockout rate.
But he's tough. He punches correct, and he's fit.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup is into its second round of matches, and there are 3 games available for you today live on DAZN as Benfica takes on Auckland, Flamengo takes on Chelsea, and LAFC battle the Tunisian side, ES Tunis. All right, we are ready to make this knockout victory for Lancelot De La Chapelle official as we hand it back to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 45 seconds of round number 4. Our referee in charge, Steve St. Germain, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Lancelot De La Chapelle.
And De La Chapelle moving forward to the quarterfinals representing France. But guess who's back in the ring? We're just a week away from the return of Jake Paul in the ring. And I had a chance to speak to Mr. Jake Paul. When you have the opportunity to face the Nate Diaz, the Tommies, what is it that fuels your fire?
Well, I just know I can beat these guys. I know what I'm capable of, and I'm always going to go out fighting on my shield and give the fans a really good fight. And I'm not scared of anyone, which in this sport is actually super uncommon. People want to protect their O's. People don't want to make the big super fights happen. People want certain things. You can't wear this certain shoe. The ring has to be 16 by 16. It has to be at this weight. I always show up and make the fights happen, and that's why I've been super active, and that's why I've risen to the top of the sport, because I'm down to fight anyone, anytime, any place.
Before I let you go, June 28th, what can we expect?
A knockout. I'm doing what Canelo couldn't do, stopping this man, and you're gonna see Chavez quit, and his dad's hands are gonna be in his head, and he's gonna be turned into another meme, disappointed in his son, and all the Mexican fans are gonna join Team Paul.
And Jake Paul returns to the ring for the first time since taking on Mike Tyson last year. Paul is up against the former world champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. at the Honda Center in California. And you can watch with us live on the Zone next Saturday. And it's time to continue the action with Thomas Schreiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Derek Slick Polo. And now let's welcome to the ring, Paul Ryan.
He's the guy who's the talk of the town, with the restless guy. Always shoot the bar out to pull him around. Keeps the farmers on the run. Boy, keeps the farmers on the run. You may think he's a sleepy type guy, always takes his time. Soon I know he'll be changing your mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Barry Lindenman, Steve Morrow, and Francisco Ayosa. Our referee in charge will be Ansi Berayoki. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 162.2 pounds. Undefeated with 12 wins, 9 of his 12 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Canada, here is Derek Slick Pomerlo. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161.7 pounds. His professional record consists of 8 wins, just 1 defeat. 3 of his 8 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ireland, here is Paul Ryan.
Okay, gentlemen, I wait a good clean fight. Follow the rules, obey my comments. This is the belt line, this is the belt line. No punches below this line, and no rapid punches. May the best man win. That's love, good luck.
2 fantastic ring walks and 2 of the most impressive fighters from the opening round of the tournament in Paul Ryan and Derek Pomerlo. And guys, I think Paul Ryan put it best. in an interview earlier this week. He said for the purists of the sport, they're going to sit back and appreciate a high-level boxing match in this one.
This is the fight I've been waiting for all night. These two southpaws, both very, very skillful. It's going to be a high-level chess match.
It will be, but I got a feeling it's going to kick off a little bit as well. Because it's going to be so nip and tuck potentially that they're both, you know, they'll get to a point where they'll go, there'll be a panic, oh, we've got to do something here. It's too tight.
Ryan opened up his tournament with a decision win over Anas El Abid, scoring 3 knockdowns in the process. Pomerleau appointed Liparit Ustian, the 2-time Ukrainian national silver medalist. Nice left hand, and that one wobbles Pomerleau and will be scored a knockdown.
I think he kind of caught himself. His knees buckled, but he caught himself and it just ran into the ropes, but he wasn't going to go down. But that's okay.
Good shot.
What a start for Paul Ryan. Again, in a 6-round fight, that is a lot of ground to make up, even in the early going.
But it's getting the balance of trying to make it up without panicking and making silly mistakes and rushing your work and walking on potentially to another bigger shot. Because that wasn't a heavy shot, but that was just good technique there from Ryan. He punches correct, he turns the shoulders into every shot.
Yep. Having good balance and having speed. If your opponent doesn't see that shot coming and they're not properly balanced, they're going to get dropped. And Ryan doesn't have the most power, but it's kind of like what Hitchens did to Kambosos the other night. Eventually, those shots have a toll on you, you know?
Sneaky left hand there from Ryan again.
But Pomerleau is very crafty, so I like to see the adjustments he makes.
Pomerleau, plenty of power himself. Of course, we remember his eye-catching knockout victory over Marcelo Coceres not that long ago.
Oh, that was incredible.
Followed that up with another knockout win over Nathan McIntosh here on DAZN. Ryan, a little bit of a dark horse heading into this tournament, despite his amateur exploits, which included a bronze medal at the World Games. But of course, he's bouncing back still from his first loss a couple of fights ago, a shocking first-round TKO loss at the hands of Fabricio Rubino, who was just 3-3 at the time.
Pomerleau has to do some more feints because I noticed that Paul Ryan is going for every feint, you know, but he's so fast, you gotta feint your way in there.
See that knockout here, a nice clean shot, little feint before he let it go. Just on the top of the head now, see that left hand.
He kind of caught himself. He kind of caught himself and was about to stand back up, but his butt hit the ropes.
Just behind the ear, like, it looked like, actually. That's the thing with fighting someone like Ryan, because Ryan keeps his shape really well. Sometimes bending low and dipping, and well, Pomerleau does quite well actually. Won't work. Everything's got to be sharp, and every movement's got to be sharp for Pomerleau.
Round 2 underway. Derek Pomerleau didn't taste the canvas, but he did suffer a knockdown. And Brock, I guess your feeling is that if that shot had landed, let's say, a foot further inside the ring, and Pomerleau had a little bit more distance to work with, you think he would have gathered himself and would not have gone down?
Yes, I think the slow motion just showed me that he was actually about to stand back up, but his butt hit the turnbuckle, and the referee called it, and I'm not mad at the call at all. It's just we get to see the replay.
Well, that's an excellent start for Paul Ryan here in this one. Says that winning this tournament would give him the opportunity to change his life, but also to go all in on boxing. Right now, he works from 5 a.m. until 3:30 and then is able to train then afterwards. which is something that Pomerleau did for a good chunk of his career as well, supplementing his amateur stipend with his salary at the Labatt beer plant in Montreal.
The what?
The Labatt beer plant.
Oh, beer. I thought ear for a second. Ear plant. It's crazy. Oh, good shot there from Pomerleau. Nice from Pomerleau. He just went low there and threw up with that jab. And first bit of success he's had for a while, actually.
It's an interesting look here for Pomerleau as well, Barry, because we're used to him kind of being able to cruise on the back foot and walk people into shots. Tonight, it looks like Ryan is insisting upon fighting off the back foot, and Pomerleau is going to have to be slippery while moving forward.
And Ryan's doing what Barack was saying Pomerleau should do. He's feinting before he's throwing.
Pomerleau's doing it right now, but there you go. You got to throw something after the feint.
See the personality of a Paul Ryan there.
Yeah, imitating Billy Joe Saunders.
Yeah.
Billy Joe Saunders was imitating Floyd Mayweather.
Actually, he did that against a Canadian, David Lemieux. I was there.
Yes, he did. Yes. He beat him up.
This is Ryan's sort of fight, though. This is right now. The pace that he'll want, the tempo he'll want, even the rhythm suits him.
Oh, jab snuck in there, barely touched him.
And in a round like this, jabs that are barely touching your opponent might be the ones that win the round.
Right, that right hook got in there. And then, see, I told you it's the feints. I'm sure his corner said, no, you need to feint this guy. He's too fast, he's too twitchy.
That'll do it for a quiet round two, which is much better news for Darren Pomerleau.
And maybe that left hook maybe that right hook rather won him that round.
Well, guess who's in the house? It's Big Baby, your boy, Jarrell Miller, Barack.
Yes, sir. Oh, he's in that heavyweight contention, and he's willing to fight everybody.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges in agreement. They all have 20-17 for the gold corner, Ryan.
Okay, so Ryan's winning this fight, and I think, see, the last round looked a little bit better for Pomerleau, and it kind of took away the offense of Paul Ryan, just throwing those feints. Have him reset.
20-17 nonetheless across the board here for Paul Ryan, so
that's the first time that actually all judges scored it the same way after the first 2 rounds.
That's right.
First time.
And that means, I guess, Barack, that, you know, in the eyes of the judges, Pomerleau did better in that round, but better doesn't necessarily mean that you won the round.
That's a good point, yeah, absolutely.
And sometimes, you know, as we're scoring fights and as we're calling fights, you can sometimes fall into that trap if you're grading on the curve that the fighter who lost the previous round has set for themselves.
I'm
right?
definitely guilty of that. Now, I understand there's a difference between calling and actually looking at the fight so you can score it.
But also, that's the Mayweather syndrome, when the fighters would get credit for just doing better.
Yes, right.
Because they almost landed with the shot.
Or they land one good shot.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, okay. Well, you finally land something. Partially blocked there by Pomerleau.
But again, as I go back to that point, this is just the pace that Ryan would want. Gives him time to maneuver, think about it, because he'll feint and not throw. He don't care.
Yeah.
No, he wants you to make it just you overreach, and I'll go bang bang down the line, and I'll go back on my bike again.
Good shot to the body there from Pomerleau. He's starting to creep forward with a little more intent now. Again, hearing those scores, 20-17, that has to sound alarm bells in the Pomerleau corner. And this speaks to the depth of talent in this tournament as well, because you think about the narrative around Pomerleau before this tournament existed. The win over Marcelo Coceres, he's calling out Patrice Volney. Oh my goodness, what a left hand!
Here it is.
And Paul Ryan,
It's over.
they have waved it off, Derek Pomerleau!
Unbelievable.
He's still coming back to his senses. Wow. One counter left hand.
But he saw it and he ignited straight away. He got him his credit there. He didn't take the shot and lose his shape. Every shot he hit Ryan with was right on the button.
This was the fight I was waiting for.
It wasn't the fight we expected, though. Brilliant results.
Yes.
Well, I was about to talk about how deep the tournament was, that someone was giving a real scare to a guy like Pomerleau, who was talking about fighting legit contenders already before entering the tournament. But that is why Pomerleau is one of the tournament favorites. Take a look at this.
Oh, right, that's a lovely shot. Not much, he didn't do much wrong there, Ryan. Just a lovely hooping hook. But look at this now, the follow-up. Bam, bam, bam. The referee does the right thing there.
He had to.
He didn't go on the floor and all that rubbish.
He couldn't defend himself. His arms were down the whole time. The whole time, his hands were down.
Even the shot that didn't hit him clean, he had to take the forearm. That's a finishing shot right there.
I mean, he didn't have to drop that right hand, and that was the issue. Ryan dropped that right hand. Right after this, the hand is down. It could have been up. It could have been up.
But it's almost like he's showing the left hand to turn turn his body into the shot sort of thing. So it's like a little mistake. In slow motion, it looks like an obvious mistake, but it's a little mistake in real time. But Pomerleau's just thrown that hook over the top. But once he caught me that, the acceleration in his work was fantastic. Brilliant result.
The undisputed heavyweight championship is on the line at Wembley Stadium. We feel sorry for Barry Jones for being there on July 19th as Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois meet for the second time. On this occasion, all the belts are on the line in another history-making night on DAZN. We're so sorry, Barry.
I can't wait. I absolutely can't wait. The atmosphere will be... Dubois, I think he's nicked all of Joshua's fans, who's going to be packed.
Absolutely incredible night after an incredible knockout there from Derek Pomerleau that we're going to make official as we send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 59 seconds of round number 3. Our referee in charge, Ansi Parayoki, stops the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Derek Slick Pomerleau. And presenting the award is heavyweight contender Jarrell Big Baby Miller.
With in the quarterfinals for the middleweights, but also Shakur Stevenson defends the WBC lightweight title against William Cepeda, and Hamza Shiraz steps up to super middleweight for the first time to take on Edgar Berlanga. It's all live on July 12th from inside the Louis Armstrong Stadium in Queens, New York.
So you've been joking around. Obviously, it's a joke. You're saying you're scared of William Cepeda. You even said it on X.
Yeah, I'm very fearful, man.
Yeah.
I'm so scared.
What does he do good in your eyes? I know you study the sport.
I mean, you know, here's the thing, right? When you got a fighter that mastered their own style, they're always the most dangerous fighter. William Cepeda is a guy who mastered his style. He understands his style. He understands what he's coming to do. But with July 12th, they don't know what I'm coming to do. I got different things to my game. I can boxing move. I can stand there in the pocket and make you miss. I can do 100 different things to him to where he don't know what's happening July 12th. So it's going to be an amazing fight.
Well, you had a great performance against Josh Padley. And on X, it seems like you're trying to say you're going to hurt somebody. Like, you really going to hurt Cepeda. Is that what you're going in there to do?
It's very possible. Like, it's possible. These people think I can't crack. These people think, oh, all you do is run. That's the wrong logic of me. I'm a fighter at the end of the day. We get in there and I gotta fight. I'm gonna fight. And I'm not coming in there to lose. I'm not into that. And William Cepeda is not a guy that's gonna allow you to just move all around the ring and not cut out the ring. He's not a guy that's not going to allow you to engage in the fight. So I'm not here to lose. I'm here to win, bro.
Obviously. Where do you think you should rank right now, according to your accomplishments and what you've done already, on that pound-for-pound list? What number?
I mean, I know I ain't at the top of the list as far as accomplishments and, opponents that have been in front of me. But I do think for me to be a 3-division champ at 27 years old is just outstanding. It's not a normal thing for you to go win a belt at 26, 30, unified, become Ring Magazine champion, go up to 35, win a title off the rip. It's just not a normal thing to be done in the first several years of your career. That's something that people do their entire careers.
And big boxing returns to New York with this huge event, but we're going to continue here with the WBC Grand Prix, and for that we go back to Thomas Stryker.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Ephraim Barico.
Que sera-t-il de tous ces je t'aime que tu me chuchotais? Quand je n'aurai plus le même train de vie, que je serai plus coté, qu'il n'y aura plus de coffre, qu'il n'y aura plus de l'eau, je redeviendrai ce pauvre. Et que je n'aurai plus que ma dignité qui restera sauve. Pendant des piges, j'ai attendu que ma vie change. Puis j'ai fini par comprendre que c'était elle qui attendait que je change. Combien de salles, combien de mal avant que je me range. Le cœur et le cerveau dans l'eau, ça sont des endroits tellement étranges. Je retournerai à mon père comme les fleuves retournent à la mer. J'en veux au monde et à la tumeur qu'il a mis à terre. Papa est parti, j'ai même pas eu le temps de le rendre fier. J'espère que peut-être tu me vois et tu prends soin de mes 2 grands-mères. Tout ce que je fais, c'est pour sortir ma famille du piège. Mauvais garçon, toujours absent quand c'est l'heure du prêche. On était jeunes, on se disait refrain jusqu'à la mort. Aujourd'hui c'est toi qui me la souhaites, dans tes songes les plus hardcore. Je suis habitué, habitué, habitué. Habitué, habitué, habitué. Habitué, habitué, habitué. Habitué, habitué, habitué. Il y a des siècles, mes ancêtres bossaient dans les champs. Et aujourd'hui, je claque des grosses sommes sur les champs. Euros sur le compte me donne l'illusion, ça va, j'ai champ. La vérité, c'est que l'argent revient aux mêmes gens. Dis-moi ce que je vais laisser, à part tous les actes que j'aurais posés. Je veux qu'ils se rappellent de moi, comme de celui qui aura tout osé. Bébé, si je pars, sèche vite tes larmes et l'air d'être heureuse. Car ici, pas aucun âme, même les pleureuses. On dit que l'amour est ci, l'amour est ça, l'amour est mort.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Maxime Muladon. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Nawaf El-Mohammed, Fabian Guggenheim, and Christian Garduño. Our referee in charge will be Analia Maradona. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 159.1 pounds. Undefeated, he has 11 wins. 6 of his 11 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing France, here is Ephraim Barico. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 158.9 pounds. Undefeated with 8 wins, 5 of his 8 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ukraine, here is Maxime Muladon.
Listen to me. No rabbit punch. No low blow. Protect yourself all the time. Touch gloves. Good luck.
So we are ready for fight number 12 of the day as this man, Efrem Bariko, takes on Maxime Muladon. A little bit of a switch in the bracket, as originally Bariko was set to face Muhammad Isa. We'll see a little bit later on, but Bariko now instead taking on Maxime Muladon, the former Ukrainian national amateur champion. Bariko scored a 6-round split decision win over another decorated amateur in Sukrabjan Kayamov last time out, and some of our viewers may remember Bariko as a little bit of a sentimental favorite because there was a period of time when Bariko was self-trained in his own garage, was kind of learning by watching YouTube videos. Now, of course, has a more formal professional camp, but really a man who had to battle through some incredible circumstance to get to this level.
It's got to be the only sport you can just do it yourself. I mean, I don't know anything like it. Just to train in your own gym, train yourself and learn from watching videos, and then all of a sudden be a professional fighter on a massive platform.
Absolutely, because it doesn't always take skill. You know, you can actually have power, you can have heart, you can have all the other things except technique and skill, and make it to a certain level sometimes. But at that level, skills pay the bills.
Bariko doing what he did in the opening round, what he's done throughout his career, just bring that all-out pressure, all-out physicality. Muladon looking to box his way around him, as he did in the opening round against Giovanni Sarchiotto, as he places a nice left hand to the body of Bariko there a moment ago.
Yeah, boxing well here, isn't he, Muladon? In and out with the feet, that's what you need to do against someone like Bariko, who will look to wing those shots in over the top, but if you're in, punching and moving out, there's no target to hit.
Bariko has already put some red marks on Muladon's chest because, you know, he's the taller fighter, longer, it's harder to get to it, so sometimes you got to aim for that area just to make contact.
Yep. Stepped in like with a nice sweeping right hook prior to
solo
that.
flex.
Now he finds that shot to the body. Seconds here of the opening round.
Too far out then, Bariko with that left hand lazy that was.
See, I like this ref. Do you see how they was just holding each other, but they were still kind of punching, and then she gave them a chance to let each other go.
You gotta give them a chance, yeah.
There you go. Once again, you don't just jump in. That's just my opinion. You don't just jump in.
That long lead hand of Bariko.
They worked their way out. These clinches 3 times just now.
The opening round there for Bariko, who continued to find the body of Muladon all throughout that opening round as we head back to the corners.
Нормально, все, дергай. Провоцируй все время. Не дерись, не вяжись. Это не твоя работа, это его работа. Провоцируй, прямой, боковой, джеб левый.
Не лезь, понял?
Все, внимательно, не дерись. Еще раунд, подвеется, подергай. Проваливай. Ну, активнее джебом работай, выбрасывай активнее джеб.
Comment tu te sens? Ok. Moi, faut que je cadre, s'il te plaît. Il faut que tu te calmes. C'est la seule chose à faire.
Le lâche pas.
Okay.
T'es droit, t'es pas bien.
Cherche pas le jeu. Ok. Allez, on se calme.
Round 2 underway. interesting clash of styles, interesting clash of backgrounds here between Barico and Maxim Muladon, who's still quite active in the amateur circuit as well. We've mentioned that a number of times throughout the tournament. A lot of fighters that you'll see in this tournament are still in amateur tournaments.
Didn't catch him clean.
That one did. Yeah.
The left-handed, you saw the knee of Muladon buckle there momentarily.
Muladon, throw a jab. Thank you. Throw the jab. The jab is there. You just got to throw it. See? When he throws the jab, it's there.
Just got to get in and out of your feet like you were like early in the last round, just making Barico fall short every time with that.
You know, it's the early stages, but this is very reminiscent, as Barico lands a nice right hook there a moment ago, of what happened in his opening round bout against Sukrajab Kayamov, another, again, decorated amateur. You would think when you look at their resumes, well, of course this decorated amateur will figure something out against this style, but there's something about the pace, the length, the intensity of Efren Barico that seems to unnerve fighters like this.
Yeah, and it's the strength, isn't it? I think that's just the physical strength as well. When you're in close, you're holding him, you can feel that, just like the rock, he's pushing you around.
He's short. He seems to have long arms, though. And he seems to be in range when his opponent thinks he's not in range. But I think if Muladon would get on his jab and on his bike somewhat, he can nullify a lot of that.
Better there for Muladon.
Jab right there, you're in range, and move. See, right there, why are you not first? See the jab? When he throws it, it hits. Be first.
Counter left hook.
Good body shot, but you got to get your hands up.
Muladon landing a couple of shots there, but Barico with a reply immediately.
The difference is, Muladon lands with a shot and looks for a rest, and Barico's looking to work, and then work, and then work.
Out of 15 seconds here of round two. Efren Barico might have thought he was facing Muhammad Isa here tonight, but his plan wasn't going to change a whole lot.
Man, that's a tough fight. Muhammad Isa as well. That's a tough fight. That guy, I know we didn't give an award to best performance, but I would have gave it to Muhammad Isa in phase one.
Good left hand there from Barico. This one's even better. That's the one that really shook up Muladon, just almost bending the knees. You see it there then. And just the sheer work rate, the pressure, the strength, is just his presence putting Muladon under pressure, who's got to find a way of keeping him at bay a little bit. And I think, well, you're right, Barak, that just a solid jab will do that.
When he throws it, it lands. You know, and it does what it should do. Stops the incoming, of Barico.
After 2 rounds, one judge has it even, a draw, 19-19. One judge has it 20-19, and one judge has it 20-18. Both of those for the green corner, Barico.
All right, so 2 judges to this point scored the fight in favor of Efren Barico as he reins in with another left hand over the top. One judge has it even, as you see it on your screen. So Barico ahead at this point. We saw in between rounds a cut on the outside of the right eye of Maxim Muladon, and that has been an issue for him dating back to his exclusive amateur days. In fact, in 2020, Muladon thought about retiring from the sport of boxing because he continued to get cut in amateur tournaments. And he said that he went back to the gym to work on his defense to try and prevent it, but it continues to be an issue. I don't know if he's changed it, Barry, but at one point, his box rec photo was him with a bandage over his eye. That is how frequent these cuts have been for Muladon.
Wow.
And there's a jab from Barrico right on that cut, and it is leaking once again.
You just can't keep him off, can he? That's the problem he's got here. See, and Barrico, he can afford to take the rest, Barrico. When he takes his rest, Muladon's
like
thinking,
right
this
now.
is my rest. Yeah, this is my rest as well. Yeah, rather than he should be working, really.
I'll join you on this rest. Yeah, this is when you, as Muladon, you go back to the body again. You see him with his mouth open, Barrico. You see him taking a rest. Hit him in that body. Tire him out even more.
He's got to take some cues from my dog. Every time I want to take a nap, he's like, no, we're playing fetch. Come on, get up.
Absolutely.
But as long as these rest periods are going to correspond, it's not going to work out in the favor of Maxim Muladon. That's better work. A left hand comes over the top, but back comes Barrico. Again, a body shot of his own. Just continues to muscle Muladon on the inside.
It's good there from Barrico, solid. See, he doesn't get despondent when he doesn't land clean with the shot. He just carries on.
Nice left hand from Muladon. That excited his corner. That's the most lively they've been thus far. It's a little bit of a Ukrainian contingent gathered around the corner and in the vicinity of Maxim Muladon in the front row.
I like this right here. I like this what Muladon is doing. You know, you might do your little 1-2 and you smother him. You know, Klitschko style. It ain't the prettiest, but it can get you through the round.
See, oh, that's where the head comes together. That's where the cuts caused there.
Wow.
Muladon. Both rolling into the shots, trying to let their hands go.
The guys in the truck are really good to have caught that. And ladies.
There we have it. Both go in the opposite direction, and after someone always comes worse off.
Back to action here. Round 4 underway. Maxim Muladon and Efrem Barrico. A little bit of a bounce back from Muladon in the home stretch of round 3. See if he can carry some of that momentum here into the 4th. This left hand over the top. We talked about the Ukrainian contingent here in attendance. Muladon's partner is Anastasia Kovalchuk, the outstanding Ukrainian amateur and undefeated pro. The two of them trained together as well.
See, just that in and out move with the feet. It's not a lot, but it's enough just to make Barrico fall a little bit short.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
They're going to miss that. They're going to miss a bit in here.
He's really changing things right now, Muladon. Oh, he got his chin in the air. He got to be careful with a puncher like Barrico.
He missed the first one there, Barrico, but the second shot was a good one, wasn't it? And he needs to do that, Barrico. Just jab to the body, right, left hand over the top, and foot just swing it over.
Yeah.
And like you said, the way Muladon has that chin in the air, you know, it's not a tire you got to go looking for, is it? It's there for you.
It's there.
All you got to do is get the hands low.
Headbutt.
Closing in on the final minute here of round 4. Nice left hand there from Muladon, and he ricochets off the ropes to land another one.
Slapping left hands.
And Perico, no accuracy in his work. Looks like Perico's getting a bit tired here, doesn't it?
Yes. Great work. Great work.
See, I think he turned him lovely because Perico missed the shot.
Yeah.
Got in the right position. I think he just got too close there, Muladon.
Yeah. It's not. He doesn't have any pep on any of these shots, but it can win him these rounds.
Yeah.
The work could be a little bit ragged,
Punch and
but
grab.
if it's landing and the judges appreciate it, this might have him back into the fight. One more left hand there from Muladon as we head back to the corners. Bozon heads to Birmingham on Saturday as Olympic and Commonwealth gold medalist Galal Yafai looks to take a giant stride towards a first world title opportunity when he faces Francisco Rodriguez Jr. in a final eliminator for the WBC flyweight title.
Now let's see if Muladon is winning on 2 judges' scorecards, or at least one.
One judge has it 40-36, one judge has it 39-38, and one judge has it 39-37.
Oh, wow. Done.
Fighter winning in the green corner, Barico.
Okay, I can understand that. I can understand giving Barico the 3rd round. It's just that Muladon did better, but I think that last round was very evident a Muladon round.
Yeah.
So we have the scores in our hands now, 39-37, 39-38, and 40-36, all in favor of Efrem Barico. And I think perhaps, Barak, you know, even if you thought that was a Muladon round, and certainly that is what you guys are expressing, I think that even as he's doing the work, the body language, it looks like he's under duress. He looks distressed in getting that work off, and I think that can sway judges sometimes too.
Right. I think it's kind of like Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano. You know, once that cut came, she was a different fighter, you know, and she was fighting on the back foot a little bit and just throwing punches, but they were just pity-pats and then getting out of the way. So I can understand.
Loving shot there from Barico. Muladon complaining that it might have been behind the head. Hard body shot there from Barico.
It's good that he threw the left hand across, sort of turned his body, but brought himself back online, didn't he, with the right hook. That's it, just move then, that's it. Move. Take 2 steps, go again. Move 2 steps, go again.
Well, that's a good left hand that buckled the knees of Muladon there momentarily again. Muladon has recovered. Excellent shot from Barico. Catching Muladon. Left hand for Muladon there a moment ago.
Just a bit more pop in the shots he needs, didn't he, Muladon? A bit more speed in him at least. Box him out here, though.
Not a lot of zip on these shots from Muladon.
Barico cutting off the ring with southpaw position.
Yeah, the volume of Barico has certainly dipped.
Oh, shot.
That's an excellent left hand again. I mean, the most eye-catching shots of this round have come from Barico. And again, Barry, I think the issue for Muladon, it is one of body language. Oh boy.
Oh my God.
What a shot there, right at the bell.
That left hand snuck in there.
I gotta say, Barrico's recovered really quickly.
Yes.
But he moved on to that shot. He did dip his legs, 100% dip his legs.
And he smiled at the end to say, damn, I was doing well and got caught at the end.
So lovely 1-2 there, excellent. There you see that front. You know it's a good shot because the front leg was anchored into the floor.
Yes.
And he couldn't move it for a second. That's the sort of equivalent. Your leg is getting stiff.
And he's been doing this all night. Most of them have been pity pats, but that one actually landed with the knuckles. But usually it slaps.
Yeah. And in terms of the body injury as well, just see how the shoulders turn in there, just dip down with the shot.
Sixth and final round.
So we'll see if Maxim Muladon can recreate that moment here in the 6th and final round. To finish the point that I was trying to make, Barry, I think the issue for Muladon in terms of the scoring this fight, in terms of ring generalship, when you look at how Muladon has looked, the body language for a lot of this fight, in the judge's mind, you're probably asking yourself, is he doing what he wants to be doing right now? Or is he being forced to do a lot of these things that Barrico wants to do?
Yeah, and that's understandable. Ultimately, it shouldn't matter. But it does, and you're right, it really does. So that's why I always say, what you do after the punch is as important as the punch itself, because if you do bang, 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 and then you pivot, and like Bam does, and you decide the ring, it looks like you planned that.
It looks intentional.
And look what I did, and look what he is. But if you do that and then take a rest and go, it looks like you're fighting just to survive.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
If Muladon can win this round like he possibly won the last round, he can at least make it a split draw. But then probably when we go to the enhanced scoring,
done for him.
But yeah, more than likely Barrico won.
You might think you can get a stoppage. Hey, but people, like I said, we've been saying all day that when you're tired, you make mistakes. You don't only make mistakes, and there's gaps appear. There's a cut as well on the right eye there of Barrico.
See him pawing at that cut now. Spreads across the bridge of his nose and now onto the shoulder of Maxim Muladon.
Barrico's picked up his work rate this round.
And you've got to admire that because he's pushed the pace from the offset.
Yeah.
And all that muscle he's carrying around as well. That's got to tire you out. It looks great, but actually, I find quite often all that is counterproductive.
It's a quick combination there from Muladon. Again, Barrico's corner certainly doing the math that you just did, Barack, and knowing that there is a way for Muladon to even this up, and then it's in the hands of a scoring system that you were unfamiliar with.
Good shot by Barrico, left hand.
Good jab.
Final 30 seconds of the contest. Another left hand there from Muladon. Muladon certainly emptying the tank here. Throwing with whatever he's got left, as is Barrico. Final 10 seconds of this contest.
Barrico's making sure that Muladon didn't steal this round just by being busier.
One good left hand in that sequence from Barrico, and that will do it for a fun fight between Barrico and Muladon.
What do you think,
men
Corey?
Completely spent at the end of this one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Barrico was so tired that Muladon was able to push him into the ropes. And if he had a little bit more in him, he could have stole around by doing flurries once you're doing that. But I think Barrico really dug deep and took that last round, or at least made it very, very competitive. He probably took that last round.
It's close though, wasn't it?
Yep. But it's in the hand of the judges. And maybe we won't even get to the enhanced scoring system.
Let's take a look back at some of the replays from this one, including this clash of heads that produced that cut.
Yeah, that was the cut over the eye of
Rico,
wasn't it? Yeah.
There it is.
That's the worst. That's the one. Oh. I think at that point, though, they're both so tired and swinging that it has no effect on either one. A hard scrap that was. Just see at this stage of a fight, you haven't let your hands go like that, trying to win a round that might or might not win you the fight, but still going for it. Admirable stuff.
Well, coming up tomorrow on DAZN, the FIFA Club World Cup continues. 4 more huge games coming your way. You can catch it all live here on DAZN. See Bayern Munich and the Boca Juniors kicking things off tomorrow, live here on DAZN. All right, let's make this one official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Fabian Guggenheim scores it 59-55. Judge Nawaf Almo-Hamid scores it 59-56. And Judge Christian Garduño scores it 60-54. All for your winner by unanimous decision. Ephraim Barrico!
Ephraim Barrico takes the next spot in the quarterfinals in 160 pounds. Congratulations with this UD win. But next, boxing is not the only thing we have here on DAZN. It's set to be another epic summer ahead.
Summer on DAZN.
What an occasion, what an atmosphere. Goes to the end zone, touchdown! Oh yes, once again when it matters.
We are bows out, look at this go!
It's been a superb run, pure masterclass.
What a comeback!
This summer on DAZN.
And we're carrying on with all the action right here in the 160 pounds. And we go with our MC, Thomas Schreiber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Saulo Morales.
Volaban los opilotes sobre un cuerpo destrozado. Tenía la ropa rasgada, el rostro desfigurado. Pero una cruz en su pecho decía Jesús Maldonado. Entre Santana y Guamanta cayó el tigre de Tlaxcala.
And now let's welcome Petro Frolov. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Barry Lindenman, Steve Morrow, and Francisco Ayosa. Our referee in charge will be Mark Lyson. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 160.3 pounds. His professional record consists of 15 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, with 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Mexico, here is Saulo Morales. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161 pounds. His professional record, 11 wins, just 1 defeat, with 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ukraine, here is Petro Frolov.
Okay, boxers, I've already spoken to you both. You know what I expect. Stay professional, obey my commands, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Quiero uno pelea limpia, obedece mis órdenes, protégete en todo momento. Touch gloves. Good luck, boys.
So our 13th fight of the day here between Petro Frolov and Saulo Morales. Morales coming off a very impressive 6-round TKO victory over the 2020 Olympian Shakul Samed after getting dropped in the 2nd round, one of the more entertaining bouts of the tournament thus far. Petro Frolov scored a 6-round decision win over Claudio Yenchi in the opening round.
I kind of thought that Morales' win over Samed was a premature stoppage. I mean, it did turn and he was getting the best of Samed. Samed kind of gassed out, but I don't think it should have ended like that in the 6th round.
And he was up to that point. He was getting well beat as well. Let's not forget that. But
yeah,
he wins a win.
Oh, and that is a knockdown
already.
What a shot from Saulo Morales.
Flash knockdown. Wow.
Lovely right hand that was.
He's ready to jump back on him too.
So we talked about the early woes of Saulo Morales in his last fight, but now it's the early power of Morales that has Frolov on the floor in the opening round.
Smart enough to go to the body too. Right now, you got your fighter hurt. Frolov doing the same.
Frolov in there firing back here, straight shots down the middle.
Lovely uppercut there, wasn't it, from Frolov also. Yeah. Good shot again.
Maybe he's shifting it a little bit.
And down goes Morales. They've traded knockdowns in about a 30-second period.
I don't know if I would have called that a knockdown. It was kind of behind the head push down. You'll see. I got a super fast eye. You'll see that in the replay. No, but I don't know. But Morales didn't complain.
What a turn of events here in the opening round. Both men touching the canvas. Back comes Morales with a right hand, but Frolov with a right hook of his own.
He was lucky. Frolov committed with that left hand there, straight left hand. He missed. He's lucky he didn't get caught with a heavy shot.
Oh, I thought that left hand landed.
I haven't got super fast eyes like you. Sorry, I'm just human.
Frolov trying to simplify things here a little bit.
Good work.
Straight shots down the middle, now coming over the top of that left hand.
These guys are both comfortable working at that distance that just causes fireworks.
There's that cuffing shot from Frolov again, the same type of shot that floored Morales.
Well, leading up to this fight, you say Frolov was the better boxer. That's what we saw from the last contest. And the power would be with Morales, but which it still is. There's jeopardy for both here, isn't it?
Yes.
Both men showing vulnerability and power in the opening round.
See that Morales knockdown, there he goes. A lovely, just caught him squared on. Lovely, correct punch right on the chin, that was.
And he was landing one of those cuffing right hands at the same time.
I think both knockdowns. No one's seriously hurt there. They just both been knocked down with good.
See that one right there? That's why I wouldn't even. I'd reverse that.
Yeah.
You know, because the glove didn't hit. It was the wrist, and he pushed him down.
It's like when Roy Jones hit Kawasaki with the forearm.
I'm not going to answer that.
That's a true story. I was there.
But I'm not going to answer that. It's Roy Jones we're talking about.
Well, it's irrelevant. It was about. What are you on about? You can't treat Roy Jones
I love
any
Roy Jones, man.
Well, I love Roy Jones, but I mean, they're just saying
they're co-workers now. You can't turn them against him.
I'm not even digging him out. He hit him with the forearm, haven't he? And Joe went down. And you got to call it.
I'm just kidding.
You got to call it.
I definitely agree with you, but I wouldn't say that publicly.
I just see if Roy Jones unfollows you, on some sort of social media stuff.
I had a friend unfollow me recently. Very high top boxer.
Back to action here after a wild opening round. Upon examining that replay, though, I mean, that was mostly forearm.
Yeah, it should have been overturned.
And we'll see if it will be. I mean, we have gone to instant replay. It can be overturned. And so we'll wait for word as to whether anything will be changed. As of right now, stands as both men suffering knockdowns in the opening round.
But you want to know that as soon as you can, because you're fighting a fight now thinking you're at your level, or you might have won that round potentially. That knockdown leveled it right up again, didn't it?
True, good point.
Frolov lending some flush left hands there a moment ago.
Oh, they work in the phone booth so well.
You just got to be careful there, Frolov, because Morales is naturally the heavier-handed. You just got to be careful when you committing to your shots. You don't take a short right hand over the top. We chops down with that shot. It's a worrying sign.
Frolov now bring that left hand to the body. The only loss on Frolov's record to this point was a 10-round decision loss against the vastly more experienced Jürgen Doberstein in Germany in 2023, which was really just too big of a lead for him as a 19-year-old at that point. Frolov obviously much more developed now. Spent time living and training in both Turkey and where he lives and trains in Milan.
Boxing well here, isn't he, Frolov? Controlling that space. And Morales just got to be careful. He's not waiting for that big punch for too long. It's better.
Just a different look when Morales throws his shots. There's so much power coming behind his shots.
Yeah, there's a weight behind those shots, Brock.
Yeah.
Even that lead right hand, where he isn't leaning all the way into it.
Exactly.
There's a weight behind it.
Right, and there's no balance with it. It doesn't seem like it should be hard, but see, it lands, and it seems like it does damage. But Frolov is having a good round as well.
Boxing well, isn't he?
Yes.
Not getting too greedy either.
About 20 seconds here of round two. Petro Frolov, a part of a fighting brother tandem, along with his brother Alexander, who's also an undefeated pro in the light heavyweight division. Seconds now tick away here in the round. A more controlled round, but one last sweeping right hook there from Petro Frolov.
And then he looked over to see if that right hand had an effect on him.
See, I think he took a right hand as well at the end of that round.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. He won, good round, though. He won it well, I thought.
Very good work by Frolov.
Ты предлагаешь, он должен с места бросаться. Просто предлагай быть готов на ногах. Все работает на ногах. Сейчас, они не сбивают дыхание водой. Побей ему ноги, побей ноги.
It's a battle of Britain on July 5th as Jack Catterall moves up to welterweight for his ring return against the undefeated Harlem Eubank, live from Manchester's AO Arena. That's only here on DAZN. So we just heard the scores 20-18 across the board for Petro Frolov. And more on this contest, let's send it over to Claudia Trejos. Claudia.
Thank you, Corey. I had a chance to speak to the corner for Morales. They're definitely not happy with that knockdown. They want to contest it, and they want to make sure that Saulo keeps the fight in short distance, throw his hands, look for the chin. They already proved that Frolov has a weak chin, so they want to capitalize on that.
Bit harsh, isn't it?
Oh, and nearly a double knockdown there. Both men with their knees buckling, but it is Morales who goes down.
What?
I kind of saw a head hit Morales. I saw his head hit Morales, and Morales went down.
Well, two controversial knockdowns now.
But
suffered
Frolov,
by Saulo Morales.
I don't know why Frolov went down, though.
Maybe he got stunned. Again, going back to what Morales' corner says, he's got a weak chin.
Wow, this is a fight. This is a fight.
Knockdowns and bizarre circumstances abound in this fight.
I love it.
As both men trade shots to the body. You know, Barry, sometimes you see fights like this where they fall into a pattern where weird stuff just keeps happening.
And all that stuff, you shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that, don't commit, and you think, let's just go for it.
Nice right hand there from Morales.
See, Frolov doesn't need to get involved with him. He's boxing quite well, just good moving in and out.
I can't wait to see a replay of what exactly happened there. Looked like Frolov was about an inch from touching the canvas himself.
Right.
But from what?
Right, and then look, I thought his head hit the chin of Morales, but, you know, we'll see.
And the corner saying he's got a weak chin. He got caught with a good shot in the first round.
And then he wasn't really that hurt. It was a flash knockdown, bounce right back up.
The weight put him down, didn't it? The weight put him down. And also, Morales is a big puncher.
But there you go. So I wouldn't agree with the weak chin. Just got caught with a good shot.
And also in that most recent circumstance for both men, might have been that their chin got touched with someone's head, which can wobble anyone.
That's a fact.
So we're getting word that we think that knockdown was indeed a clash of heads.
Really? Okay.
But we'll wait till the end of the round and maybe take a closer look at it. And we'll wait to see if that first knockdown has been reviewed as well. The heads nearly come together again.
Unless we get a knockout right now and then we don't even go to replay.
Right.
It's the first time I'm hoping not for a knockout right now.
Final 10 seconds of another wacky round between Petro Frolov and Saulo Morales.
Get to see it now, hopefully. Here he comes.
Well, looked like a headbutt to me.
Yeah, it is. He lands with the left hand first of all. You see it here.
Missed that.
Landed,
but that wasn't making him go down.
And you can see where they both almost went down. You see right in front of him. He did well for him, actually, to keep his feet. So he catches him with the forearm again.
Boy, look at how...
Oh, he never went down.
Wow.
His knee never touched, huh? Wow. Yeah, that was a headbutt.
All right, we have just received word that will not be scored a knockdown. We got word from the WBC, so that has been reversed.
Great job, guys.
In watching that replay, though, it is a miracle that Petro Frolov does not have a torn MCL right now.
Oh, he's flexible, obviously.
Right.
No, that reminded me of Roy Jones. No, I'm joking. Was it Katie Taylor-Man Serrano?
Oh, right.
The last round
of the first fight.
If a knee touches the floor, Serrano wins the fight.
Yep.
And it's like inches.
Right,
Unbelievable.
Right. Oh, they're about to fight again. I'm so excited about that.
I'm going.
And I made that Amanda Serrano comment earlier just to say that she went from throwing hard punches to softer punches because of that cut, I believe.
Yeah.
Even though people thought she still won.
All right, so we just received clarity on some of these knockdown calls. The head clash that you just saw, as we just reported, that is not a knockdown. The earlier one, that cuffing shot that looked like was a little bit borderline, has that will stand. That will remain a knockdown.
Okay. The wrist shot.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be with the knuckle part of the glove, though.
Yeah, yeah. At least the palm of the glove, at least.
Well, not even that. I mean, if it's the part of the glove, it must be any part of the glove. If it's any part of the glove, fair enough. But I mean, a scoring shot, a knuckle part of the glove, so surely that has to be a knockdown. Because you hit with the inside of the glove, you get warned for slapping.
Yep. Tyson Fury does that a lot. Oh, was that a low blow?
Yeah, it certainly looked low to me. And it feels low to Petro Frolov.
Wow.
Is going to take.
Sometimes you think fighters are faking. That one looked real.
And by the way, you can be hit really hard and it have no effect. You can be touched.
That's true.
Listen, we all know what it's like.
Yeah. I've had surgery down there because of low blows and low kicks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, you'll have more surgery. You carry on like digging me out, and you'll be having surgery again down there. I can't reach nowhere else. You know what I mean? Oh, good shot.
Nice left hand right down the middle there from Frolov.
I think he's boxing really well.
I think he's infuriated by that low blow, and he is coming back firing.
I love it.
But even the last round, forget about the knockdown, all that. He was winning the round anyway. He won the round. So I think he's boxing really good.
He's just not afraid to get into a firefight with a dangerous puncher.
Saulo Morales, another one of these fighters that's just a little bit outside of the parameters of this tournament. An exception was made for him with more than 15 pro fights at the age of 27. But if you take away that first pro fight that he had, which he feels almost, that's another low blow there from Morales.
Certain fighters get exceptions.
You low as well. Both of you are low.
You see Frolov being warned for a low blow of his own.
Keep yours up too.
To continue that story about Morales, his pro debut, he was knocked out by Paul Robinson in Canada, but as he's told the story, when he arrived, the fight was supposed to be at super middleweight, and he was fighting a cruiserweight.
Oh my God.
And then he left the sport for a couple of years, obviously a little bit discouraged.
Yes.
But since coming back, has put together a terrific run that he hopes is not thwarted here tonight by Petro Frolov, but he just got blasted with a sweeping left hand, but back comes Morales with a left hand of his own.
That's why. I'm sorry. No, I'm just saying that's why you have to have a good corner that's concerned about your safety, to not put you in there with a guy that's, way overweight.
He is not with that manager anymore, I'm happy to report.
Good.
Frolov's boxing well. We've got to be careful here because he's taking some unnecessary risks, I think. Like the way he swings the shot in there against an obvious puncher. Get himself into trouble here. He's boxing well. He's winning the fight, I think, quite convincingly. Picking his shots well. Morales is a little bit slower than him, so he can match. He can beat him for speed, beat him for technique. That's one of the low blows. Beat him for accuracy for sure. But he can't beat him for power.
Oh, maybe that was a little retaliation because the left hand from Frolov kind of strayed low as
the referee spotted that and warned both fighters.
Oh, that was at that point. That's right.
Right.
Okay.
After 4 rounds, all 3 judges in agreement, scoring at 40-36. Unanimous for the gold corner, Frolov.
As round 5 begins, Petro Frolov and Saulo Morales, you heard the scores, 40-36 across the board for Petro Frolov, as Saulo Morales throws another shot way low there. That was on the thigh of Petro Frolov. And going back to your earlier point there, Barry, about Frolov maybe taking some unnecessary risks, now he knows how unnecessary they are. I mean, really, he just needs to stay on his feet and not suffer a variety of knockdowns to win this fight.
You tend to think that, we worried about the open scoring, that people would run away. And that was the issue. But I mean, the problem is that then is if you coasting is the worst thing you can do in any fight, because you take it unless you're a brilliant defensive genius or have the best footwork around, because you're allowing the other fighter confidence, momentum, they're coming forward, and you get caught with a silly shot, and everything unravels. So you've got to stick to your plan, but the risk that he takes, I think I don't need it. So he can outbox Morales quite comfortable.
Well, I think a lot of the risks that Frolov was taking, especially in that last round, is because of how heated this fight is getting to. The low blows, the fouls and whatnot. There's some emotional regulation that needs to happen at a certain point where, hey, it's not worth it to look for retribution here.
And also, you're in the fight, so we're all talking about it pragmatically, but you're in the fight, so you're thinking, oh, I see a gap there, I'm going to go for it.
Right.
You know what I mean? I never thought that way, but I mean, braver fighters than me, you go for it. You know, I mean, if you think, oh, I can hurt him, I can get this, I can land that shot, I can stop him, and you don't think sensible. Otherwise, all fights will be boring, wouldn't they? Thank you.
Great point, great point.
Closing in on the final minute here of round 5. Nice left hand to the body there from Frolov.
Justice Hooney the other week, boxing brilliant. Makes one mistake because he commits to a shot maybe he didn't have to, didn't do much wrong, but then look what happened, everything unravels.
Morales trying to break through with a right hand. You see swelling on the outside of his left eye now, courtesy of those right hooks from Petro Frolov, just like that one.
Clever. And the more Morales tries, the easier he is to hit. He's lost his snap and his punches, hasn't he, as well?
The form and the snap of Morales seems to have deteriorated.
But in his mind, that's all he has left. You know, he's lost every round according to the open scoring. He needs a knockout, or at least a couple of knockdowns. He probably lost that round too.
Скажи мне, что все хорошо. Не видит? Чуть замылил. Василий попал, Василий Шиман. Да, какой глаз? Закрой глаз. Все? Да. Второй раунд. Успокойся. Нормально, не суетись. Первый раунд.
Diga, córtale el ring y suéltale dos manos, vamos. Con todo ya sabes. Abrazándose, un poquito para atrás, descansa y suéltale. Esa es la única manera, ¿ok? Está como el ganés, está sobreviviendo, Saulo.
6th and final round.
Sixth and a final round here between Petro Frolov and Saulo Morales in an incident-filled fight that was really wild and wacky for a period of time and now has kind of cooled off as Petro Frolov has really assumed control of this one quite comfortably.
Yeah, it's been a good watch, I think. You've had, like you said, you've had a little bit of madness involved and a few little controversial moments. And some really good boxing here from Frolov as well, so I think it's been good. I mean, and it's not over yet, of course.
Oh. That's what Morales needs, a good flurry.
You got to encourage Frolov to engage with him. I think that's where he's going to get the opening.
I think his corner's probably telling him, you just won 5 rounds. You better not mix it up in there with this guy.
But also, you can't allow him just to walk up on you either. So you still got to let your hands go.
In moments like that, probably not a bad idea for Frolov either. If you can tie up and kill another 5 seconds. Nearly midway through the round already, and a nice combination there from Frolov.
Just a little bit more intelligence in his work, isn't there?
Uh-oh. Body shot. Nice from Morales, right hand.
Frolov kind of having the best of both worlds in terms of what he needs in this round here, Barry. He's had the most eye-catching moment with that three-punch combination, and he's managed to drain a lot of the clock.
Yeah, he has, yeah. It's been good for him, it has, really has. And again, when people get tired, sometimes quite often that technique just rises to the surface, doesn't it? Going back again, do the basics. When you're tired or hurt, the basics get you through. Nice.
What a good left hand from Frolov. Morales just could not find an answer here tonight as he eats another left hand over the top. Even there, Morales gets to the place where he wants to be, and Frolov
didn't land one shot.
Just swims underneath all of it.
Pushing his punches, that's why he's knackered now, he is.
Big left hand over the top there from Frolov. And that will put a stamp on a terrific performance from Petro Frolov. He battled through the weirdness of the opening few rounds and turned in a nice performance to send him to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, really good display there from Frolov. It was certainly that second half of that fight where I think he boxed very, very smartly. Technically very good. Just see it there, punching low, and up top with the second shot, changing the level all the time. Using good footwork in and out just to confuse Morales. Just take this thing out the punches, tire him out. And skate home to what turned out to be there, in my opinion. Never comfortable, but quite a wide decision. Well, it will every round, wouldn't it? So clearly a wide decision and a good win. And he moves on, he's good to watch.
Smart fighters make adjustments. He made adjustments because the first couple of rounds were more competitive than obviously it had to be.
We are headed back to New York City on July 12th as the Ring presents another blockbuster card. Edgar Berlanga, Hamza Shiraz, Shakur Stevenson, William Zepeda. A tremendous night of action. It promises to be another memorable night of boxing from the Big Apple. We are ready to make this one official. Let's set it back up to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Barry Lindenman scores it 59-55, and both judges, Steve Morrow and Francisco Aguilar, are in agreement. They both score it the same, 60-54, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Petro Frolov!
And we are back in London next month for a huge night in the heavyweight division, and it's a fight that certainly got the boxing world talking.
Daniel Dubois had a big opportunity.
The chance to rock the world.
Alexander Usyk, he's a master.
He has the heart bigger than this room.
It was the feints that really seemed to unsettle Daniel Dubois.
Then, against all the odds, it happened.
Time froze. We're waiting. Wow, he's done it. He's done it.
And I shouted out to Daniel, wow, you've done it, you've won.
I was surprised there was no count.
Моя думка, що рефері зробив все правильно. The fans, they divided into 2 camps.
Was it low? Was it borderline?
I thought that punch was a punch from the gods.
He landed it right on the line.
I have the view that the shot was okay.
Muhammad Ali always talked about a quarter of an inch.
The guards are that big, so very, very close.
I see that's a legal shot. It was a real low blow.
You know it was a legal blow.
Frank.
What the referee did next was outrageous.
The seconds are ticking by. Suddenly, The minutes are ticking by.
He said, no, take some more time.
There were 3 minutes and 45 seconds of Alexander Usyk recovering.
Usyk came back, dropped him in the 8th round and stopped him in the 9th.
Up until now, there's still a question mark.
Usyk has shown that he is the man.
Usyk's beaten Joshua twice. He's beaten Fury twice. He's the closest that I've watched and thought, you've mastered boxing.
He's the defining champion of the era.
This version of Daniel Dubois.
Beating Jerome Miller, beating Filip Hrgovic. Then to go to Wembley Stadium.
Daniel goes in as the underdog.
He was like a man possessed.
I knew we was going to win that fight.
Anthony Joshua eviscerated him.
Seeking the story, that's how I fight.
This is the guy ready to take the throne.
2 semi-finals. You had Usyk fighting Fury, you had Dubois fighting AJ. This is like the final.
This rematch against Usyk is completely different.
Taking place
at Wembley Stadium, 90+ thousand people.
All the belts on the line.
In front of a global audience, live on Bozon.
Now we have a chance to see who is the best.
This could be something special.
Do not blink.
Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois are set to meet at Wembley for the undisputed heavyweight crown. Can Dubois avenge his controversial defeat to Usyk back in August 2023? Or will Usyk remain unbeaten and prove once again why he's one of the all-time greats? Well, this is all live on DAZN, July 19th. And let's keep things rolling right here in Riyadh. Let's go to Thomas Tribal.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Cyril Johnson.
Ils ont partagé le monde, rien ne m'étonne, rien ne m'étonne, rien ne m'étonne. Ils ont partagé le monde, rien ne m'étonne, rien ne m'étonne, rien ne m'étonne. Si tu me laisses la Tchétchénie, moi je te laisse l'Arménie. Si tu me laisses l'Afghanistan, moi je te laisse le Pakistan. Si tu ne quittes pas Haïti, moi je t'amarque pour Bangui.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Dylan, the Bow Desert Storm, Biggs. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamid, Fabian Guggenheim, and Christian Garduño. Our referee in charge will be Steve St. Germain. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 160.7 pounds. Undefeated with 10 wins, 3 of his 10 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing France, here is Cyril Johnson. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161.9 pounds. His professional record, 14 wins, just 1 defeat, 9 of his 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Australia, here is Dylan, the Bull Desert Storm Biggs.
But sir, I'll accept both belts. Both receive my command in the locker room. Protect yourself at all time and listen to my command at all time. Touch gloves. Good luck, both of you.
So this one promises to be a lot of fun. Dylan Biggs, the always exciting Australian, taking on Cyril Johnson of Toulouse, France. Johnson undefeated at 9-0. If you didn't watch the first round of this tournament, Johnson has one of the most remarkable backstories of any fighter in boxing today. He grew up as a child digging sand in a quarry in Cameroon, and then in pursuit of a better life, crossed the Sahara Desert on foot. And his friend who was crossing with him passed away during the journey. That friend was a boxer, and Johnson decided that he would honor his friend by making it to Algeria, where he subsisted on bread and sugar water and learned to box. And today, he is in the second round of this tournament. It is unbelievable to think about.
How can you say anything bad about him now? How can you criticize if he does anything wrong after that? It's an amazing story, isn't it?
I didn't see him just get hit by a left hook, by the way. I'm just letting you know.
Dylan Biggs.
Incredible testimony, though.
Dylan Biggs, the 23-year-old from Bout Desert in Queensland, Australia. The only loss on his record came in a thrilling fight against Nikita Zhu, the son of Costa, and of course the brother of Tim. But since then, he has been on a roll. He looked terrific in his opening round contest against Hamza Azim. To me, Barack looked like the most physically imposing middleweight in this bracket.
Oh yeah, 100%. Physically imposing, got the power, got the ring IQ probably.
Hard body shots here from Biggs.
I think Johnson just he just fights over that right foot, just a little bit too much.
But also, he does, and it's wrong. But what he does wrong sort of works for him because he throws punches from that angle, and they're hard to defend against, so he can loop around the high guard. Which for Biggs, because Biggs is a well-structured fighter, the hands are always held, elbows tucked in, always tucked in nice and tight. Makes him a hard target to hit clean.
Yeah, you're putting yourself in range when you might not be in the best balanced position to throw a shot. Look, you're in range of all of those shots, but you're not throwing anything.
Johnson just getting cracked by left hooks here in the opening round from Dylan Biggs to the head and to the body. Not all of them, to your point, landing clean, especially up top. To the body, they certainly have been.
Good left hook and an uppercut there from Biggs. Just before they landed a lovely snappy left hook.
Oh, Biggs is sharp shots. I don't know how Johnson's taking all of this.
He's taking a lot of shots here in the early going.
There's a real snappy combination there from Biggs.
Fantastic opening round here for the Bout Desert Storm, Dylan Biggs.
That's a lovely uppercut. And another one, yep.
He's picking his shots very well. Good punch placement.
That's lovely. That's, you just seen the gap. He threw the left into the body. Just seen the elbow up as well. Follows with the uppercut. I said about a really well-structured fighter because he'll throw to turn his body into the shots. So he always keeps himself online. So you sort of like throw inside your body frame. So you have to turn into every shot. So you get leverage, but also defensively, you're as neat as you can be. Yeah, good fighter.
He's throwing shots based upon what he sees. So he's seeing an opening, he's throwing a shot. I love that.
But it's hard to find the time for that, really.
In live action, yes.
Especially
real time.
Especially when you're young, only 23, that exuberance of youth means you rush your work quite often.
Right.
You see a gap and go, oh, there it is.
Looks like Johnson's picking up the rate.
That's always the thing you should do, though. When you're up against someone who's technically better than you, which Biggs clearly is, then you smother their work, you make them rush their own work, so they lose their shape if you can do that. And that's usually by upping the work rate and being physical.
Good stop, good switch by Johnson. Put on the pressure this way in the phone booth.
Nice uppercut to the body there from Biggs.
Oh, it's lovely from Biggs there. Just sat there watching what was going on there. See again inside the body, inside the shoulders. He has to turn the body into it. Just a bit more torque in the punch.
Proper technique.
But what he could do though is throw 2 or 3 jabs before Johnson walks in on him. I don't think Johnson's defense is just to walk through the shot. Put your hands high, but it's not a high guard. His hands are high, but it's not blocking anything.
I mean, I also think Dylan Biggs enjoys this kind of fight.
Yeah.
And if he's going to have an opponent who's going to agree to go forehead to forehead with him, he's going to take that invitation.
But he is physical. He's big and strong, and he's big. You know, he's so, like, you can understand that he's not intimidated by someone who tries to make it a close quarter affair. Shot.
Straight right hand there from Biggs a moment ago. So his trainer, Justin O'Leary, in his corner. That's the man that he's trained with since he was 10 years old in the gym beneath Justin O'Leary's house.
See the tilt on his head there? He's looking at the feet. So he's selling him different shots there. I just saw it. He's looking at the feet and jabbing up upstairs.
Yes.
Body shot there by Johnson.
Because of the punch placement by Biggs, he doesn't really miss too many shots.
Now, as high of a work rate as he has and as high tempo and physical as this fight is, I mean, his connect percentage, it's got to be 50% or more higher. There's 3 more that connect right down the middle for Dylan Biggs as we enter the final 10 seconds of the round.
But he also has a target that's not moving.
At all. No head movement, really.
Well, the problem child, Jake Paul, is back as he takes on his toughest challenge yet on June 28th, as he takes on a former middleweight title holder, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. You can go to DAZN.com/boxing for more details on how to watch this unmissable event.
You see the good placement of the shot there from Biggs. Took it up nice and tight. Johnson not really moving the head or body or feet, actually. And you know he's throwing shots, there's always a gap to appear there, and Biggs making the most of it, picking his shots really well. His uppercuts and his body shots are really good. Will they take the toll? Time will tell.
All 3 judges have it the same, 20-18. Unanimous for the gold corner, Biggs.
You heard the scores. Dylan Biggs up unanimously at this point, as you would understand. There you see it on your screen, 20-18 across the board. But credit to Cyril Johnson, who is in here and making this a very entertaining fight.
Ooh, good left hook there from Johnson. It might be the yellow on the band, but Biggs looks like a Ukrainian fighter, doesn't he? Everything about him, his look, even his stance a little bit. It's nice.
Nice quick combination there from Biggs.
Definitely does.
Excellent left hook to the body there. And those are the shots, Barry, that Johnson really has to be careful of. I mean, a body shot that hits you directly on.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be a fight ender. And with the way that Johnson is squared up, he's becoming more and more vulnerable to those.
And also, when your body's leaned over, by the way, is another thing. If you get right round the back, when your body's leaned over like that, lifts your diaphragm.
Right.
So then you get the right shot. But that's a whipping shot, does that? Not a heavy shot. And Big sort of digs his shots in. The worry is that Johnson is the way he cuffs his gloves on his head. Though you're defensively sound in theory, I'm not quite sure about that. You don't see the punches coming. Sort of hides your view a little bit.
Johnson's pretty squared up too. He's not.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you.
No, you're right. No, you're right though. His legs are in line, but his body's squared, isn't
exactly.
it?
Nice left hook there from Biggs.
Again, and it's a blind shot because Johnson can't see it.
Biggs looking for that uppercut, instead finds a left hook to the body again. A little bit of a cut on the bridge of the nose of Dylan Biggs.
He must have done that himself.
Another left hand to the body. Johnson has absorbed an inhumane amount of body shots through 3 rounds.
To be fair though, you see the shape of his body. Not much to worry about, really.
Biggs just cruising around, landing at will at this point. Another uppercut there on the inside. As the left hand of Dylan Biggs wraps around the guard of Cyril Johnson once more as we head back to the corners. All right, let's send it over to Claudia Trejo's. Claudia, what are you hearing in the corners?
Thank you, Corey. Cyril Johnson is getting very precise instructions. Be first, go to the body, and make sure you use your left hook and your left uppercut. They have to attack the body. My French is getting better by the minute.
C'est fantastique.
Merci beaucoup.
Oui, oui.
You got a wee wee?
No, I gotta use the bathroom.
There you go.
Fromage frais.
But we've heard this before.
Croissant?
He needs to be croissant, soufflé. He needs to get busier, but that's what you've been saying for the last 3 rounds. Easier said than done, though.
It's a technique disparity.
A size disparity.
I mean, you try and get busier, and I think that sort of makes sense. But tell him how, because otherwise you're just going to run out there and walk on the shots.
There's a good body shot from Johnson.
Very good.
Sneaky shot, but back comes Biggs immediately. Talked about that physically imposing size of Dylan Biggs, and Barack Biggs has talked about the fact that he feels he hasn't even really come into his man strength, and he feels that he's going to have another growth spurt that will come. So, I mean, Biggs is a guy that, who knows, he could top out at 175 at some point. He might be already straining to stay at 160.
Maybe so. He's a big kid. He's only 22 years old, so he might be right. Imagine.
Unless he's one of those guys who just this is like a Carl Froch. This is just your weight.
Right.
Right.
He's going up like within 18 months. I mean, he'll do well to see the end of the tournament.
I mean, he looks like a super middleweight right now.
Yeah.
Biggs finally misses with an uppercut there. He has not missed many of those thus far.
No, been really accurate, hasn't he? Even though he does have a target right in front of him, so he's not moving, but it's still, you still got to land the shot. And he hasn't been getting carried away either. He's not throwing silly shots away, and everything's purposeful. He's been caught with a few shots. That's because of Johnson's unorthodox approach and his commitment at times. But apart from that, he's using his feet. Every now and again, he does this, doesn't he? There's a little walk around, still throwing shots, but getting a bit of space between him and Johnson. And again, all this does is just show how much an amateur background is needed. Because it helps you think on your feet.
Nice right hand to the body. Johnson comes back with a shot of his own. They are few and far between at this point. Brock, you pointed out, just the technique disparity, and you saw in those last 30 seconds or so, when Biggs wants to, he can kind of casually walk around and box, but he wants this kind of physical fight. He seems to enjoy this kind of fight, as now he steps on the gas again to back up Johnson.
He's taking advantage of his superior footwork, hand speed, punch placement, just overall, just a better technical fighter. Keeping Johnson out of range and keeping resetting.
Hot shot right hand from Biggs. Scoop shot to the body as we head back to the corners.
Again, another really good round here for Biggs. Johnson trying. The problem with Johnson's having, he slowed his feet down because rushing to get to the tag, it's not working. He's being out-fought and being out-boxed from distance, so he's walking him down, but without any urgency, and this is why. But when he gets close, Biggs dominating up close, better technique, arguably physically stronger as well. Just the all-round the better fighter.
After 4 rounds, all 3 judges scored the same. 42-36, unanimous for the gold corner.
Il faut que tu lui rentres dedans, faut que tu lui fasses la guerre. T'as pas le choix. T'as compris? T'as 2 rounds, fais-lui la guerre.
We've had 9 unanimous decisions today, but none were 60-54, all 3 judges' scorecards.
Did you remember this?
Well,
I can't remember what happened in the last fight.
We take a look at the scores. No surprise, 40-36 across the board for Dylan Biggs.
Johnson's picking it up, landed a few shots.
Johnson's mind is got a good poker face. Nothing, but in his mind, you must be going, just keep still. For the love of God, keep still.
I mean, the problem is that even when Biggs has kept still, he wins those exchanges dramatically on the inside as well, like that. But I think Biggs, and perhaps quite sensibly, given that we are in a tournament, is deciding to take a somewhat more measured approach here.
Yeah, he won the fight after 2 rounds. He sort of knew that, didn't he? He knew what he had to do, and what Johnson could do. Then, more importantly, oh, it's lovely.
He's creeping in. He's creeping. He just walks into range, Johnson. He doesn't let the jab go or anything, and maybe he doesn't realize he's in range of the shot. He's just eating them.
But then when you throw a shot, you get countered, you get hurt, or when you get close and you think that you're good at are not working for you, then your mind plays tricks on you. Oh, I gotta get a bit closer. Gotta get closer. Gotta get. It's not right. It's not right. I mean, it's a weird place to be. All things that you should do naturally, you don't do. And when you don't have the experience that he hasn't got, unfortunately, then you got nothing to draw back on, nothing to think for you.
Dylan Biggs starting to show off some of his defensive moves here. And now Johnson just has the opportunity there, just is not able to pull the trigger. Now he lands a right hook to the body. That's a nice left hook in reply from Dylan Biggs.
Oh, good shot.
Final 30 seconds of round 5. I gotta say, somehow, Cyril Johnson is not cut, he is not swelling, his facial expression has not changed, he is completely unflappable, despite how one-sided this fight has been.
And I would say 60-70% of the punches he's taken, he hasn't seen either. And nothing's rattled him. Again, it's getting pretty repetitive now, where Johnson's walking him down, but with no real urgency to his work, and that's just allowing in the last few rounds Biggs just to move around, pick his shots really well from different angles as well. Left hooks over the top. A bit of work here from Johnson, a little bit of success, but then back to normality here then for Biggs, walking around, picking his shots and controlling everything here.
T'es trop timide là, prends des risques. Avance avec ton jab et je te le dis, démarre au corps. Avant lui, ok? Avant lui.
Sixth and final round.
Sixth and final round here, and it would appear that Cyril Johnson will need a bit of a miracle to pull this one out against Dylan Biggs. He's going to need a knockout here in the final round, as Biggs has swept this one to this point. Biggs, as we alluded to, probably at this point already thinking to the next round and how to ensure he is as healthy as possible for that round. You don't want to get cut. And for Biggs as well, a guy who's had hand problems, had surgery on his hand in December of 2023. You don't want to head into August with any kind of nagging injuries.
But also, you almost can't, I mean, it's in your mind, but you can't think that way.
Of course, right.
Because otherwise you just won't do anything and the guy will walk all over you potentially. But I mean, what he's doing is just right. It's just right. He's picking him up. He's not, if he sees the opportunity, he'll try and stop Johnson, I'm pretty sure. But he knows how tough Johnson is. That's not happening. He's boxing really well. Do what you should do. Use all of that ring. Pick your punches. Don't take a shot back if you can help it.
And I guess this is where your corner has to sort of be your conscience in that respect, right?
Yeah, you've done that. Yeah. And if you wobble in, maybe jump on him, but don't make any silly mistakes. I mean, that's it now.
Just counter right hand there from Biggs.
And you would say that even if it wasn't a tournament fight, because you've hit him with some really good shots and he hasn't moved. So, you've got to sort of play the... What are you going to do? Risk getting caught, risk getting cut, risk breaking your hand, blah, blah, blah.
Closing in on the final minute of this contest. Dylan Biggs in complete cruise control. Able to just pot shot, punch on the move. He's really had success at any range he's wanted this fight to be at.
Johnson needs someone to stand and fight with him, and Dylan Biggs can do that, unfortunately, for Johnson. That's where he's really coming stuck.
30 seconds remaining in the contest. As Dylan Biggs gets set to stamp his ticket to the quarterfinals of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix. As it would appear, the Cinderella story of Cyril Johnson will come to an end here in Riyadh.
6-round shutout. Dylan Biggs.
Bam Rodriguez returns to action on July 19th with the WBC World Super Flyweight Champion. Looks to unify the division as he takes on Afumalele Kafu, the undefeated WBO belt holder, in Frisco, Texas, live here on DAZN.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. And all 3 judges, Fabian Guggenheim, Nawaf Al-Mohamid, and Christian Gordonio, are in agreement. They all scored the same, 60-54, for your winner by unanimous decision. Dylan, the Bow Desert Storm, Biggs.
The Bow Desert Storm taking this Storm to the quarterfinals in 160 pounds of the WBC Grand Prix. In the meantime, the Zone is the home of boxing and home of the best fights the sport has to offer. This summer, though, we're also home of the best players in the world of football, thanks to the FIFA Club World Cup.
Everything changed when Leo came to Miami. Leo Messi, Inter, FIFA Club World Cup, beautiful. Hey, I'm Luis Rivera. I'm Leo Messi personal barber. This is where the magic happened. Hairstyle before me, but of course the one that I do is the best. The impact that Messi has in Miami is big. Messi changed a lot of people's life. Also, my life changed when he come here. I always told the people, man, fight for your dream. Don't dream, fight for your dream. I never gonna forget the first time when I realized that it was Leo. I was on my way home, I started crying in the car. My dream came true. The young generation that started playing football in Miami want to be in the Inter in Miami in the future.
Messi's Inter Miami is one of 32 teams over in the United States competing to be crowned the winners of the Club World Cup. And you can watch every game live with us on The Zone. And now we're back to Riyadh and all the action in the WBC Grand Prix with Thomas Triber.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Jose Ramon Montes.
Quiero morir como mueren los gallos en los palenques. Pelear hasta que me muera, si es que alguien puede vencerme. Yo soy gallo de pelea y no le temo a la muerte. También yo soy como el gallo, parezo de las mujeres. Yo tengo una en cada rancho y seguro les conviene, pues no me andan reclamando y toditas me son fieles. Los gallos y las mujeres son dos cosas igualitas. Los gallos me dan dinero, las mujeres me lo quitan.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Emiliano Aguillon Castro.
Ya se cuenta por ahí que soy gallo de Sandillo, porque ya hasta le he ganado al famoso gallo giro. Otros dicen por ahí que soy gallo afamado, porque ya hasta le he ganado al gallito colorado. Soy del monte, soy del rancho.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Barry Lindenman, Steve Morrow, and Francisco Ayosa. Our referee in charge will be Ansi Parayoki. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 161.5 pounds. Undefeated with 12 wins, 5 of his 12 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Mexico, here is Jose Ramon Montes. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 160.9 pounds. Undefeated with 12 wins, 1 draw, 7 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Mexico, here is Emiliano Aguillon Castro.
Okay, gentlemen, wait a good clean fight. Follow the rules, obey my comments. This is the belt line. This is the belt line. No punches below this line and no rapid punches. Touch gloves, may the best man win.
So another all-Mexican clash here in our second to last bout of the day. Emiliano Aguillon taking on Jose Montes. Montes coming off a decision win over Sean Arkwright in the opening round of the tournament. Aguillon scored his own decision win over Istvan Hergeni. And we're going to welcome in Claudia Trejos, who is very eager to see another all-Mexican clash and has decided to join us here at the desk.
Yes, I get the honor to spend this time right here with you guys. The truth is, Mauricio said it best. When you have 2 Mexicans in the ring, we're all looking forward to a massive clash. And here we also have the youth and the experience going toe-to-toe.
The 20-year-old Aguillon and the 28-year-old Jose Montes. Again, another one of these fighters that's a little bit outside of the parameters of the tournament, but an exception being made for Montes. Aguillon really burst onto the scene with a shocking upset win over then top prospect Aaron Silva a couple years ago on a Miguel Berchelt undercard. See a brief clash of heads. Montes has a very notable win of his own, 8-round majority decision win over former title challenger Jose Macias Montiel. That was in January of this year, 2 fights ago for him.
Oh, it's cut there. Already some blood on his eye.
It didn't initially look like that clash of heads had produced anything, but now you see it leaking down the side of the face of Aguillon.
But it's not in a bad place. It's not going to go straight into the eye.
Yeah, it's running away, isn't it? For now.
Good point, for now. To me, the most important thing would be from Montes, taking consideration that before that first fight this year, 2025, he was inactive for 2 years. Inactivity is any athlete's worst enemy. You know, you go into ring rust, a little bit of your timing is off.
Let's take a look back at this clash of heads as the doctor is taking a look at Aguillon.
Right there.
So slight. Still
you
causing
can see his face as well, can you?
Yep.
Little grimace on his face there. Referee's got it right without the replay.
Back to action here.
Support for Aguilar. He's only 20, not to panic with that cut. Because you feel the pump, see? You can feel it. Sometimes it can really unsettle you and make you do things that out of character, make mistakes.
Quick little combination to the body from Aguilar. Nice counter up top there from Montes.
No, for Aguilar, I think he waits. He's a good little counter punch. I think he waits a little bit too long. So maybe that cut might give him a bit more urgency that I think would make him a better fighter, actually.
Aguilar always extremely relaxed in the ring.
Let's think about this. Let's put this in perspective. He's 20 years old and he's already a 4-year vet in the sweet science. So no wonder he's very relaxed.
Spending time sparring with Virgil Ortiz will make you pretty calm in any situation as well.
He snuck a great uppercut in there, right hand.
I just think he I remember in the last fight, he invites too much trouble to himself. He can be a little bit proactive at times and still be relaxed with it.
Is there such a thing as being way too relaxed and just waiting too long and allowing the round to just leave your hands?
I think that's the problem for a lot of fighters, actually, yeah.
Sube tu guardia. Tu guardia arriba, eh. Vamos.
Those were the instructions for Montes. Keep your hands up, keep your guard up. And this is the gentleman that's actually bringing the aggression to Castro.
It's round 2 underway. Emiliano Aguilar and Jose Montes. Montes again looking for that uppercut through the middle. It was Aguilar who landed the best uppercut in the opening round.
Just like conviction there, didn't he, Aguilar?
Oh.
Very relaxed pace here thus far.
I am going to venture to say it's not just relaxed. There's a level of hesitation that I see in Aguilar Castro.
Yeah, no, good point. Good point. But he obviously likes fighters to come on to him and then you know, they make him miss, make him pay, and throwing combinations that way, like he did in the first round of this competition.
Yeah,
but
he likes to be a counter puncher.
Yeah, and he lets his hands go with conviction, doesn't he? You know, he feels comfortable that way. But Montes, you know, stalking him down, but waiting for him to throw first. Which is clever.
There's still early moments here in the fight, but you know, Aguilar, I think, profiles as a counter puncher. It's probably closer to a spoiler, but sometimes when there is nothing to spoil, it can result in these kind of lulls in the action.
Let me tell you something now, mate. There's always something to spoil. I don't worry about that.
But it doesn't give the judges a good look.
No.
When there's such a long lull in action, then the judges kind of just will reward whoever's willing to throw the first punch.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Or just willing to throw a punch.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, but you don't want to get taken out of what you do best, because when you look at Teofimo Lopez, he's probably the best counter puncher in the game. But then when Jermaine Ortiz made him come forward, he made him look different. You know, he made him miss a lot, and he made him look different, and it's tougher for him to do that. So if it's harder for you to be the guy that's first, and you're the better counterpuncher like that, maybe you just wait.
But that's why God invented the tapping jab. You can just tap it.
You should be able to do both. You should be able to do both.
I'm just saying worst case scenario.
Yep.
A body shot landed from Aguian a moment ago. Very little landing here in this opening round, excuse me, the second round, or in the opening round. 10 seconds remain here in the second frame. Nice little cuffing shot from Montes there on the inside.
There's an argument there. Montes done enough.
Good. Final left hand there from Montes that might seal the round.
Which leads me to my previous comment. The one guy that actually did throw something will take the round.
A reminder that the undisputed heavyweight title is on the line at Wembley Stadium as Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois go at it for a second time. All the belts on the line. It's another history-making night live here on DAZN on July 19th.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges scored the same. 22-18, unanimous for the green corner.
Va ganando. No hay que aflojar, Ramón, No hay que aflojarle. Vamos.
That's Castro's corner telling them, we're losing. You better, like, speed it up.
So round 3 begins. The all-Mexican clash between Emiliano Aguian and Jose Montes, who we now know is ahead on all 3 scorecards. The oldest competitor in the tournament at 28 years old. You know, we've talked about some of the jobs that some of the fighters hold outside of boxing. Montes might have the most agonizing one because he is a professional baker, which means that he has to wake up to run at 3 a.m., then get to the bakery, but it also means, and he's talked about this, means he can't actually eat the stuff that he bakes. So he has to give all of it away and only eat the healthy food so he can continue to make 160.
Well, it's time to make the donuts.
Nice left hook there from Aguian.
Well, he heard Claudio, and he's stepping it up.
Yeah, he heard me. His corner was very adamant about him just getting into the action quicker, not necessarily waiting to be the counterpuncher.
These tournament fights for Montes, the first 2 fights of his outside of Mexico.
I bet you think like this fight's not in Mexico. They'd be screaming at them, wouldn't they?
Oh, might be throwing a couple of things.
I was just gonna say, I wish it was limited to screaming. You know, there's something to be said about, you know, fighting in your patio. I mean, the fans, the local fans are, oof, passionate. I'm gonna use the word passionate.
I will say unforgiving, you know, to this type of action, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Back home, as Montes brings a left hand down the middle.
He needed that, Montes, as well, because it was even though nothing much is happening, I think.
Well, now it is.
Aguian was having a bit of the better of the early part of this round.
But somehow Montes seems to close very tightly that combination when they go into those flurries. Is Montes the one that takes the best part of it?
Well, sweeping shot landed there from Aguian.
Yeah, I think the first 2 minutes of this round, he was doing better, not by much. Last minute a little bit closer, but maybe that shot done enough there to get the nod for this round for him.
Final 20 seconds here of round 3.
Oh, the shot.
Another sneaky little left hook from Aguian. He has found a couple of those here in the final minute of the round. Now back comes Montes, a little bit of hustle, and a left hand of his own over the top.
I think Montes is trying to steal the last 30 seconds of this
That's
round.
exactly what he did.
Squaring his feet up there. Aguian missing, but committed to the combination, getting away with that one. Nice little left hook in that exchange. He got missing there, squaring the feet up. Lucky not to get one back, but still lands with a good shot. was a little bit busy in the first 2 minutes of that round. Aguion, Montes came back into it, but I think he just did enough to take that round, in my opinion. Shorten the gap, possibly.
Aguion is trying to be first now, but he's telegraphing when he's coming in, rather than throwing the jab. You know, he's doing some kind of fake and in the right hand, but that's just showing that you're coming in. And by the time you throw the right hand, Montes is ready to either defend or throw a punch himself.
Round 4 underway.
The ref is really going to let that Vaseline just sit on the nose of Aguion like that, huh? It's a big chunk of Vaseline.
It's a lot of Vaseline.
No broken nose tonight.
What if that's his nose and you just realised?
Oh no, I'm very sorry, Aguion.
Yeah, too late.
I didn't know you had that kind of ugly nose.
You've done it, now let it go.
Let it go. Well, you knocked that piece of nose off.
He knows you didn't mean it.
I see what you did there.
I
see what you did
Natural.
there.
Good shot.
I had the opportunity to listen into Castro's corner, and they're actually enticing him to start the action. He has to move his head, keep constant movement, but moreover, take advantage of the fact that he's a southpaw, and he hasn't been using that. That competition of the position of the front leg, he's losing it on a regular basis.
There's a nice right hand right down the middle from Aguion. And, you know, at the pace that this fight is at, the foot placement game for Aguion can be quite simple. I mean,
it should
Montes is not really providing a whole lot of movement, and he's right in front of him.
Well, as Claudia said that, he got the foot on the outside to the right hand and scored with the shot, so yeah. And again, it's not imperative you do it, but quite often it's an advantage. As Barahas said, some fighters like to get inside and, you know, think they get the body quicker, but more often than not, it helps you establish that jab. Montes just trying to drag into his sort of fight. That's what he's good at.
Absolutely.
Usually.
I mean, when he's on the inside, he's throwing way more punches than Aguion. And that was a good one right there.
That left hand from Montes, snapping the head back of Aguion. Back advancing forward once more.
There's still a lot of hesitation on Aguion. And even in the corner, as I spoke to the coach, it's like pulling teeth.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if your natural inclination is to sit back, be a counter puncher, it is hard to change your style. And you only do that by doing it in the gym. So if he doesn't train that way, he's not going to do it now. No, in a fight where he has to think. If he has to think and use his own brain's telling him, sit back and wait, sit back and wait. But good fighters know when to switch their brain off and go for it, of course. Ooh.
I'll do it for round 4, and we'll get an update on the scorecards in just a few moments. We'll see if perhaps that will entice Aguion and Montes to pick up the pace as we take a look back at some of the replays.
Oh, nice little left hand there from Montes, then turning around the body there. Didn't give it the success there. That was a chance to let his hands go. Aguion's escaping a little bit. But again, it's all down to Aguion. When he waits too long, he has to pay the price.
After 4 rounds,
well, the ring is back with ring 3 as Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz and Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda will top the bill in the Big Apple Saturday, July 12th, live here on DAZN. And we take a look at the scorecards. Dead even after 4. 38-38 across the board, so an opportunity for either man to wrestle control.
And this is a result of Aguion listening to his corner,
doesn't look like he's winning by much, you know, those rounds, but nonetheless, the judges gave it to him.
That hair of difference has given us a draw, but I want you guys to look at the physical, the corporal language on Aguillon. There's zero urgency, zero like desire to make this fight mine.
You can also
his body
argue,
language is just not there.
No, I agree with you. You can argue like Montes is not busting in the gut either to get the job done.
Well, no, and these scores obviously mean that Aguillon has won the last couple of rounds. You know,
Right,
at least in terms of. Listen, very little is happening on either side.
He is being first, though. He is being first, and maybe his shots look a little cleaner when they do land. And then Montes was landing the shots like inside here, where he's throwing a bunch of punches.
Yeah, I didn't.
But
think...
last round was kind of close.
Yeah,
though. I could have actually went to Montes.
I thought Montes won the last round.
I saw Montes take the last one. Just because there was more aggression, assertive aggression. Again, there's that hesitation on Aguillon, and his body language is just, there's no urgency. I mean, ring generalship, non-existent.
There's a nice right hand from Aguillon.
But he should go again there, shouldn't he? I don't mean with a combination, but
a
at least
follow-up.
another shot. Yeah, something.
Yes, at least one.
The left hand down the middle there from Montes. Again, Montes's win that we described over Jose Macias Montiel, it might be the best singular win that anyone in this tournament has. You got to remember that Montiel was a fight removed from facing Carlos Adames for the interim title when he scored that win.
Well, we already know that almost doesn't count.
And styles make fights.
True.
So you got a guy who he's not pressing, just like Barry said, and you're waiting for him to counter, and then he forces you to be first, but that's not your expertise.
See, and then when he does throw a combination, it looks a little chaotic. His combinations are not well structured, and he leaves himself open, but Montes doesn't capitalize on that either.
Been some good moments here from Montes in the final 30 seconds or so, but to Claudia's point, a lot of this work looks a little bit untidy. It's very unclear who's doing the best work. You don't envy the judges. It's filling out the scorecards.
I don't know how they scored that last round.
Certainly because, you know, like you want to finish strong, because that's what you remember last. But it's hard to remember. It's hard to remember anything in these rounds because nothing really, no significance is happening.
There's nothing that stands out of either fighter.
That's right.
La pegada está. No lo dejes que se acomode. Tírale ya, pero que le llegue con fuerza. Trabaja. Es el round de tu vida. Vamos a sacar todo. Tu vida entera aquí, vamos.
Sixth and final round.
So the final round here underway between Aguillon and Montes, and with how quiet, with how even this fight has been, this is the exact type of fight where you would expect that, or it is possible that we would see the WBC's enhanced scoring system come into play, where we have to go to basically the margins of who the judges felt won these rounds more conclusively, and even then, it might be difficult.
They might need a new category, to be honest. Like how many steps you made. If that was the case, I'd be a world champion forever. Aguillon landed with a lovely right hand to start the round. Nothing since, though.
This might wind up being a draw.
Yeah.
We can hear Montes' corner saying, it's time, it's now or never. And you gotta throw everything, which is true. You know, if this was a barbecue, every single piece of meat should be there.
But when Montes throws the jab to the body and then the left hand over the top, he lands every time with that second shot.
Claudia, as our resident dance expert, how would you relate this to dance in terms of two partners that just do not coordinate?
Why is she out the rest?
Because you can't dance, Barry. You can't
you've
dance.
Never seen me dance.
Yeah, please.
We'll find out.
Don't make me go Colombian. This is a very sloppy bachata. Very sloppy bachata. Back and forth, back and forth.
Right hand to the body from Aguillon connects.
We still love you, Barry.
Ooh. That might be the best right hand of the fight from Aguillon.
That's the only right hand that we've seen that actually landed.
Final minute of this contest. As we've said before, every single one of these shots could maybe be the deciding shot of this fight.
Another good right hand by Aguillon.
And Montes just got that knack of throw. When if you land with a shot, he always throws, doesn't he? Just to sort of just slow down your momentum, or take away your ability or your confidence to continue that.
Sorry, Barry. I think Aguillon is trying to win this round. I know Claudia's been a little tough on him, but...
On 30 seconds of this contest, as Montes lands a left hand to the body.
Oh, there we go.
Little urgency here from
and a check
Aguillon.
left hook.
At least briefly galloping after Montes there. Put a couple shots together. Maybe one final right hand. As he holds it up in the air to acknowledge it to the judges. Do those judges feel that was enough for him to win this contest?
Well, he might have won that round, but then if they gave Montes the last round, then this is a draw. And then maybe you win the whole fight because of this. I don't know. This is tough. This was tough.
Well, DAZN heads to Birmingham on Saturday as Galal Yafai, the Olympic and Commonwealth gold medalist, will take another step towards a first title opportunity when he takes on Francisco Rodriguez Jr. in a final eliminator for the WBC flyweight title.
I was wondering when they was going to put that.
Here we go.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to catch this guy because he's been doing this all night.
He's been hoping that the camera would find him, and his dream has been.
No, he doesn't know there's a camera here. He doesn't know there's a camera here. He's just doing out the left.
Oh, you think so?
He's just feeling it in his soul.
Is that your dance teacher, Barry?
It really is, yeah.
All right, looks like the scores are in the hands of Thomas Treiber as we send it up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Barry Lindenman, Steve Morrow, and Francisco Ayos, are in agreement. They all scored the same, 58-56, for your winner by unanimous decision. Emiliano Aguillon Castro.
Emiliano Aguillon Castro takes the win, coming from behind with a score of 58-56 to move on to the quarterfinals. And we are moving right along here because we're just 1 week away from the return of Jake Paul in what could be his biggest test yet.
Live, only on DAZN, June 28th. Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. Everyone's got something to say.
There is a new king of violence, and his name is Jake Paul.
But with every comment, a fighter grows stronger. One is defending a name, the other is building one. The ring doesn't care where you come from, only if you can survive in it. Live, only on DAZN, June 28th. Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Jake Paul returns to the ring for the first time since taking on Mike Tyson last year. Paul is up against former world champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. at the Honda Center in California. And you can watch with us live on DAZN next Saturday. And now we go back to the action for our last fight in the middleweight contest, and we go to Thomas Driver.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Dmitro Ralco. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamid, Fabian Guggenheim, and Christian Garduño. Our referee in charge will be Analia Maradona. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 162.3 pounds. Undefeated with 4 wins, 1 draw, 2 of his 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Ukraine, here is Dmitro Ralco. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 157.5 pounds. Undefeated with 10 wins, 9 of his 10 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Jordan, here is Mohammed the Sniper Isa.
Listen to me. No rabbit punch, no low blow. 30 seconds before the end of the round, you will hear this sound. Yes? Touch glove. Good luck.
So our final bout of the day here between this man, Mohammed Isa, and this man, Dmitro Ralco, who actually advanced to this round thanks to the aforementioned enhanced scoring system. His win over Jude Grant was initially scored a draw, but on the count back, Ralco was able to advance. Mohammed Isa, very much the opposite, as conclusive as it gets. A 4-round stoppage win over Taliki Ahan, a victory that earned a little bit of attention from His Excellency as well, Turki Al-Sheikh, tweeting about Isa a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, he was impressive, wasn't he? Discipline with his work, punches nice and neat, and that's where the power comes from.
Best performance of the night. Dropped him in the 3rd round, didn't come out for the 4th.
Isa looked terrific here in the early going, but he just got popped with the right hand by Ralco.
Right, when you're used to being the fast guy in and out, you got your chin in the air, you're liable to get caught.
This is sort of good and bad here for Isa, because Ralco's easy to hit. He wasn't that in the last fight, but tough.
You just got to keep, Isa got to keep that right hand up. You're going to do those check left hooks. There you go. He's spinning out now with the right hand glued to his chin.
Right hand over the top there from Isa a moment ago. Isa, the 3-time national amateur champion in his homeland of Jordan. In terms of Ralco's amateur exploits. Bronze medalist at the European Youth Games. Member of the Ukrainian national team, where he's represented his country internationally as he leaps in with a nice left hook. And that looked worse than perhaps it was as Issa fires back with some winging shots of his own.
Yeah, I don't think he was hurt, but it just hit him off balance, didn't it? He just lost his shape a little bit there, Issa.
I don't think this is going 6 rounds.
Oh, you're making that call already?
I really don't think this is going 6 rounds. Ralco's swinging for the fences. And by doing that, he's susceptible to get caught coming in as well.
I think he takes a good shot, though.
Yeah.
And then we'll find out how hard Issa really hits.
Oh, yeah. He's not turning his punches over, but you never know.
Good body shot.
Good body work from Ralco. Issa trying to counter up top. We're inside the final 10 seconds of the opening round. Exciting opening frame here between Issa and Ralco.
Yeah, it wasn't technically the best, but it was pretty exciting, wasn't it? Look, that's a lovely right hand that is there from Issa. But again, Ralco just didn't even blink when he takes that shot.
Didn't even blink, you're right. Didn't even close his eyes, you're right.
Spins his neck around, he didn't even move, did he?
Literally didn't blink.
There's that long left hook there. If he just bends his legs a little bit more there, Ralco, there's weight there with that left hook, and Issa might be in trouble. I just think he lost his balance a little bit more than anything else.
Right. Caught him twice with the same leaping left.
Again, rather than stick your hands up and defend yourself, he's looking to use that lateral movement to get out of trouble there, Issa.
ما تمليش راسك تحشرليش حالك في الحبال شدلي حالك وين التكنيكا
See Muhammad Issa's father in his corner, who's been his coach from the very beginning. Trying to guide his son into the quarterfinals as round 2 begins here.
Issa has proper form with that right hand, but those left hooks are just more like slapping punches.
He's lucky he fell over there.
Yeah.
Just throwing yourself into a shot like that is just not good enough at this level.
His 1-2 is very impressive.
Problem for Issa that we're seeing here thus far is when he does get caught, it's very visible. The head is popping back and the chin can sometimes be in the air like that. And a nice right hand reins in from Ralco.
Well, he's clearly always been the taller against less opposition, and that leaning back has always got him out of trouble. But once you lean over that back foot, you have no balance.
What is going on here?
I think the gum shot went out, didn't it?
Okay,
Yeah, there it
they
is.
found it.
I got fast eyes.
Boy, he was fighting like he still had it. I see, you got
Yeah.
those super fast eyes. My eyes are moving in slow motion on that one.
There you go. No stamina. Oh, muscle, no stamina.
Issa missing over the top with that right hand. A little bit off the mark.
I'll tell you something
Wrapping
now.
around the neck of Ralco.
Sorry, mate. I'll tell you something now. If Issa can hurt Ralco in the next round, I think Ralco walks right through him. Right through him.
Issa's technical deficiencies perhaps being bailed out here by his height and length and hand speed, but at a certain point, you will hit a ceiling with those attributes alone.
Yeah, you will. And the power is a funny thing, power, because at a certain level, you can be a knockout artist, and then you move up a level, and you're not.
Like Amir Khan. He has the speed, had the power, it's just the, the lack of defense, pulling out amateur style.
Issa just throwing himself off balance there. As he looked to reply to Ralco's left hook with one of his own. His Jabs from Ralco landing with more regularity.
And that shouldn't be a thing. Issa should be popping that jab out really fast, traveling, doubling, traveling it up, and moving the feet, and then just spinning that right hand over every time. Not like that though. That's a sign of a tired man.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have the same confidence, Issa, at the moment that he had in the first round. And he keeps turning his back.
Closing moments here of the round.
It's the third time he turned his back in this round.
Messy moments at the end of the round. And you see Issa being warned for doing what you just pointed out there, Barack.
Yeah, something's up over there.
One of the very best in the world, Bam Rodriguez, returns to action July 19th as the WBC World Super Flyweight Champ takes on the WBO Super Flyweight Champion, Fumalele Kafu, in Frisco, Texas. That's July 19th, right here on DAZN.
After 2 rounds of boxing, one judge has it 20-18 in favor of the green corner, Ralco. The other 2 judges have it even, 19-19, a draw.
It's round 3 underway. The scores to this point, 20-18 on one scorecard for Ralco, is dead even on the other 2, as you see on your screen. But despite those cards, Barry, I mean, watching that second round, it feels like a fight that could quickly get away from Issa, just looking at the way the technique is kind of deteriorating here. But look at that shot. He might have Ralco in a little bit of trouble.
And that's what I said, if he can't hurt Ralco, then Ralco walks through him. No, we've got to see if that power's real. But his power is from his technique. So he's got to get the distance right with that right hand. It's not there right now. You see it there, overreaching.
Kind of reminds me of Kelly Pavlik versus Jermaine Taylor. I remember watching that first fight, and I said, if Jermaine Taylor doesn't finish him now, he's in trouble. Yeah. And he dropped him, but then Kelly Pavlik came back to stop him.
Trade right hands there. Ralco's hit the mark. Issa's sailed past it. So he looks for cuffing left hook there.
Issa keeps forgetting to keep up that right hand to avoid getting hit by the left hook.
Shot there from Ralco. He doesn't look like he's tired, Issa, but the way he's throwing his punches and the way he's moving his body looks like he's tired. Like swinging over the top.
Body language is pretty bad right now.
Well, and if that's the case, it's not for a lack of experience. I mean, this is a guy who has been in 3 scheduled 8-rounders, a 10-rounder a couple of fights ago. He's used to that kind of pacing and that length of fight.
I mean, he looked phenomenal in phase 1. Styles make fights. Look, he's turning his back.
Ralco barely showing some restraint there. Thought about throwing a left hook while he was still tied up with Issa.
And a clear example of he's probably always dictated the pace. So everything's been comfortable. He's done it, even if he might lose a round, because of his pace, his breathing's fine. But Ralco's making the fight at pace now. He's not comfortable with that at all.
You know, in some ways, this is not unlike Ralco's first fight of the tournament against Jude Grant, which was ugly in its own way. Yeah. And there were moments where you felt as though Ralco could really just take control firmly, and it didn't quite happen.
Well, him being so crude is what works for him, unfortunately.
I think it's just a matter of time before Baro lands something significant, because Issa looks like he has no energy. I don't know what it is, nerves or what, but his energy is zapped. I don't know why.
I don't think it's that. It's that. It's just he's probably always controlled the pace in a fight, and now he's not.
Hands up.
He doesn't have an answer for it. And also, your brain works overtime, and that tires you up. You're thinking too much.
نفس 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 نفس.
Come on, Ishak, come on. No, guys.
No.
You need to think very
طلع شمال يمين هوب شمال يمين هوب وارجع بس. شمال يمين هوب وارجع. طيب.
Relax, okay? Now.
I think the doctor had some words in the corner of Issa. I mean, obviously he sees what we see, but I don't know why.
Place, is it? I mean, it is his place, of course, to look after the safety of the boxer, but I mean, unless he's hurt, he might be sure he's tired, but I mean, and I know it's a dangerous sport, but you take punches, but isn't that part of what the sport is, to an extent?
Yeah, I guess the question is, do you think Muhammad Issa appears tired enough that it warrants medical concern?
No, well, I don't want to say yes or no.
Right,
if he gets caught with a great shot, then... I mean, he does look tired to me. He doesn't show it here, but he does look knackered, but I don't know. I don't think that's the referee, that's the doctor's place, really.
And the way he's receiving the punches, it's just... He doesn't look like he's taking them well. You know, every jab pushes his head back. I don't know, this is not the Issa that I'm used to seeing, that's all.
We're getting word from Claudia Trejos, who's in both corners, that both corners are admitting that their fighters are tired right now.
Okay.
And I guess that big right hand there from Ralco, and another one immediately behind it.
I would argue with that, though. Not argue, I would say, but Ralco's used to fighting this way because he can't fight no other way. He's not winning a fight by taking it from a jab, is he? Dancing around like me. I mean, he's all full on. Crude but effective.
Issa looks a little disoriented. He doesn't have it. Yeah, see, his legs are not under him. He doesn't have strength in his legs. Like, he looks disoriented, and it might have been from a punch in the first round. He's never really looked the same.
Yeah, we're getting word that the doctor is expressing concern about Issa right now.
He could be fighting on autopilot right now, but his legs are very weak.
Inside the final minute of round 4.
He's just being hustled, isn't he? That's all. I think that's...
I don't know.
I mean, Issa's going down again. I mean,
I think it's something. Look at his eyes. They look glassy, like something's up.
Final 30 seconds here of round 4. And you're right, Brock. I think the stability of Issa is a little bit concerning right now. But Barry, I think you're right as well, that regardless of whether that's the case or not, he is being out-hustled here.
Yeah. Corey, have you ever gotten up from a seat too fast and then felt dizzy?
Yes, I have.
This is how Issa looks to me.
Right.
Imagine getting punched in that moment.
Well, I've got up from punches that have put me on my backside, and I know what that feels like.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's been hit in that manner. He just looks exhausted. I don't think he just doesn't train the right way.
All right, let's bring in Claudia Trejos. Claudia, I believe you were just talking to the doctor. What are you hearing right now?
He's definitely concerned. He thinks Issa has been taking way too much punishment. There are certain indications that he might be concussed, and therefore they go back to what Barack was saying. He's disoriented. He's up in the ring right now, making a quick revision of Issa.
I mean, I'm not going to just keep being right all night here, Barry. Oh. You know, I don't know.
Oh, that's what, you know, he took all this time to say that.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, no, I've never been concussed. I've been in a lot of fights. I just never felt that, but it just looks that way.
Well, he looks disoriented, for sure.
I don't think I've been concussed. I've never been knocked out. I don't know. Right. Maybe I have been. I'm not quite sure. Right. But I've been hurt.
Right.
We've all been hurt. So, you know,
of course.
I can't see any big punch that he's taken to warrant that.
The other two judges have it 39 to 37.
I didn't see it
unanimous for the green corner, Ralco.
It's round 5 underway. as the corner of Muhammad Isa trying to liven their fighter. As you see the scores on your screen right now, 40-36 and 39-37 twice, all for Ralco.
Isa has a lot of heart, I'll tell you that.
So at this point, again, just doing the math, Isa, if he were to win the final 2 rounds on the 2 judges' scorecards that presently have it 39-37, there could be a circumstance where he wins this fight thanks to the enhanced scoring system. But again, it is putting this fight in the hands of some marginal numbers.
No, there's another argument to go against what I think, and he's not going to win the fight, is he? He's not going to win the fight. Unless he lands with a punch of all punches, which you can't see. Right. He's not going to win. So if the doctor is in the corners here saying, listen, I think he's concussed, then they should pull him out. If they think that. I don't think that from my vantage point here, but I'm not in the corner with him. I just think he's a tired fighter who's lost. Doesn't know what to do.
To that point, Barry, Claudia just checked in with us, and apparently the doctor is still concerned, but the corner of Muhammad Isa is not. So they are feeling the way that you are, that perhaps this is just a struggling and tired fighter. But again, if they want to keep their fighter in there, they have to say that.
No, but also, I would argue this again going against what I think, because he can win the fight. I don't think. It's an excuse to pull him out, and they can blame the doctor. Do you know what I mean? Say, by the doctor's advice, we pulled him out. I mean, he's not winning, is he? But I don't think he's going to get hurt either, to be honest.
Maybe his corner saying he can still land something big, you know, and end this fight. I'd like to see him, you know, interview with maybe Claudia afterwards and hear his take on it. But then again, he might say, hey, I was just tired. And then 6 months from now, he might say, well, I don't even remember the last 4 rounds.
Yeah.
Good left hook there from Ralco.
To me, it looks like a wake-up call to what it's like to be a professional when you don't train in the right way, or you don't have the right preparation or the right fights. Because who's he boxed?
Right, you know, I got you.
This is a step up in a different class, isn't it?
Another cracking right hand there from Ralco. We're inside the final 15 seconds of round 5. Just 3 minutes for Muhammad Isa now to work with to pull this one out in our final fight of the day.
بس جولتين اللي خسرانين هنا احنا، بس جولتين اللي خسرانين هنا. شد حالك مشان الله. نفس.
No, stop. You're losing. You need to stop him.
This 6.
Last round.
ما تشد حالك، كل الأمة بتستنى فيك، الأمة العربية كلها بتستنى فيك. مش معقول أنا أوقف مشاني هو، مش معقول أوقف مشاني سيريو. وين؟ فيش استسلام. إيه؟
6 and final round.
The 6th and final round as a less than energetic looking Muhammad Isa kind of saunters to center ring, and whatever's going on with Muhammad Isa, it is certainly not comfortable to watch this at the moment.
It could be a excessive fatigue. His corner is telling him that he needs a knockout, so that they understand where he's at. I'm sure Isa understands, but maybe his body can't do what his mind wants him to do. Credit to him staying on his feet with those hard shots for Ralco has landed. And giving his all in return.
Yeah, just, again, I hope I'm right. I don't want to be wrong with
yeah,
this.
Me too.
But it just looks like a guy who's just out of his depth, I think, that's all. Like, things that work for him always work for him, and they haven't, and he has no answer to that.
Now he's extremely tired.
And also, and all of a sudden, by the way, all of a sudden, that power that was knocking people out, maybe is it really real, or are they just below level and can't see the shots coming? And then you tire out because it hasn't worked, and you have to, and you're not boxing at your pace anymore.
Well, we'll see in his next fight, because if what you're saying is true, then he'll go back to the drawing board and prepare properly.
Nice right hand again from Ralco.
Oh, good left hook there from Ralco as well.
Two more left hooks connect there from Ralco. Not much coming back from Muhammad Isa. Another right hand.
Walk onto a right hand as well there.
Crowd here trying to rally behind Muhammad Isa.
He said more would go in this last round than all the others, I would argue. Isa.
Yep.
Here's a 30-second horn. As time ticking away in the tournament for Muhammad Isa.
Shot.
Clubbing right hand there from Ralco. And that will do it.
He's going to collapse in his chair, Isa. Oh. Nothing but heart.
Well, we've got a domestic dust-up coming your way. July 5th, that's Jack Catterall moves up to welterweight for his ring return against the undefeated Harlem Eubank, live from Manchester's AO Arena, only on DAZN. An intriguing Battle of Britain in that one. And you see the doctor again having a look at Muhammad Isa, who is indeed on his stool. Doctor certainly taking his time here with Isa. A win for Dmitro Ralco that frankly was an uncomfortable watch for a period of time. Whatever you think the reasoning for the body language and the struggles of Muhammad Isa were, the fact that the majority of the fight was spent speculating about what the reasoning was. Again, made it uncomfortable viewing for a period of time. And we are waiting for the doctor to clear Muhammad Isa to stand up and take part in the decision here before we'll announce the scores. See Mauricio Suleiman now in the corner of Isa as well. Well, good to see Isa at least standing at center ring as we are ready to make this official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Christian Garduño scores it 60-54, and both judges Fabian Guggenheim and Nawaf Al-Mohamid are in agreement. They both score it the same, 59-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision, Dmitro Ralco.
So Dimitro Ralco victorious in this one over Muhammad Isa as he improves to 5-0-1, and he will stamp his ticket to the quarterfinals. Ralco now with wins over Jude Grant and Muhammad Isa here in Riyadh. Just a handful of fights into his professional career, and as we know, if you go on and win this tournament, not only is it a lot of cash, but it's a world ranking as well. But we've got plenty more coming your way here on DAZN in the coming weeks. Of course, Saturday, June 28th, Jake Paul versus Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Then it's Ring 3, Berlanga Shiraz and Stevenson Zepeda from the Big Apple in New York City. And of course, Usyk Dubois, the heavyweight championship on the line from Wembley Stadium on Saturday, July 19th. All right, let's send it back over to Claudia Trejos as we tie a bow on today's action.
Thank you, Corey. Definitely a great night. Ralco closing the day. In the middleweights, we come to an end right here in Cool Arena in Boulevard City. But we had a fantastic evening, a lot of talent, a lot of competition, and obviously this one had us all at the edge of our seats. What were your thoughts?
I think we saw more competitive fights than we even seen in phase one, more evenly matched. That's why we only had 3 knockouts. Esau, nothing but heart. The fight that I was waiting for was Paul Ryan and Pomelo, there we go. Yes. And Pomelo surprised us all. I thought it was going to be a chess match and an incredible 3rd round knockout.
You're missing out one of the most exciting fights. And I'm going to call it the fight of the night because I can't. It's at the super lightweights, Carlos Utria from Colombia. Yes, he took a massive win, and this was against Alan David Kren from Argentina. 2 hard-hitting 140-pounders. And the truth is, Carlos Utria gave us an excellent show, and Kren was there for the game toe-to-toe.
If his hand heals, Utria, we might see him in the finals.
He's such a smooth puncher, not just, he has that natural power, he's such a smooth puncher with it, he doesn't load up, which means he has plenty of energy. But what I was surprised with and impressed with is that when he couldn't get Kren out of them, which because he's so tough, he boxed on the move. And he was still finding the angles and still finding the power in the shots. So he showed more than just power, more than just strength. He showed an intelligence that I wasn't sure he had.
You know, it's funny, when I talked to him back in the locker rooms, he said, yeah, I know that Kren was expecting me to just come as a puncher. And then I surprised them by doing my moves because my hand hurt. But moreover, Kren messed up his left shoulder actually. And that was a consequence of a right hand from Utria. So that's how they both ended up getting hurt in tonight's fight.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. I mean, incredible, but it's the skill set of Utria that he was able to maneuver like that and change the whole game, because he is a pressure fighter with all of that power, all of those knockouts, but was able to adjust beautifully.
So with that being said, do you think Carlos Utria should be the guy that we could see at the final?
Who knows? But I mean, you give him a good chance because he has more than one asset to his game. You know, he's not just a puncher. He's not just relaxed. So he got the energy. He got good feet as well. So and he also can change the tactics. And for any fighter, you know, that's a nightmare when someone can change their whole pattern how they're going to fight. You have to change yours, and that makes it very, very difficult to do. So it makes him an extremely hard man to beat.
He has power going forward and on the back foot. That's dangerous.
And I think he takes a good shot as well. So you add all that up, and that's a problem for anybody.
I know somebody that does that or did that very well, Juan Manuel Marquez, at 140 pounds. Yes. But moving right along, we have knockout of the night, and of course, we're going to go to Derek Parmelu, who was amazing. In my cards, he was not doing the best. And then all of a sudden, he shifted. What did you see?
He was fantastic. Ryan was boxing really well. It looked like he was in control. There was a sweeping left hook. That was the shot. That's all it was. It was a little bit of a mistake from Ryan when he dropped the right hand, throw his left hand, sweeping left hook. But the finish after, no punch missed. Every punch, even the forehand, the first shot, every punch landed on target. The referee was spot on. He stepped in at the right time. And Pomelo again showed he's not just a silky southpaw. He's a power puncher, and he's a good finisher with it.
There were 6 unanswered punches.
I mean, that's phenomenal. It really is. But the first one did the damage, and once that was done, he had a free target to hit. But you still got to have the conviction and the mindset to not care about him and just go out and get the job done, and he did it.
And let's not forget that Paul Ryan was ahead in our cards, so coming from behind and still have the grit to pull that kind of punching power without giving up on yourself. Puncher's luck?
No, not at all. I mean, that's skill. The skill. He knows how to counterpunch. He knew that. He knew that going in. He knew, you know what, I'm going to catch this guy. I got to time this guy. And timing beats speed, and that's what we saw.
Do you think you can actually, as we move forward to quarterfinals, you can wait that long for that opportunity?
Oh.
Exactly.
The thing is, though, Ryan's a very, very clever fighter with really good footwork and a good rhythm. So you're always going to have problems with that. I mean, so you're not saying you couldn't have clawed it back, but it was an uphill battle. But you're boxing at a level now where you might get outboxed, or you might be winning the fight convincingly and get caught with a shot. This is what boxing's about. When you're boxing the high-quality opposition at your level with people with ambition, you're never safe until the last bell rings.
Exactly. And with that being said, we continue with all the action right here in the WBC Grand Prix with the featherweights and the heavyweights. And as we all know, Mauricio said, looking at what we have tomorrow in our cards, especially in the heavyweights, it might be a very short day at the office.
Listen, I don't want to disagree with him, of course, but not with the heavyweights. The featherweights were the best. That was the best day we had at the start of the tournament. They were phenomenal. I know they're little guys, and I might be biased because I'm a little guy as well, but technically and everything about them, I thought they were brilliant. There was more stoppages, I think, if I believe. Yes. So they were fantastic. So let's not write them off. But as we know with the heavyweight division, when they get it right, there's nothing better than watching two giants punch each other. That's just a fact.
We've seen a few of those, Barack.
And we're going to see him tomorrow as well. Yes. We're going to see a few knockouts. But I have to agree with Barry that 126, the featherweights, they're just very, very talented. So we might see knockouts tomorrow as well.
I remember clearly on phase 1, we were all in awe, sitting ringside going like, where are these guys coming from?
Exactly. Like, where do they find these guys? How do you go out and find 128 of really good, talented fighters?
Available, talented fighters.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you know what? It's 16 fights a day, and I'm a boxing nut. We're all boxing fans. We love boxing, don't we?
Yes.
And even I'm thinking, 16 fights a day. But at the end of it, you go,
that was fun.
What happened? That was brilliant.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, and it hasn't been a day which we've done this so far that I haven't finished the day thinking, I could do that again.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, I invite you. I invite you too, Barack.
Oh,
Corey,
I'll be there.
We get to do it all over again tomorrow, because tomorrow we have the featherweights and the heavyweights right here in Riyadh, in Boulevard City, and from no other place than Cool Arena. So we all have a date right here, live on the Zone, with all the action of phase 2 of the WBC Grand Prix. So on behalf of my great team, Mr. Boxing Bully himself, Barack Best, our world champion right here, Barry Jones, and our men of the hour, Corey Erdman, Claudia Trejos, we bid you good night, and until tomorrow.